The House will come to order. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Winkler from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Wednesday, April 24th, 2019, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill. House File Number 2414. Winkler from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, April 25th, 2019, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill. House File Number 2125.
Members, an announcement regarding the order of business today. I'm requesting that members use side doors to leave the chamber today. We have a large numbers of the members of the public here, and we want to be sure that people can be heard on the floor as our discussion moves forward. So we would appreciate your cooperation with that. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2400. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 2400, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to education finance, the first engrossment.
I call upon the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Davnie, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is the Education E12, Early Childhood to Grade 12 Omnibus bill that I have the pleasure of presenting today. Let me start, however, with thank yous. Thank you to, on both sides of the aisle, the members who served on the Early Childhood, the Education Policy, and Education Finance Committee for their efforts, their deliberations, and their support this year. As we really centered on particularly on the Education Finance Committee, I know our deliberations on the students of Minnesota, what they need and what their families need to be successful and to achieve is to the best of their potential. I want to thank the nonpartisan staff, and from the number of amendments today, I know that many of you have interacted with these nonpartisan staff. The place would not run without them, so a special thank you to Tim Strom, Emily Adrians, and Christina Pera for all of their efforts up to today and going forward. And then a particular thank you to the staff that I have the privilege of working most closely with, the committee staff, Sarah Burt, Brittany Sunderland, and Mars Rudquist. I'm grateful for all of their efforts. Members, the DFL spent the last several years in intense conversations with Minnesotans about the values that bond us as a state. There are many, but chief amongst those values are the belief that every Minnesota child deserves a world-class education. That's my kid, that's your kid, the kid next door, the kid across town, the kid across the state, the kid who looks like mine, and the kid who doesn't, the kid I know, and the kid I'll probably never meet. But they all deserve access to world-class education. House File 2400 is our response to that deep value in Minnesota. It invests $522 million in this coming biennium in every school district across the state through the general education formula, proposing a 3% increase in that formula this coming school year and an additional 2% the following year. We looked at the significant cost drivers that are challenging our school districts, and we invest in freezing the underfunding of special education, and we reform the formula to better support those districts, big and small, experiencing particular struggles with special education. We do similarly with English language learners, where we've also underfunded their needs and their school districts. By stabilizing school districts' funding this way, we make sure that when that student leaves school this spring, and has the relationships that they've relied on with teachers and administrators and education support personnel across their building, they can leave knowing that this fall those same staff will be back to greet them again when the doors open in September. And that the programs that have engaged and challenged those students this year will be back to do the same thing next. We propose significant increases in recruiting and retaining teachers of color and American Indian students to become teachers, because we know that students of color and American Indian students do better when there's people in the front of the classroom who look like them, and we know it's good for the white kids too, as Minnesota is enriched by our diverse population. That is about closing our state's achievement gap. We propose an additional $24 million in school safety funding, a first step in making our schools and communities safer. That money is available for districts to respond to security concerns they may have, whether it's through bricks and mortar changes to school buildings or support staff for students. And as I said, we focused our deliberations on students and families. And so House File 2400 includes significant investments towards students' full development and potential by investing in things like breakfast programs for hungry students, funding school support staff grants so that our schools can have more counselors and social workers, nurses, and school psychologists for students, providing targeted grants for districts who need to respond to trauma that their students have experienced by building trauma-informed schools so those students can learn. And we do it through full-service community schools, a driving strategy already in place in a few districts across the state, but has great potential because we know that you can't take the student out of their family or the family out of their community, and we can build and strengthen those school communities through full-service community schools. And we support varied bridges to post-secondary education opportunities, from dual enrollment classes allowing students to earn college credit while still in high school, investments in career technical education for those students who want to fill key roles in our society that require apprenticeships, professional credentials, or other certificates or two-year degrees to get them started. And for those who didn't graduate with their peers or need to polish their skills to be ready for today's dynamic workplace, we increase support for adult basic education and make sure that no one has to pay for a GED in Minnesota for the next 2 years. Members, there are a number of finance runs from nonpartisan staff on your desk. It makes me think that perhaps some of that career technical education funding should be dedicated to the logging industry and the paper industry in northern Minnesota, because they seem to be benefiting already from this bill. But I would urge you to review the tracking sheet that you've been provided, the district run, so you can see how your school districts benefit from this bill, and the other runs that are before you. With that, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether you would prefer me to yield to the other chairs or if you wish to call on them and grant them the floor differently.
Representative Davnie, I'm happy to call upon members who have portions of this bill to speak to. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Davnie, and to your committee for your work. I'm the chair of the Early Childhood Finance and Policy Division. I want to thank the members of that committee for their work. I want to remind members that House File 1, the Great Start for All Minnesota Children Act, set the value for us as a chamber, as a body, as a state, that all children should get off to a great start leading up to that world-class education that Chair Davnie referenced. Tomorrow in the Health and Human Services Finance Bill, we're going to be hearing about portions of that relating to prenatal care and home visiting. But today, members, I have the honor of getting to talk about and having us discuss today some of the work of the division that relates to getting children linked up to school and to get off to that great start. The highlights in early childhood of this bill relate to preserving the pre-K slots that our districts have statewide that have been making such a difference for getting children ready for kindergarten and beyond. This bill also contains a significant increased funding for the Early Learning Scholarship Program, focusing that program on the youngest Minnesotans, as our division heard so much from researchers and others about the impact of those earliest years and how important it is to provide early development and high-quality development in that way as well. Members, there are a number of other highlights as well, investments that we're making in a number of programs. The Reach Out and Read program is one that may not end up getting addressed, and I want to make sure that it is. I'm recognizing that when there's a partnership between health and education for infants and for toddlers, that can make such a difference for children as well. And we've had a number of policy provisions as well. And I just want to highlight for members how critical it is that we work to coordinate the programs that are aimed at the youngest Minnesotans. And I'm proud of the work that's been done in this bill relating to that as well in coordinating those programs. We'll have, I think, further discussion about a number of these provisions, but I just want to note how important it is that those kids get off to a great start for the benefit of all of us. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank all the education policy members for your work over the last few months to put this bill together. I'd also like to thank our partisan staff, Adrian Benjamin, Laura Helgen, and Mars Brenquist, and especially our nonpartisan staff who put countless hours in, especially during the last few weeks, Christina Parra and Tim Strong. There are provisions in this bill that will help us deliver for the students in our classrooms. The final product you see before us includes a reduction in special education paperwork, improvements on how teachers are licensed, tweaks to our boards that do the licensing, and ways to increase teachers of color in the classroom. The bill requires and funds increased training for our teachers and school staff around mental health, suicide prevention, dyslexia, and much more. You also will find in the bill medically accurate comprehensive sexual education and support for our student journalists. Our ultimate goal was to make sure that our schools have the tools to meet our students' needs. And we all know those needs are great and have changed over time. In the policy provisions, I also wanted to have a balance and find a balance, and we did. There are 24 provisions from Democrats, 10 from Republicans, and provisions from the Department of Education. And as you've heard, the finance portion of this bill is even more exciting. We put our money where our mandates are, and we invest in our future. We are making a down payment on systemic change in our schools so that our children's zip codes will not determine their fate in life. I'm proud of the work we've done together and look forward to making sure that our students and schools get the resources that they deserve to succeed. Quick rundown of some of the highlights. In Article 1 under General Education, we work on homeless transportation for our homeless students, enrollment of student in foster care, textbook changes for teachers' additions for private schools, evidence-based education grants. In Education for Excellence, in Article 2, we do screening for dyslexia. We add some governor's policy changes around statewide testing, taking away the off-grade testing requirements. In Article 3, under teachers, we increase teachers of color and Indigenous folks in our classroom and fund many aspects of that. We added the Code of Ethics for teachers into our statutes instead of just rule. We make some tweaks to tiered licensing. We did requests from PALSB for changes to help them do their job better. We stiffened grounds for revocation and suspension and denial. And then Article 4 for special education, we accepted most of the provisions of the new OM project that really focused on how we could reduce special education paperwork so our teachers could spend more time where they need to be with their students. We also did some statute cleanups around intermediate districts. And then in our health and safety article, Article 5, we have mental health provisions for students. We have comprehensive sex ed. We have disposal for drugs and medicines in schools and school safety assessment teams. In Article 6 in the facilities, we have pay attention to lead in our schools, drinking water, disposal of surplus computers, and radon testing in our schools. So I look forward to the conversation we're going to have on the floor today. This is a great bill, folks.
The member from Morrison, Representative Krisha, for what purpose do you rise?
I have a motion, Madam Speaker.
State your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would like to make a motion to refer House File 2400 to the Committee on Ways and Means. And this is a process motion, and the reason for that is because House File 24 is in violation of the budget resolution by including provisions that are not fully accounted for in the bill. As I look through this, in Article 5, we have the sexual health curriculum mandate, which requires the Department of Ed to use rulemaking to adopt a model sexual health curriculum. This carries a cost of at least $75,000, maybe as high as $120,000, and with the provisions requiring full rulemaking if we do this. Second, in Article 3, there's revisions to the tiered licensing system that requires Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board to adopt new rules. And this requires PELSB to rewrite the curriculum, the current rules on licensure, which would carry a cost of about $120,000. Looking through this, I don't believe those costs were accounted for. I don't see them being accounted for. And so as a matter of process, just to make sure we do this right, my motion is that we refer this back to Ways and Means to make sure we have that conversation before we bring it to the House floor. And I would request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The author of the bill, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise to oppose the Krisha motion. The bill and its tracking sheet were certified by the Ways and Means Committee as being within the budget targets set by the Ways and Means Committee. Additionally, the potential spending that Representative Krisha outlined is speculative. We have no fiscal notes on those provisions. We don't vote based on speculation. We vote based on fact. I'd urge a no vote on the Krisha motion. Thank you.
Further discussion to the motion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Paul. Oh, there we go. Never mind. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. There are amendments to the bill. The clerk will report the amendment.
Morrison moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment, as follows, and the amendment is coded A37.
Representative Morrison.
Madam Speaker, the A37 amendment establishes a working group to examine the links between health disparities and disparities in educational achievement for children from American Indian communities and communities of color.
Is there discussion to the amendment? Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Morrison, thank you for bringing this amendment forward. It's important for us to think outside the traditional silos, see where there's connections and where we can improve the lives of Minnesota's youngest generation. I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sandell moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
The member from Washington, Representative Sandell.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Representatives, Amendment 38, A38, corrects an accounting error in recording the details of House File 1838. It's a appropriation for the Board of School Administrators. The amendment adds $22,000 to the bill, supporting the board's request for updating its technology and adding support staff, and I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend the Sandell amendment to House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A197.
The member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I believe this was my amendment to the amendment. And all this simply does is, after the bill was presented, the fiscal notes came back. I believe there was a little bit of money that fell through the couch change that was available. And so what my amendment simply does is directs $12,000 of the one-time for an increase to the Board of School Administration for the board to raise awareness among school employees against child sexual exploitation and the duties of school employees as mandatory reporters of suspected maltreatment of minors. This is very important, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Keep those hands in the air. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Sandell.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank Representative Kresha for the amendment. I thought it was a good idea, and I appreciate the suggestion and would encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Bryn. The clerk will close the roll. There being 128 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment to the underlying amendment, the Sandell amendment. Representative Sandell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the amendment is strengthened by Representative Kresha's amendment to the amendment. I hope that representatives will vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Sandell. I agree, and I think this amendment is a good amendment and would support it.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, say, as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lean moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
The member from Clay, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A39 amendment is a policy change to long-term facilities maintenance. The change would impact districts that have recently expanded educational building square footage without reducing overall educational building square footage. These districts are adding new educational building space, but not tearing down any existing educational building space. This has the effect of lowering the average building age used to calculate long-term facilities maintenance revenue. The result is that districts would have more educational building space to maintain while receiving less long-term facilities maintenance revenue to do so. Members, we were a little late in getting a fiscal note in the bill, so we could not accurately get the bill into shape for the omnibus bill. However, we have gotten the fiscal note back, and it is a cost that the chair has graciously allowed to absorb into his budget bill. So members, I ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lean, thank you for bringing this provision forward. You identified a hiccup in the funding formula here, a problem with your district, but other districts across the state may run into. We can solve problems here today. And thank you for this. I urge a yes vote on the Lean amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tab key moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A133.
I call upon the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Amendment 133 is an amendment allowing for schools to be reimbursed for transportation costs for pregnant and parenting teens to go to programming. This is a very good bill that I really appreciate everyone having supported as it has gone through the committee process, and it was not included in the omnibus bill, but it is now hopefully as the amendment. I've talked to the chair, and it with this amendment will include the pregnant and parenting team transportation as part of the amendment. So thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kreshaw moves to amend the Tabke amendment to House File Number 2400. First engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A178.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just getting to my notes on this, I think this is a good idea, and I just think that we should broaden its appeal and extend it to other districts. And so that's what my amendment does, starting with fiscal year 2022. And I believe I have another amendment to this to move that to fiscal year 20.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Tabke.
Yes, thank you, Representative Kresha, and we also agree that this is a good amendment to the amendment, and will accept it gladly. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The motion prevails, and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kresha moves to amend the Tabke amendment as amended to House File Number 2400. First engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A184.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Tabke, for taking the amendment and the agreement. This just takes a great idea and makes it happen quicker.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Tabke.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. With this bill, I appreciate what Representative Kresha is attempting to do with this. However, this changes the intent and the way the bill was crafted. This is something we can absolutely discuss and incorporate sometime into the future for the program. But for right now, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment, to the amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Tabke, if you'll yield for just a quick question, I want a clarifying remark.
He will yield. Representative Kresha.
So when you say this changes the intent, what do you mean by that? Because all we're doing is moving it up forward. I think the intent is to get services like this to schools right away. So I just want to make sure I understand what you meant by that.
Representative Tabke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Kresha. Yes, this bill has, there are cost implications with moving forward with this amendment. It can absolutely very much broaden the scope of this bill that we've worked for the pregnant and parenting teens. And by accepting this amendment, it will definitely increase the costs of the program. I agree with you entirely that it would be great to be able to implement this and take this amendment at this time, but it makes the costs too high at this point. Thank you.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so thank you for that. But actually, this is revenue neutral. It doesn't increase the cost. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have been ruled out of order for changing the budget target in this. All this does is changes the scope of who gets this. And so as I read this through, it's just simply revenue neutral. And so I would respectfully disagree, and I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Further discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I too would urge a no vote on the A184 amendment. It takes money from the Minnesota Department of Education, but it doesn't reduce what we ask the Minnesota Department of Education to do. We ask them to do a lot. They need the resources to do what we ask them to do. So I would urge a no vote on the Kresha A184 amendment. Thank you, Representative Tabke.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davnie, for that clarification, which is interesting because we just voted down a motion that says we're going to ask the Department of Education to do more, but not fund them. So this seems like we're flipping that logic on its head. I respectfully disagree and would encourage a yes vote.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the, the underlying amendment. Representative Tabke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage a yes vote for this amendment to allow schools to be reimbursed for transportation of pregnant and parenting teens, to allow greater access to really wonderful programs that are showing great success in our Minnesota schools today.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say, Representative Tabke, great amendment. I think this is right on target.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kresha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A41.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, all this amendment does is we have a provision in the bill that is a mandate, but not really a mandate, on how we enter benchmarking in for school districts. We raised this in committee that the way it was written allows school districts to think they have a mandate, but not quite sure if they actually do. And so to clarify, what this one does is it makes the energy consumption data entry into the B3 benchmarking system, optional. We're very clear to school districts, we're not mandating you to do this. We think it's a good idea and it's a good way to audit your energy costs. However, we're asking you to make that decision as school districts and to choose the system of their choice and not to put them in an ambiguous mandate versus non-mandate situation.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Washington, Representative Christensen.
Thank you, Representative Kresha. I would like members to accept this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A49.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this is an amendment that would require parents to be notified of the testing results when they test for lead in the schools, drinking water. And then it would require also that they let the parents know what actions have been taken to remediate the problem. And so I'd ask for member support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Scott. Actually, it's a little more complicated than that. This language for the underlying bill was carefully crafted with stakeholders, MDE, and the Department of Health and school districts. It's part of the governor's policy bill that was incorporated. The proposed amendment makes it unclear when remediation is required and to what level, because it says any presence of lead. And I've been told by a smart chemist within this body that you really can't test for zero. And by deleting the language where action should be taken as set by the guidance of the commissioner, there's going to cause some confusion with this. That being said, I have a feeling I know why this amendment was brought forward, so I just suggest a yes vote.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A60.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just another amendment to help make sure that our schools are safe and that parents are notified of what's going on within the schools. And this addresses radon testing in the schools, and it just says that we should make the results of those tests available to the public and notify the parents that that information is available. And I'd appreciate your support.
Discussion. Representative Claflin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also encourage members to vote yes on this amendment. Anything to make this information more publicly available is going to help our communities keep our children safe. And we also need to make sure that people know about the risks in their homes. This will help people understand the risk of radon. I encourage a yes vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minnesota has the distinction of being one of the top states in the nation for radon levels testing high, and radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer, so I would also encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A51.
I call upon the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment to the amendment, if I could offer that first.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gruenhagen moves to amend his amendment to House File 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A173.
Representative Gruenhagen to the amendment to the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment actually addresses a Minnesota School Board Association working group on special ed. We have over 170 regulations and statutes above the federal requirement. And in the 2000 on special ed, and on the 2013 OLA report, they recommended strongly that those additional requirements be evaluated for effectiveness and cost, because currently they have not been evaluated. We all know the cost to our school district, but on this amendment to the amendment, I specifically add some clarification on the medications intended to modify the mood or behavior of students. Members, I have a strong concern that started way back when I was on the school board on the labeling and drugging of children with psychotropic drugs. You know, it's interesting, in other countries like France, they label and drug in their K-12 student population 0.5% of their student body, less than 1%. Other countries are much smaller percentage than what we are. Here in America, depending on the information or statistics that are offered, we are now labeling and drugging in our K-12 system 10 to 15% of our student body. And by the way, members, I emailed you an article about a month ago or a little more about a Harvard study that shows the dangers of early school enrollment and how we are even want to label and drug preschool children. Think about that, members. The use of psychotropic drugs on preschool children. Why is this such a concern? The reason is the use of psychotropic drugs can have severe consequences on our children, especially in their developing years. The other thing about labeling and drugging, it is not objective. In other words, it's not based on an X-ray or credible medical facts. It's subjective. It's simply a judgment call based upon certain criteria and questions. And if the judgment is made that the student has these problems, he can be placed on these powerful psychotropic drugs. So I'd encourage you to review that Harvard study. Do we really want to go down the path of labeling and drugging our preschool children? One other consideration on this amendment to amendment. I have visited with military recruiters over the last 4 or 5 years. One just this summer at my local county fair. If you are on psychotropic drugs past 12 years old, you cannot get into the military without a medical waiver. Now, the Army has loosened that standard a little bit, but other branches of the military are holding fast. You say, why? Because, members, the long-term drugging of children or students during their developing years has a very negative side effects, and that is violent outbursts of uncontrollable rage. Do you want somebody in the military with an armed weapon having a violent outburst of uncontrollable rage? You probably don't want that. So members, I urge you to talk with your local military recruiters. Find out how many young people are being declined because of this problem, and we really need to get to the bottom of it, in my opinion. So, Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call, and
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
I even got bipartisan support on that. And I would urge a green vote on the amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Madam.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Joachim.
You know, I know this is an area of great interest to Representative Gruenhagen. We heard a lot about it in committee, and I'm surprised that it wasn't part of his original bill. You know, just a reminder to folks is medicating a child is a parent choice, not a school choice. Just wanted to throw that out there. But that being said, folks can vote yes.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one quick response to that. And Representative Joachim, I really appreciate your commitment to education and what you've done. But I've sat in these IEP meetings and I've watched what goes on. And it is a parent decision, but the parents are highly pressured to place their children on psychotropic drugs in many cases. And that's a sad situation as far as I'm concerned.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Gruenhagen, I was not planning on speaking on this. I was just planning on voting no. I think this is a misguided, ignorant amendment. But I have a child who has an IEP. I've been to many IEP meetings. I've never been pressured in any way. The teachers do a great job in IEP meetings. You know, this is, as Representative Joachim said, this is totally a parent choice. School districts have nothing to do with this. I question your studies about this, especially your statement about fits of uncontrollable rage. This is an extremely misguided amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. This is, well,
thank you.
All of our consideration about our children are tender discussions to have. I know of Representative Gruenhagen's 12 years serving on the school board. I've heard about that a time or two. And his particular interest in this area. I would urge a yes vote on the amendment because I think this might provide a forum to, for the legislature to both analyze the potential downsides, because every medication has a downside, but there are also a lot of students in our schools who benefit from medical support for the challenges they have. And that sometimes includes medication for a wide variety of medical problems, including mental health challenges. So a good venting, or well, venting perhaps, but a good review of those issues would be welcomed, and I'd urge a yes vote on the Gruenhagen amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wondered if you might remind members that we shouldn't be calling people's amendments ignorant and insinuating the source of those amendments was the same. And I took great offense to the member from the other side of the aisle and his characterization of Representative Gruenhagen's amendment. And I hope that you would call that out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I believe that Representative Scott might be referring to Masons and our rules regarding member motivation. Just remind folks to leave motivations out of the discussion and stick with the policy contained within the discussion. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to, first of all, I support the amendment. I support Representative Gruenhagen's. But more importantly, I want to support Chair Davnie and his comments. One thing that he said there that I think is very important is this opens up a discussion. And that's what we do. And members, we're going to have a long week ahead of us. I hope that we can all look at the policy that we put forward with each other and remind ourselves that somebody is coming with an instance and something that has happened to them that has brought that amendment or that policy to the floor. That's what should be debated and not the personality. And so, Representative Davnie, thank you for your comments. I think encouraging us to vote yes to have a discussion is the right thing to do.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, there is a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 14 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended. Discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and Representative Davnie and Representative Krisha have said it very well as far as a conversation, a discussion beginning when we have a study group. Members, in the last 6 years, special education has increased by 9% across our state, and that means we have to have serious discussions about what is driving this and what the costs are related to this. And members, most of this increase is among our boys. So I look forward to this becoming law, that we can have this study group. As we had a study group on a reform of teacher licensure, there are many, many voices that are heard and listened to. So I support this amendment as amended and hope that this can go forth.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. Representative Yewakim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Gruenhagen had a bill similar to this language that we did not have time to hear in the Education Policy Committee. I appreciate the direction. I just wish we would have had a little bit more time to vet it. I'm concerned that it's quite broad and the deadline for January 15th, 2020 might be a little quick, and it didn't go to GovOps. But that being said, we could try and see what we can get done in that short a time, and I would suggest a yes vote.
To the author of the amendment as amended, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davnie and Representative Joachim. And I did offer it in the policy committee as an amendment, but it was turned down at that particular time. I understand this is a hot button issue, Representative Freiberg, okay? And even my discussion when I was on the school board, which I brought it up often, I used to get yelled at and phone calls and nasty messages. So I understand it's a delicate issue, but I think you could agree with me that if we have 170 regulations and statutes above the federal requirement on special ed, the least we should do, and by the way, I have 2 special ed nephews and cousins, okay? I don't want to hurt them in any way. I don't want to take money away from them, but I do want to find out if what is being done with them is actually effective from a cost standpoint and from a result standpoint. That's all we're asking to do here, okay? And again, I'm not insinuating that you never do this with any particular child. France, according to published results, labels and drugs 0.5% of their K-12 student body. But I think when we're looking at what we're doing here in America and Minnesota, we've gone way overboard on this. And we believe that pill popping can solve every one of our problems, okay? Again, I'd refer you to the Harvard study. The other book I read was co-authored by the former president of the APA, the American Psychological Association. In his book, he titled, and he was a co-author, Destructive Trends in Mental Health, the Well-Intentioned Path to Harm. And he goes over so many of the psychological techniques that are used today that don't work or make things worse. What actually works, members, according to the former president of the APA, is talk therapy. In other words, you sit down, talk with a person, find out what really the problem is, and deal with it. That's effective. We had testimony in HHS committee that talk therapy actually works, but it is time consuming. And then the testifiers went on to state that almost every other area of psychology does not work, okay? And I will give you one example of my concern on the school board. At one particular school board meeting, I was raising strong concerns about labeling and drugging. And the superintendent at the time was giving me less than approving look, okay? I'll put it that way. I could say otherwise, but well, one school board member that was sitting next to me after I made my comments whispered in my ear, "Glenn, her son has just been labeled ODD." I said, "ODD?" I said, "What is that?" And the school board member said, "Oppositional Defiant Disorder." I thought about that for a minute. I said, "You know, I think I had that when I was a teenage boy and my dad spanked it out of me," okay? I mean, we're labeling and drugging everything based on subjective criteria. So I'd encourage you to get a copy of that book. It's available on the internet. Also, review the Harvard study that just came out, and there's numerous other documented studies on these concerns. Talk to your military recruiter. Find out why young men cannot get into the military that are using psychotropic drugs past 12 years old. The other thing about psychotropic drugs, members, is we know that there's a heightened chance of suicidal thoughts. And we look at the crisis in our young people, and it would be interesting to find out how many of those young people that commit suicide actually were on psychotropic drugs. Finally, members, one other area that I'd encourage you to look into is the school shootings. Okay? If you do your research, you're going to find that almost all or all of the school shootings, those members were on psychotropic drugs. Is that the cause? I think this study would help us get a better understanding of whether or not it's a contributing cause. Please vote green, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Madam Speaker and members, well, I thought this amendment, the underlying amendment, was okay until the amendment to the amendment went on. Members, if you look at the underlying amendment, this is a working group of legislators, only legislators. There is nobody on this working group who is qualified to talk about whether the use of medications is appropriate or to evaluate that. So what this does is take this issue and make it entirely political, which is what happens when you have only legislators evaluating scientific issues. This is really inappropriate. So, I'm sorry, I think it was not a bad idea to have a working group of legislators to look at the whole issue of special education, but I really have a problem with it now, because this is not how we should be looking at psychotropic medications. There is not one expert who's going to be on this working group. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, I'm going to be voting no on the underlying amendment, and I would encourage other members to do the same. And if the amendment goes on, I certainly hope that Chair Davnie will consider getting rid of the amendment to the amendment in conference committee, because this is entirely inappropriate.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, remember that a legislative study group is a cadre of legislators, but the testimony that's brought forth based on the agenda of each meeting, as we did in teacher licensure reform, brings in experts. There's no reason experts cannot be brought in under this topic area that has now been approved as an amendment to the amendment. So to disregard that only legislators are serving on the study group, it discounts the fact that there will be meetings, many meetings, and that the experts will be there for whatever the topic is, and certainly if this stays in the bill, this will be one of the major topics. So members, I would not have a fear of not hearing from experts on psychotropic drugs or other medication that some of our special education students might have.
Any further discussion to the amendment as amended? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tice moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A130.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, Representative Fabian always corrects us. I was trying hard not to do that. This amendment creates a new component of special education aid called Special Education Equity Aid. This proposed aid is directed to districts where the cross-subsidy is greater than the regional average cross-subsidy. The aid equals the lesser of $100 per pupil, or 30% of the difference between the district's per pupil cross-subsidy and the regional average cross-subsidy. The two special education equity regions are the rural region for school districts in greater Minnesota with fewer than 7,500 pupils, and a metropolitan region for the remaining school districts.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Joachim moves to amend the Tice amendment to House File 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A194.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim. Representative Davnie.
Thank you. Also from Hennepin. Isn't that convenient? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A194 amendment simply moves this idea out 2 more years, giving us more time to evaluate and assess particularly both the fiscal impact and the impact on districts. Representative Tice's amendment is an interesting idea. It would be experienced by districts across the state very differently. Those of you from greater Minnesota, from smaller school districts, would not see the benefit to the extent that those of us from the metro area and larger districts would. I think we need a little bit more time to assess and evaluate that. I'd ask for your yes vote on the A194 to allow us that time. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Davnie, are you offering this amendment so we clarify for the record? Representative Davnie.
Madam Speaker, the A194 amendment is mine. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Representative Davnie. Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In St. Cloud, we have a huge, I would say huge regional area, and the cross-subsidy is actually it's hurting us. We have a lot of times where we're not getting anything for our special education. We need to find ways to really correct this. We keep losing money. We keep getting more students who are coming to the region because there's no place else to go. We're seeing some of the smaller regions, and I'll have to look into this a little bit further, but some of the other regions around us are experiencing the same thing because there isn't enough room in the St. Cloud School District to go to. So I really hate to see us moving it out further. We've had a need for many years, and we keep pushing it back, and we need to do something very quickly. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd urge a yes vote on the A130 amendment. Representative Tice is correct. St. Cloud has challenges with special education funding. So does every school district in the state. The response that we provide in House File 240 is to freeze that underfunding and then go further. Go further by changing the formula in ways that specifically supports those districts experiencing the greatest cost challenges, including the St. Cloud district. And I've spoken with school board members from St. Cloud who support the direction that we are taking in House File 2400. We have more work to do. Governor Walz is proposing that we not look just at the special education funding formula, but we look through a working group that he will be convening the totality of our education funding approach in Minnesota. That is the direction to go. In the meantime, I ask for your yes vote on the A130 Tice amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment as amended? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moves to amend House File number 2400. First and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A129.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Many of you know that one of the things that I worked on when I was a freshman here in St. Paul in the legislature was helping to, on a bipartisan basis, advance the school trust lands. And for very quickly, for those of you who would like a refresher, and even if you don't, you're going to get one, but this is more for the benefit of our newer members who are in the chamber with us this year. When Minnesota became a state, as was the case with all states across the country, the enabling legislation said that Minnesota needed to set aside one section in each township. And a township measures 6 miles by 6 miles, containing 36 square miles, 36 sections, 1 mile by 1 mile, 640 acres in that section. And that's how we funded education in Minnesota for a number of years. All those townships had school section 16, and Minnesota actually doubled down and took 16 and 36. So there's a number of those. And on those plots of land throughout the state, there are many natural resources. And right now, these assets are being co-managed by the School Trust Land Executive Director and by the Department of Natural Resources. And one of the things that that I did my first year here, my first term, I should say, was put together the School Trust Lands Commission. It's a bipartisan, bicameral group, and they work to try to advance the needs of school kids here in the state of Minnesota. And the interesting part about that is each and every one of you who is a sworn member of the legislature, whether you're the Senate, whether you're the House, whether you're a constitutional officer, the governor, the lieutenant governor, you have a fiduciary duty to look out for these kids and for these lands. There's a corpus of money that has been raised through the sale of lands, through mineral resources sales, among other interests and growth that has happened. We've discovered that there's a significant shortfall of money that has been coming into that fund through what I will call less than pleasing management. That's kind of being soft on this when I talk about how the members of the commission feel about it. Last year in the tax bill, we had a sum of money, $50 million, which is the first of two payments that should be made by the state. We said, you know what, we can't go back and get all of those dollars. They maybe have been appropriated in the DNR and other areas, but we need to have these kids being made whole. And so what we're looking to do, members, is take $50 million right now out of the surplus and move it into the school trust lands to be able to make the kids whole. It's a small sum. It's probably not the entire amount, but it's a good faith effort. And again, as I said, all of you are fiduciaries, and we need to do right by these kids. Many of you who have heard my speech before know the next line on this is, the third graders don't go out in the playground and look through the prospectus. They do not look through the financial reports on school trust lands. They trust us to do that on their behalf. Today we have a chance to step up and do right by the school students here in the state of Minnesota. And Madam Speaker, I don't believe I would need it, but I'm going to ask for a roll call so that everyone here today can go ahead and go home to their district and show that they've taken care of the kids here in the state of Minnesota.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Driscoll first. Thank you for your stewardship of the school trust lands over the years. This has been an area of significant debate. I would urge a yes vote on the A29 O'Driscoll amendment. I do have some concerns. We have not stipulated the use of the school trust lands in the past. I've got concerns about that precedent that we're taking away. There's a theme in a number of the amendments today of not trusting our local school districts and school boards to make decisions on the best use of revenue. This is, I think, the first one where we're telling our school districts, we don't trust you on how you're going to use the monies. But with that precedent aside, we all want our children to be safe. There's a variety of reasons to provide school districts with specific funding for school safety. If we want our students to be safe, Representative O'Driscoll, I'm looking forward to your yes vote on the public safety bill, because we need our students to be safe in school. We need them to be safe at movie theaters, shopping malls, in their houses of worship, in their communities as well. So I look forward to your support on both the A29 amendment and the public safety bill later this week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the bill yield?
He will yield. Representative Driscowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Davnie, I'm trying to understand the fiscal parts of this proposal. Maybe I should ask Representative O'Driscoll to yield, but this money is currently being put into the general fund and then is being used to add additional spending on top of the about $1 billion additional money that this bill spends on top of the base, $1.6 billion, I think, above what's being spent on K through 12 education in the current biennium. So I'm questioning what does this do to our House rules, or our House fiscal rules about not spending beyond the budget targets?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, thank you for your question. As Representative O'Driscoll already outlined, the school trust land is a constitutional issue. Somebody pointed out to me the other day that part of Minnesota was in the Northwest Territories and part was in the Louisiana Purchase. I believe we're standing in the Louisiana Purchase portion of Minnesota. Representative Drazkowski, I represent the Northwest Territories. But the creation and distribution of the school trust lands I understand to be constitutional, therefore outside of our budget target.
Representative Drazkowski.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the Ways and Means Chair is here, but Representative Davnie, I understand the money is now going into the general fund from these dollars. Would Representative O'Driscoll yield?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative O'Driscoll, can you address this question? I'm told the money is now going into the general fund. So if we are taking general fund money and using it here, are we not violating our budget targets?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, to your question, the money that we're talking about is coming from the state surplus for this bill, and the monies that are going into the school trust lands will go in and help the students who have not been able to get to the money because of the way that the DNR has been managing funds. For example, we allow people to fish and to have places to launch their boat sets on school trust lands, but the kids never get paid for it. And so this is an attempt to try to be able to make the kids whole in a way that is constitutionally beneficial to the kids and fulfills our constitutional responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I am still not, it's about as clear as mud for me, but it appears this money is going into the general fund, and we are spending another $57 per pupil or something like that. In this amendment, I'm concerned about whether or not we're violating our own rules here. I'll continue to talk offline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2400, First and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A119.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have an amendment to the amendment I'd like to offer first.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you.
Erdahl moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 2400, the First and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A185.
The author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. And all this does is make the following amendment permissive.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in Is there any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The crux of what I've been trying to do is to make civics a required course for credit to juniors or seniors. It would now be encouraging school boards to do that. Currently, social studies is 3.5 credits. Civics can be part of that. In Minnesota, civics is currently taught in a variety of ways. Standards taught as part of another class in 9th grade, some to juniors or seniors, and unfortunately, some not at all. The editor of a Minnesota college newspaper attended the Twin Cities High School and informed me that she was never offered civics there. Now, this is the foundation of our country, and I simply don't believe that it's being taught as effectively as it can be to all students. The National Association of Education Progress reports that only 1 in 4 students in Minnesota graduate proficient in civics. However, we are teaching civics in Minnesota. It can be done better. It must be done better if we want to graduate students who can list more presidents than Kardashians. You probably heard some objections from outside this chamber. I've heard them, and I've offered solutions to all of them. But I can't fix, we won't do it because we don't want to. I believe students who are about ready to vote and participate in our democracy are at an age where civics is meaningful and engaging. For that reason, juniors or seniors should have civics. I hold out hope that this sentiment will somehow find receptive ears. Unfortunately, not today, and I withdraw this amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Creeshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A125.
The member from Morrison, Representative Creeshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this, I know we have an amendment to the amendment. Do you want to cover that first?
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Joachim moves to amend the Creeshaw Amendment to House File Number 2400, first engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A200.
The author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Joachim. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to grab it out of my files here. This amendment just clarifies some of the language in here so that we're more inclusive, and I believe there were some other folks that had wanted to speak to it.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment. See, Representative Joachim.
I would request a yes vote to the amendment
Seeing no further, Representative Creeshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to move to divide the amendment to the amendment. And Madam Speaker, I would like to move to divide between line 1.3 and 1.4 and take the second part first.
Representative Creeshaw, we're going to confirm that the amendment is divisible, and then we will take your motion. Representative Creeshaw, the amendment is divisible, and your motion is to divide the amendment and take action on the second part of the amendment, lines 1.4 and 1.5 first.
Thank you,
Representative Creeshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the second part, on what we have now, I would like to accept this. I think this is a good amendment, and I would like to proceed forward with this and ask members to vote in favor of it.
Further discussion to the motion. Members, the motion is to take action on lines 1.4 and 1.5 of the amendment to the amendment. Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Krisha, I would agree with you, and this should be a yes vote.
Further discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a bill that we've not heard in the committee, and it's got terminology in there that we're just not familiar with it. I think it's really important that we are looking at the ancestry of this great state of ours, and I think it's important that we encourage our students and our communities to be proud of their ancestries. And so on the bill, I would vote a yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on the motion to take action on lines 1.4 and 1.5. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. To the second part of the amendment, Representative Krisha.
And thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The reason I asked to divide this is because we're changing this from promotes to includes. And I think if you've been watching through our history, there's a lot of American exceptionalism that we need to recognize, along with many of the other pieces of the social studies curriculum. So with this, members, I would ask that we do not vote for this part of the amendment, and I would ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Line 1.3. Representative Joachim.
Madam Chair, I think the word promotes is just as acceptable, and while I understand where you're coming from, I would echo Representative Kunesh-Podein's statements that this is a bill that we haven't heard in committee. We were trying to be accommodating. Usually when standards are set, there's a 2-year-long process. So I think this gives us a chance to continue to look at this, and I believe someone else may want to speak.
Further discussion. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if Chair Davnie would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Davnie, this is dealing with, I don't serve on education and never have. And so in this amendment, under the amendment to the amendment, if that went on, the underlying amendment is talking about including in history lessons the idea that of either promoting or under the amendment to the amendment, including American exceptionalism in that. My question to you is, are we so prescriptive, generally speaking, in what we tell schools to teach? I don't know if we generally kind of pick out concepts in statute and say to schools, you must teach this, you must teach it from this angle. And that's kind of what I think what we're discussing here today, is whether we're going to tell schools, you should include talking about certain subjects, or we should tell schools, you should come in and do something and tell it with a certain point of view. And I just wonder if you could discuss for me and help me understand whether that's something we ordinarily do, or is that a completely new step that we're taking in this amendment and in the amendment to the amendment?
The author of the bill, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Liebling, I've never served on Health and Human Services and hope never to. So, we're kind of even there. Schools develop and identify and develop curriculum and train teachers to implement Minnesota's academic standards and the frameworks. The standards are kind of the headlines. The frameworks are the subhead that build out a little bit. What do you mean? And expand a little bit to provide greater direction. I do have some concern. About 15 years ago, we did actually run the academic standards through the legislature. You could offer amendments to the academic standards. It was a bad idea. We as politicians shouldn't be in charge of what the schools teach, because guess what? The students don't get the best, they get the political. So I do have some concern. We have a process for how we review academic standards in the state on a regular cycle with community and professional input. I would prefer that this ran through that process, but I think the Kunesh-Podine amendment significantly improved it by seeing all of Minnesota. You'll notice that the underlying amendment only saw some of Minnesota and some of the history and some of the impacts of that history. The Kunesh-Podine amendment that went on makes this a richer, wholer, and fuller review of American history, and with that, I support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion, the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Davnie gave, I think, a good background. I was here 15 years ago when the social studies standards were reviewed. But I just want to say that in answer to Representative Liebling, that in our Constitution for the state of Minnesota, it only actually lists about 2-3 things that we as a legislature and as a state are supposed to be responsible for. And education is top of the list.
Members, as a reminder, we are taking up the first part of the amendment, line 1.3, the language on line 1.3, and a yes vote would be to adopt that portion of the amendment, and a no vote would be to not adopt that portion of the amendment. Further discussion to the amendment, line 1.3. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended. Discussion. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Liebling, you're right. We shouldn't be prescriptive. And so after hearing your comments, I would like to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Krisha withdraws the A125 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A62.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, this amendment probably sounds like a mandate, but really it is not, because we already have in state statutes some requirements that the world's best workforce plans be submitted to MDE if there's going to be funding for school readiness and even for those in pre-kindergarten who would fall under the eligibility for school readiness. And after having reviewed many plans for the world's best workforce, which by way was Representative Marquardt's hallmark in the 2013-14 session, I find that the summaries that are submitted really are not far different from the plans that the districts have. So members, I would ask for your support of the A62 amendment, which requires the Department of Education to collect and review the world's best workforce plans for the reasons that I have cited. Thank you, members.
Discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a teacher myself and working in very diverse communities, I appreciate this bill. I think it's just so important that we are addressing and acknowledging the diversity of our students, and that we are providing opportunity and curriculum, an understanding of our diversity, our uniqueness in our schools. And I think it's a great idea that we report to the commissioner how we are doing this and why we're doing this, what groups we are able to work with and how we're doing that, so that we can look at ways not only to improve, but ways that we are celebrating the diversity and the beauty of our classrooms in Minnesota. So members, I would suggest that you vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A146.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A nice color choice today, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't know if you're aware or not, but there's in current law, there's an evaluation system whereby teachers are evaluated. It's known as the teacher development, and it's known as teacher development and evaluation. And teachers that are not meeting the professional standards are placed on an improvement process that either leads to improvement or may lead to their termination. The outcomes of these evaluations, however, are not public, so the parents have no way of knowing if their child is in a classroom with a teacher that is not meeting current standards. So what this would do is make those evaluations public. Well, it would make notification to the parents required if their teacher of their child is not meeting those requirements, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, once again, this is not a provision that we heard in committee. Observations and evaluations are a really important part of an administrator's toolbox. It allows them to provide constructive criticism and direction to their employees and help direct improvement. Teachers are evaluated by their administrators and peer coaches every year as part of TDE or QComp. Teachers use those evaluations to help hone their craft and their professionalism. During these evaluations, peer coaches and administrators use the Charlotte Danielson model to measure things from everywhere from how you establish a culture in your classroom to what your environment in your classroom is like. I could ask, I guess, how many of you here have benefited from evaluation and part of the job that you do? I'm sure it helped you do some needed improvement. How would you feel if those private communications between you and your employer were made public when they're supposed to be beneficial and working related with you, and actually started to be used them as a punishment? So that's what this amendment would do. It would take what is supposed to be a positive experience and the work product of that experience between the employer and the employee to make them do better in their classroom, and it would make it into a punitive one with those notes being made to the public. So you could almost guarantee almost every administrator in the state would probably not use this tool anymore. And without this tool to help make our teachers better in the classroom, because there are folks that are naturally gifted teachers, there's folks that aren't, there's folks that need more direction, this is simply an evaluation tool that's supposed to be meant to be constructive criticism and help direct teachers in the classroom. And I'm afraid that by taking this tool away, that this would really hurt our classrooms and our kids. So I would strongly suggest a no vote to this amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify that the reports themselves would not be made public. It would just, the parents would just be notified that the teacher in front of their kids is on a plan. The details of that plan would not be disclosed. And we have learned while I've sat on the education committees, we've learned that next to the parents, the teacher is the most influential person for that child as far as their educational achievements go. And so, members, we cannot afford to not have the right teacher in front of those kids. And the parents the parents have every right to know if that teacher in front of their child is on some sort of an improvement plan. There may be things that the parents can do to actually help bring that teacher along. So, members, I think it's a really important yes vote, and I would encourage a yes vote, and I would ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Scott, for bringing this amendment forward. In this bill, this amendment really cuts to the essence of what you believe the purpose of our education system is. Now, in the past, we were told that teachers could not be evaluated. That's right, we could not evaluate. It was so complicated, it was so intricate, you couldn't possibly evaluate teachers. That's why they all had to be paid the same. Steps and lanes. Or if you got a master's degree, then we'd pay you more there. But everyone get lumped in to this 1950s assembly line model of evaluating teacher performance. And finally, after reforms were enacted by this side of the aisle, we actually are able to get some teacher evaluations in law. And it's a simple question. Why does the education system exist? Is it there to provide full employment for the adults? Is it there to provide a self-esteem boost to the adults, or to allow elected officials or administrators to feel comfortable in their seats? Or is it intended to be there to educate kids? Every parent has the right to know the performance of their teacher. Now, I respect the fact that some people who know how to navigate the system, or maybe come from a privileged background where they can opt out of the public school system or send their kids to an open enrollment school, commute them to another district, they've got that opportunity and flexibility. A lot of parents out there don't have that flexibility. And education is supposed to be the ladder that lifts them up. When you relegate them to an ineffective teacher's classroom, you are literally stealing that child's future away. And we're not going after tenure or any of the other seniority privileges that are littered throughout our statute books to take care of the adults. But in this case, Representative Scott's asking for a simple item. And that is that if a teacher has not been up to the job, the parents have the right to know. The right to know that their children's education has the potential to be impacted in a negative way. A no vote on this is against transparency. A no vote is putting the interests of the adults ahead of the kids. Vote for the kids. Vote yes on the Scott Amendment.
Further discussion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a quick clarification there. Both the QComp process and the TDE process was actually bipartisan, so it wasn't just one side of the aisle. And my concern is observations and evaluations are really an important part of an administrator's toolbox, and they can just help hone a teacher's craft in the classroom. And my concern with the way this amendment's drafted and where you put it on line 120.11 through 120.13 and then on 122.30 to 122.32, it really is added where notes can be disclosed. The notes and the observations can be disclosed by putting it in this section. So I'm worried that our administrators won't have the tools in the toolbox that they need to help teachers improve in the classroom. This was never supposed to be meant as punitive. This is to help them improve so that we have highly qualified teachers in our classroom. So members, I'd strongly suggest a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A159.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment requires schools to publicly report and post the number of teachers at each school site placed on teacher improvement process and the average grade point average of each teacher. And I would ask for your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend her amendment to House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A196.
Representative Scott, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is just removing the GPA requirement. And I would request a yes vote.
Any discussion to the amendment to the amendment? Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scott. I've already discussed the importance of administrators in the evaluation process and part of the toolkit. This amendment also causes me concerns that it's turning something that's supposed to be a positive experience into a punitive one. That being said, where it is drafted in the language and the reporting and it's de-identified data, so it's slightly better. And I would suggest a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, discussion. Seeing no further discussion to the amendment as amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A149.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, this amendment would require that Minnesota teachers actually get to write the test questions for our Minnesota comprehensive assessments. We had discussion in committee, and this has been ongoing for a couple of sessions, about whether Pearson, who is the company contracted by MDE to produce the Minnesota comprehensive assessments, or our local teachers actually create the questions. And so to make sure that there's no misunderstanding, I think it's best that we put into statute the fact that when the MCAs are now going to be revised, for example, or changed in the future, that we ensure that it's our educators, our Minnesota educators, who write the questions. Then they can get from Pearson some suggestions if in fact the question is worded in such a way that it would not be applicable for a student's understanding level, but the content of the question must come from our Minnesota educators because they're the ones who are following the standards, teaching to the benchmarks, and ensuring that our children have knowledge and skills to be successful in the future. I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Erickson. Once again, this wasn't a provision that was discussed in committee, and I've been told that MDE, that teachers that construct the test questions cannot be proctors or test evaluators, and they have some concern. They've expressed some concern about finding enough teachers to fill all those requirements, but that being said, I think this is a good amendment, and I'd suggest a yes vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A72.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm on a roll here, I guess. This amendment, A72, requires that someone who would be involved in teaching journalism in our public schools, may be called a student media advisor, as is set down in this proposal before us today, have the same teaching credentials that are issued to any one of our other teachers in the public school, and that would be a license through PALSB. It is my concern that as the bill reads, it is suggested that someone from the outside could be delivering journalism to these students or working as part of an advisor in the student journalism world in our high schools. And having spent 25 years in the classroom teaching journalism and actually having Speaker Dowd as one of my students, he knows that I follow the standards of professional journalism. And so I think someone who is licensed and schooled in teaching journalism and imparting that knowledge and those skills to our students needs to be licensed like every other teacher in our classroom. I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Representative Erickson, you are on a roll. I would accept this friendly amendment to this very important section of this bill. So I suggest a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A91.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, the A91 is in regard to our foster children, and we had some discussion on the House floor when this amendment was added to the education bill, and it is concerning to some of us and continues to be concerning to me that there's not a clarification of what is in the best interest of a foster student when they're being placed in a school or in a district. And so this language would be clarifying that it's in the best interest of the student to be influenced by the preferences of the school or any additional costs that might be associated with the placement of the foster student. And I know that many of us have many foster children in our schools. They're transported. They are required, to be enrolled in our schools. So I think, members, we really want clarification on with their placement, and I would ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erickson. In a couple conversations that I've had with social workers and understanding really how this process works, the teacher is typically consulted to help determine what the best interest of the student is, but of course we don't want the financial interest of either of the school districts to play into what the best interest of the child means. So I would accept this friendly amendment, recommend a green vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tice moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A139.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is actually very easy. All it does is increases the proposed cross-subsidy reduction aid from 8.6 to 10% beginning in fiscal year 22.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Joachim moves to amend the Tice amendment to House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A193. Davnie?
The maker of the motion is Representative Davnie. Representative Davnie to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and apologies. I think we've got a bipartisan effort to confuse the front desk today, and it seems to be going well, unfortunately. Members, this amendment simply allows more responsible fiscal planning on the part of the state and the legislature by delaying the implementation of the proposed change 2 more years. I'd ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended. Discussion. Seeing no further, Representative Davnie.
I'd urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion to the amendment as amended, all those in favor, please signify by saying, you're standing to be recognized, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I urge a yes vote. However, I'm disappointed that we're pushing this off. This is one of the things that we talked about a lot and heard a lot about is taking care of the special education cross-subsidy. I know that it can be a hard decision to move the funds forward. This is a tough issue, but we shouldn't be pushing this off and just kicking it down. So I urge a yes vote on this. However, I don't think we should have pushed it off.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment as amended is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A64.
The member from Morrison, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just one more, and I'm going to get my notes. So this amendment just simply requires that adult basic education and early childhood family educator teachers be paid a salary that's comparable to other K-12. We should be moving them along and putting the standards in place. Let's also pay them at that same level.
Discussion. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a yes vote on the A64 amendment. In the bill, we have a provision that provide parities for our ABE and ACF teachers, and this will do something that's similar to that, and I urge your yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Backer moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A128.
The member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker, close Travers. That's okay.
My apologies.
No problem.
I will restate that so that your county gets what it the recognition it deserves. The member from Travers.
I'm just honored I'm referred to as a baker instead of a backer. So it happens. It's been this since day one. I tell the representative he's one letter short of greatness. But on the serious note, I got it on the House floor, Representative. So on the serious note, what this bill does, this amendment does, folks, is just give you a little history. I'm represent as far west as you can get in Minnesota. I actually live on the hump, bump, tip, elbow, nose on Minnesota. Thank you, Nels, Representative. So, but one of the challenges that we have in that district is we service a lot of children in South Dakota. Because Browns Valley School District does such a wonderful job, the Sisseton-Wahpeton tribe actually sends the students over to our school district because we have taken students that have entered kindergarten and preschool nonverbal, and by the time that they're third grade, they are fully reading. We're a five-star school. 60% of our students are Native Americans, roughly. We have 77% free and reduced lunches and so forth. So our staff does a wonderful job. The challenge that we have is Title IV money, which is federal money, requires that all schools that have Native American students meet and consult with the tribe. Well, because Sisseton-Wahpeton tribe is not recognized as one of the 11 Minnesota tribes, our staff has to go down all the way from western Minnesota all the way down to St. Paul to do this consulting. And it just makes sense that we would do the consulting with the tribe that we provide almost most of the Native American students in our school are Sisseton-Wahpeton members and so forth. Where the school sits, it's less than 1 mile from tribal land. We have been working very diligently with the Tribal Education Committee here, and I'm thinking that we're going to reach a compromise for this. So at this moment, Madam Speaker, I'm withdrawing this amendment.
Representative Backer withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Jurgens moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A161.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What this amendment does is if a nonprofit in a community wishes to pay for and fund a community partner, that this allows it. It is not currently prohibited in law. This just cleans it up and makes it clear.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Davnie moves to amend the Jurgens amendment to House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A195.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Jurgens, you have an interesting idea here to clarify. We just want to make sure that the employment relationship remains the same. If Target Corporation comes in and wants to fund a full-service community school in a community near one of their stores, fantastic. But they shouldn't then be the ones deciding that suddenly the school uniform is khaki bottoms and a red top, and that the service learning opportunity happens to be stocking the store shelves at the nearby Target store. So with accountability, which this amendment to your amendment provides, I ask for a yes vote on both amendments. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Representative Jurgens.
Funny that you mentioned Representative Davnie, the khakis and red shirt. I made the mistake of going into Target one day with khakis on and a red shirt. And I was asked several questions, and now they've loosened their dress code and they even allow jeans. So I urge all members to just be careful when you go to Target. I appreciate the sentiment behind the amendment to the amendment. The question comes then, if a nonprofit in a city or a community decides to stop funding a community school, then who pays for that? Does the school district then become obligated to pick up the cost of that person? So I think that while I agree with this sentiment and I appreciate the sentiment, I would urge a no vote to the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Jurgens, sorry we disagree. Members, a lot of schools go out to their communities, to their parents, to the businesses in their communities, to others, and solicit donations. Soliciting donations to support a full-service community school, just fine. But the use of those monies and the employment relationships should remain within the school district. The public should know that public staff are publicly accountable to the public schools. That's what the A195 amendment does. I'd ask for your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, Representative Jurgens.
I urge support of the amendment, even as amended. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor to the amendment as amended, say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A154.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep calling you that. Madam Speaker, I do have an amendment to the amendment I'd like to offer first.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend his amendment to House File number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A169.
Representative Erdahl, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what the amendment to the amendment does is that it removes references to the world's best workforce that currently are in the bill or amendment. I chatted with the Representative Marquardt about this and reached this conclusion.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Our Minnesota Social Studies benchmarks currently require experiential or learning by doing. Although they are not referenced in those terms, they mean the same thing. Voting, caucusing, writing letters. What this amendment does is to clarify, define, and raise the relevance of learning by doing. States currently using similar models have found that classes in government become real and exciting. Students who are engaged are more receptive to learning. My proposals are meant to help all students. Understanding the tools of government is a key toward closing the achievement gap. I used to break my school's classrooms into states and gave them electoral votes in a presidential election when I was teaching. New London Spicer students gained greater understanding of how our electoral system works through being engaged in the system. I ask for your support in this vote.
Discussion to the amendment as amended, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Erdahl, thank you for bringing this forward. As a former social studies and civics teacher myself, Representative Erdahl is right. Civic life, vibrant civic life and involvement should be part of our social studies curriculum and our civics curriculum. I don't know that we have a problem with that these days. I'd only point members to the March for Our Lives movement that has spread across the country from after the killings at Parkland. Those students are on the march for gun violence prevention, and those who choose to not hear their voices do so at their own risk. Just today, we had young people here as part of the efforts to move the needle on climate change, and I've been present and had the opportunity to speak at the student climate strike just a few weeks ago with Representative Hornstein. Because youth today feel threatened by climate change, and they're engaged and they're involved and they're demanding that we act. I'm not sure we need to teach them that because I think they got the idea. And Representative Erdahl, I know that many on my side of the aisle will support this because they believe that better civics education in our schools means more votes for Democrats from 18-year-olds. And we also know that how a person starts voting tends to be how they continue to vote. So I'm urging a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A120.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We take our students in Minnesota take a 50-point test based on the naturalization test that immigrants take. Now, we don't require any accounting of that test. I've read studies that assert test results must be accountable to make them meaningful. We have standardized tests in math, reading, and science. The results are categorized and reported. I'm not asking that this be done in civics, but I don't think it's unreasonable for a school district to simply report the percent of graduates who pass this test each year. But unfortunately, everyone doesn't agree with me on that, and so I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
Representative Erdahl withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A143.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The A143 would kind of piggyback on the discussion that we've had in the last couple of amendments about civic life and students being able to understand our Constitution, their constitutional rights. And so in this amendment, it would include the expression of political views as protected by a free press rights for our student journalists. And members, I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erickson. The underlying language in our bill addresses teaching journalistic standards for our students. And part of that is so that they can practice their freedom of expression in a safe environment of our schools and under direction of a media advisor teacher. So this would allow them to practice freedom of the press and freedom of expression in a safe environment, and part of the journalistic standards would allow them to do freedom to express political viewpoints in their opinion sections of their school newspaper. So I would accept this as a friendly amendment to this very important provision in the bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A105.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment would provide parents a copy of the instructional materials that would be used to provide sexual health instruction and inform parents of the requirements of that section of statute. And if a parent or adult student requests alternative instruction, the school district and charter schools must provide such instruction. And that's kind of the nutshell of the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Lippert. Oh. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Lippert. Representative Joachim.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I believe there's an amendment to the amendment as well, coded A198.
Thank you, Representative Joachim. There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Joachim moves to amend the Scott amendment to House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A198.
To your amendment, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And folks should know, very important part of the underlying language that's in current law is that parents have the option to view the view what's being taught in the classroom, and they also have a chance to opt their student out. So what this amendment to the amendment does is it does take out lines 1.4 to 1.7 before the opt-out, because if a parent is not happy after viewing the curriculum that the district is going to teach, they can opt their child out and teach them whatever they'd like. So I suggest a yes vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request a roll call on both the amendment to the amendment and then the final amendment.
Representative Scott, we will
Take it one at a
request
time.
a roll call to the amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. We can take the other motion separately. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. And the language in the amendment to the amendment would allow, by just saying that the parents would have access, they could require the parents, if they want to have access to that information, just to come on Thursday afternoon at 2 p.m. And that would be their one opportunity for access. So I think this amendment to the amendment is problematic, and I would encourage a no vote.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I guess I have never heard of that supposition that parents would only be allowed to view it at a very specific time. I don't think that would happen, and I just want to make clear that people understand. If you vote no on this amendment to the amendment, you're voting no on a parent being able to view the curriculum or view the model program, and then you're also voting no on parental opt-out. So that is why I'm suggesting you vote yes if you would like parents to be able to view the model. Sorry, it's been a long day already. This is not good. So if you want the parents to be able to view what their students are being taught, and if you want them to be able to opt out, you better vote yes on this amendment.
Discussion. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I would encourage a no vote. I don't believe Representative Joachim's assessment of her own amendment is correct, and I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And will the author of the amendment yield?
She will yield. Representative Kresha.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Joachim, can you just walk me through, because I think the important thing here is we want to make sure parents have access to it. I think that's where we have a point of commonality and agreement. So can you walk me through how you get to that assertion that we would actually be taking away that accessibility? I just want to make sure I understand and that our reasoning is on the same page.
Representative Joachim.
Madam Chair, Representative Kresha, I appreciate being able to clarify that. So if you look on page 171 in line 26, the amendment before the amendment maintains the language in the underlying amendment saying provides parents, and it says access to is part of the amendment. So it would read, provides parents access to instructional materials used to provide sexual health instruction and inform parents of the requirements of section 120B.20. And then it would read after that, the district or charter school must allow the parent or adult student to opt the student out of sexual health instruction with no academic or other penalty for the student. That's how the amendment to the amendment would read.
Representative Kresha.
And I apologize, I'm going to have you do that one more time because I just was pulling the bill out. So starting on 171, can you just walk me through that one more time?
Are you asking her to yield? She will yield. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what it would say is provide parents access to the instructional material used to provide sexual health instruction and inform parents of the requirements of section 120B.20. The district or charter school must allow the parent or adult student to opt the student out of sexual health instruction with no academic or other penalty for the student.
Representative Kresha. Representative Kresha passes. Any further discussion to the amendment? A roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 58 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended, discussion. Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the amendment as amended and would encourage members to vote yes. I think it's important to be transparent and provide access to these materials for the district provide access to these materials, and I trust local districts to communicate this information effectively and fairly, so I support this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, members. So there's a little situation in my district going on right now with some book material, which I'll speak at on third reading. But I think having parents have access to, they really should have the copies of. In my district, there's some 8th graders that are reading some very interesting books. In one of these classes, the students were not allowed to bring the books home, and the parents were also not notified of the material that the children were reading. Once the word got out, then the parents were informed, but that access to is not as strong as a copy of.
Any further discussion? The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like a roll call on the bill.
Representative Scott requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 ayes, Christensen votes aye. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment as amended is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A104.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment requires that parents be notified if the mandated Planned Parenthood sexual health instruction is being taught by unlicensed instructors, if those instructors are affiliated with Planned Parenthood, and for the report to the Department of Education to include the number of unlicensed instructors. We're going to have, I think, some lively discussion here later about licensed and unlicensed teachers and pass the tiered licensure system. And one of the things that we want to do, state law requires that mandated public instruction be delivered by instructors either licensed by professional educators, the licensing board, or that they get some sort of a waiver or a variance. And I think it's essential that members of the public, that parents and taxpayers know that the sex education curriculum in this bill was written in part, at least, by Planned Parenthood. You can go to their website, they're promoting this, and you can see some language that they think is important to have in sex ed curriculum, and it's verbatim what's in this bill. So members of the public need to understand that Planned Parenthood, a very controversial organization, is putting forth its agenda into our public schools. In fact, Planned Parenthood, they boast on their website about how they are already reaching 50,000 Minnesotans across the lifespan, including young people in elementary, middle, and high schools, as well as parents and adults. So let there be no question to members of the public where this curriculum came from. It came from Planned Parenthood, and under the current language, someone from Planned Parenthood itself can come and provide the instruction. This amendment would change that and require that it be done by a licensed teacher or someone that had gotten special permission or a waiver. And I encourage a yes vote on the amendment. Thank you, speakers, and I'd ask for a roll call, Madam Speaker.
A roll call having been requested, there will be a roll call, seeing 15 hands. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make clear that there are many organizations that care about the health and safety of our youth and advocate for comprehensive sexual education programming because it provides better outcomes across the board on things that we all care about, including religious organizations. So I'm in the United Church of Christ, and my denomination, along with the Unitarian Universalists, developed a comprehensive sexual education program 30 years ago. And there are clergy and lay volunteers and congregations across the country who are trained to offer this curriculum and offer expertise on this curriculum, as are physicians, public health professionals, and others who are connected to a variety of organizations in our communities. So I support being transparent about this in our communities, to communicate this with parents who's teaching their children this important material that parents want and that provides better outcomes for the health and safety of our youth. And so I support this amendment.
Discussion. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to clarify. I have two amendments lined up here next to each other, and I apologize. I'd want to clarify that the 104 requires that parents be informed that the instructor is not licensed, and I'd encourage your support.
Discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for members of the public who may be watching us on TV or hearing us, I just want to correct the record because there were some misrepresentations made. There's no curriculum in this bill. The Minnesota legislature does not, and I would say should not, determine and direct curriculum. So there's no curriculum in this bill. There's no mention of Planned Parenthood either in this bill. Open up the bill on your computers, hit Control F, type in Planned Parenthood in the search function on your browser, and you'll come up with 0. When I taught social studies, I brought in guest speakers, the very thing that Representative Scott opposes. No guest speakers. The language that Representative Lippert has worked on and knows well from his work as a pastor, the value of comprehensive sexual education, that language does not include curriculum, does not include Planned Parenthood, but does allow for your local physician to come in and talk, your local nurse to come in and talk, your local public health department to come in and talk. Heck, Representative Lippert, you could come in and talk under the direction and supervision of the teacher of record. Members, I just wanted to clarify for the public the confusion that may have been, I'm sure, inadvertently offered by previous speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. We have a lot of amendments to get through, but it was only occurring to me as I was listening to this discussion that actually I myself have spoken at several schools on the issue of sexual exploitation and trafficking. They happen to be schools that are religious-based as opposed to public schools, but I can think of several of them where I was invited in as part of, there's a number of our religious schools that have students looking at the issues of trafficking and exploitation, and in the course of that, talking about issues of consent and exploitation, a number of issues that relate to sexual health. I am very happy to have parents be aware of the fact that I'd be coming in, certainly not as a licensed teacher, brought in as a guest speaker, as referenced by Chair Davnie. This is not about one particular organization. It keeps on being brought up. There's some organization involved. Anytime that somebody's coming in from an outside organization, sure, it makes sense that parents should be aware of it. This is about the health and the safety of our children. Thank you, Representative Lippert, for pushing this, and Chair Davnie, and Representative Scott as well for bringing this amendment forward. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to that point, I think that there needs to be some clarification on this. We're not just talking about sexual exploitation and the legal ramifications and that issue. We are talking about a personal matter that is outside the realm of simply health and biology. We are talking about the issue of sexual health and how that is handled as a family and as a faith. And, you know, when we start talking about that, this is a personal issue that these families are dealing with and absolutely should know about. And this is not just bringing in a community expert to talk about something like being an expert in the shop class or agriculture or some of these. We're talking, as a father of 4 daughters, very proud of that, and a son, those are conversations that I need to control with my wife and to help them along. Trust, I will have those conversations. That's my job, but it is not our job in this room today to prescribe how this is handled. We are still the primary caregivers and the primary information about things that are very important to how we handle bringing our families together, how we help our kids educate them. And there's a whole spectrum of issues here. There are things that I will talk to my children about that I don't think is appropriate that I would talk to them about other issues. Nor should I be telling our beliefs to other people in the classroom setting. And so I want to make sure I understand the conversations we're having about this, but I want to make sure we're not shifting the spectrum to say, this is just bringing in a community expert, like you're going to come in and just talk about this in a nonchalant manner. We are talking about consent, sexual reproduction, and the ramifications of how this is on a family. And that is very important to many of us. And I do not believe we should go quietly by allowing this to happen in the public arena when those things and those conversations that happen in our home still give us the basis for many, many of the foundations that build strong families. That's what we are talking about, members. This is not just a little pink slip that goes home in the book bag that says, oh, by the way, the nurse is going to come in and talk about sexual health. There's a difference between how you take care of yourself biologically and how you take care of yourself spiritually and in a relationship with your partner down the road. That conversation, I do not believe, should be sent from this room down to the schools to figure that out. We're already doing health and reproduction. We're already giving them the essentials of what a school should do. But let the parents educate and work with their kids, because it's a lifelong conversation that must be started at the earliest possible time.
Further discussion. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Davnie, it's right here on Planned Parenthood's website. And if you look at their language, it lines up exactly with some of the words that are right here in what's proposed on page 170. And Representative Lippert is more evidence of this is from Planned Parenthood and in coordination with Planned Parenthood. You made their website as well. They love what you've introduced. So don't try to talk this side of the aisle out of the fact that that Planned Parenthood is behind this curriculum. And they say right in their documents that Minnesota doesn't have a statewide plan. They've left it to the districts before. They want a statewide curriculum, and that's what this bill establishes. Don't be fooled, members of the public. This is Planned Parenthood's idea, and it's their agenda that's going to be shoved down your kids' throats. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies for addressing you in the incorrect way previously. I apologize. You are the speaker when you're in the chair, and it took Representative Davids to correct me on that. So I apologize, Madam Speaker. I want to address this issue too, because even though I've heard a member say that if you do a Google search, none of this comes up, Representative Scott is actually very correct, because I did an extensive Google search, and Planned Parenthood even has a method for implementing sexual health education, and you could find it if you go deeply enough into their website. Furthermore, they have developed 3 videos to educate young people. One of those is how to have safer sex. So those of you who are watching and listening to this, don't be duped by this provision in this education omnibus bill, because it is harmful to our children. As one legislator said, it is the responsibility of a school to teach biology, not to teach values and not to overextend what a family believes in. So members, if there are 3 videos available through Planned Parenthood to use for teaching this sexual health education, and it's not directly said that it's for this Minnesota program, but it is there. And if that is not moving toward the direction of curriculum, I don't know what it is. So members, please keep in mind that this is taking our children down the wrong path for learning about their precious lives and their futures, and not getting a chance to focus on biology, and not getting a chance to learn that their families have values that they want to teach them at home.
The member from Dakota, Representative Mann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we're getting a little bit off the rails on this particular topic. The conspiracy theories are getting a little overwhelming. What is harmful to our children is when we keep them in the dark and when we don't teach them things about the world. Data shows that comprehensive sexual education decreases rates of STI, decreases rates of pregnancies, decreases rate of abusive relationships. So the fact that we're saying the exact opposite and we're going against the face of data and against the face of facts is a little irritating. And the other thing is when we talk about teaching beliefs in school, how a sexually transmitted infection is transmitted is not a belief, it is a fact. Having sex gets you pregnant, it is not a belief, it is a fact. So we need to teach you these things because they are facts in our world, they are not beliefs. And at the end of the day, if you don't like it, you can take your kids out. You have that option. So no one is cramming anything down anyone's throat. We're just teaching kids what happens in the world.
Further discussion to the amendment, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to point out, too, there's 2 letters on your desk. I know Representative Lippert was going to point this out. University of Minnesota did an extensive research on this, and then also the Minnesota Medical Association supports this bill. 2 institutions I do admire. And then also, if you look on lines 170.28 to 170.30, it's an important part of the bill, and it says under the school program that they're supposed to make sure they teach children to respect community values and encourages students to communicate with parents or guardians, faith, health, and social service professionals, and other trusted adults about sexuality and intimate relationships. We are encouraging students to talk to their parents about this because it is important. So I just want to make those 2 quick clarifications.
Further discussion. The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the word conspiracy theory. That's not true. As Representative Scott pointed out, as Representative Erickson pointed out, this is language verbatim on Planned Parenthood's website. When I look at the bill here, on line 170.7, comprehensive sexual health education programs for elementary students. Elementary students. When I think back, I was in 7th or 8th grade before I was exposed to the biology of male and female. That's middle school, and it's strictly pure biology and sexual anatomy. Science. When I further read the bill, line 170.16, including relationships involving diverse sexual orientations and gender identities. That's not biology. We heard that there's an opportunity for parents to opt out. So what we're seeing here is moving exposure to this content to the elementary age group, language promoted by Planned Parenthood, and then it's assumed it's okay unless the parent opts out. We live in a day and age when there's been a paradigm shift in multiple areas where it should be assumed it's not okay until there's an affirmative opt-in. And this is one of those areas which should absolutely be the case. Empowering parents to give an affirmative opt-in, assuming it's not okay to begin with. Members, we just celebrated, or those who are Christians just celebrated Resurrection Day, Easter. And it was over this period of time that I was reminded of some comments from Jesus. One of the comments he spoke about was little ones. And I had this bill over the break. I was reading, you can see it marked up here. I have other language that's marked up. As I was contemplating this bill over this past Easter break and the words of Jesus Christ and the little ones, whosoever should offend one of these little ones, it would be better that a millstone were tied around his neck. To me, members, this is the type of content exposing young minds to content is the clear definition of offending little ones and polluting their minds with content that they are not ready for at elementary ages. Not ready for, shouldn't be part of their purview at that age. We need to wait until they're more mature. We need to ensure that parents are empowered and that there's an affirmative opt-in to this type of content. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just rise to share some statistics as long as we're talking about facts. I think the Center for Disease Control is a good area to have facts on, okay? And they estimated in 2014, and you can check the data, that the number of STDs in this country, USA, is 110 million members. Okay, that means 1 in 3 people, according to their high estimate, are walking around with an STD. Now, we've had a form of comprehensive sex ed. I'm old enough to remember when sex ed came into the schools since about the 60s. And when I was on the school board, we had a sex ed endorsed by Planned Parenthood called Values and Choices out of the Search Institute. I renamed it Ever Searching and Ever Coming to the Knowledge of the Truth. But members, 110 million. 50% of new STD infections are between 15 and 24. The annual cost to our medical system is over $16 billion a year. What we're doing is not working. We can manipulate all the facts that we want, okay? But the fact is, even the CDC says it's at an epidemic level, and more comprehensive sex ed and mandating that in this bill is not the answer, okay? If you care about the children, I think Representative Lucero's suggestion of opting in should be appropriate, along with parents viewing the curriculum prior to having it taught to their children. Allow local control. We've had local control on this with Planned Parenthood's influence. Now you want to mandate it. Members, I'm not going to ask us to count off by threes to get the full impact of 110 million, but I want you to think about that. We have created a sex-saturated society where we even identify ourselves based on our sexual behaviors. This is perverted and unhealthy. Think about it, members. And now we want to teach it down to the elementary level? This is craziness. Please vote to remove this and protect the children. It can be accomplished at the local level. We don't need to indoctrinate them with perverted, unhealthy behaviors that result in 110 million Americans having an STD. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Rice, Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to remind members that we're on Amendment 104, and I urge support of this amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion and a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. And the amendment is coded A102.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is the amendment that requires that those teaching the mandated Planned Parenthood sexual health curriculum to be licensed teachers. And with that, members, I would like a roll call for this. And then if Representative Lippert.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Representative Lippert would yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, Representative Lippert, under the current language in the bill, could indeed someone from Planned Parenthood come in and teach the curriculum?
Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, so this bill does allow for experts from the community to come in, and districts currently rely on expertise from the community from time to time, and school districts recognize the delicacy of this topic and how important it is to handle it carefully and and communicate that well with parents also. Planned Parenthood is one organization that works to support comprehensive sexual health education, as do many other organizations like the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault and religious organizations too. So there's a broad swath of expertise that communities could draw on, or school districts could draw on to teach.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if Representative Lippert would continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. So Representative Lippert, that was a yes, I'm assuming?
Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To repeat at a high level, there are many organizations who care about the health and safety of our youth going forward, who support comprehensive sexual health curriculum and programming because it provides better outcomes on the things that we all care about: reducing pregnancies, reducing sexually transmitted diseases, delaying the onset of sexual behavior, reducing sexual assault. So there are a wide variety of experts who are capable of providing support to school districts if that's needed.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Lippert, if you're standing behind your bill, why don't you just come out and say that yes, Planned Parenthood could come into the classroom and teach this curriculum? If he would continue to yield.
Will he yield? He will yield. Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been saying that there's a broad coalition of organizations here. Planned Parenthood is one of them, and there's a broad coalition of expertise that school districts could draw on if they choose, and I trust school districts to make the decision that's right for them and right for their local districts.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Lippert, so I take that as a yes. You included Planned Parenthood in that answer. Madam Speaker, did I already ask for a roll call on this amendment?
Representative Scott, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Lippert.
I would encourage members to vote against Amendment A102. We want to preserve the flexibility that districts currently have as they bring in outside expertise, and we heard from testimony earlier of some of the wide variety of experts that may be able to support districts in this sort of instruction. So I'd encourage members to vote no.
Representative Krisha, further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would encourage a green vote to represent Representative Scott's. Yeah, this is a difficult conversation, and it should be. And one of the things that we've just heard, and I respect the conversation, I respect the debate, of what it means to bring an expert in. Members, parents are still the experts. And I don't see anywhere in this bill where you would be bringing a parent in to invite them into your classroom to talk about this topic. Where would that be appropriate? At what school district, and I was an educator as well, I taught, where would it ever be right, but this bill allows for this, for me to contact a parent who should be an expert, right? I mean, can we all agree that parents are the expert in the sexual education of their own kids? They should be. And so if what we have here is some are shaking their heads saying, no, parents aren't the expert on this, then I think we have a real gap in this debate. And I think we have found the issue. Because there are some of us in this side who believe that parents should still be having those conversations. And if they're not, we need to help them get there. That is our job. As a teacher, I worked with many, many parents to help them get to what it could be to help them with issues. But I never directed it. And I think the fundamental difference that we're hearing today is some of us believe this happens in the parental realm. We get education to them. It happens in our faith community. It happens in our groups, in our family groups. Others believe it's best directed from this room by the government. You can pick which side you want. I'll choose the community and the faith and the parents every time over a group of legislators telling parents what they believe.
Further discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I would join Representative Lippert in asking for a no vote. I referenced earlier on Representative O'Driscoll's amendment that there's a pattern of amendments today where we send the message that we do not trust our local school boards, our local superintendents, the principals, the teachers. This is one of those amendments where we say, you don't know the community values in your community. We, 134 members of the House, know better. I'm going to trust that that teacher knows what their strengths are, what areas they need to bring in an outside expert, what community organization they should draw on, who should come in after discussion with the superintendent or with the school principal. And many of those people, in fact, will be parents. Representative Mann, she'd be perfectly appropriate to bring in as a physician. Representative Morrison, she'd be perfectly appropriate to bring in as a guest speaker. Both physicians, both parents. And nothing in this bill takes away my central role in my children's lives. We relied on our church to provide sexuality education for both of our children, supplemented by the schools. We had no objection to the schools, but we wanted to go to our faith community as well. Nothing in this bill prohibits other parents across the state from making that same choice, while we also trust our local teachers, principals, and school districts to make the best choice for their district, knowing their communities better than the 134 of us do. I'd urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would urge a green vote on this. Thank you, Representative Scott. I'm the father of 6 kids. I don't think anybody else here has that many. If you do, you're probably as shaky as I am on certain nights, but that's my job. That's my wife's job. That is a role that we take very, very seriously. Do I think that that is my job on all these things and one size fits all per each kid? No. Each of my kids is different, and I have to approach it differently with each of them. That's my job, my responsibility. My wife and I take that very, very seriously. And I just don't think that having a community group that I don't know anything about to come in and do this is the appropriate answer here. So I support Representative Scott. I agree with Representative Krisha. And I am astounded that you don't think that parents are able to do that. When I heard so many people saying, no, well, I disagree with that. It is a parent's job. It is the parent's job to do that function. And I have done it differently with even my two oldest are 2 boys. I approached it very, very differently with each of them. And I don't hear that here, so I encourage a vote to support Representative Scott's amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really interesting conversation, and I can tell you I've been one of those teachers that have taught sexuality and sex education in the elementary level. I was a 6th grade teacher, and I was voted from within the team of 4 teachers to be the one to do that. And I took that role very, very seriously because I knew that when I was a young adolescent, we got that really basic little class that we got, you got girls in one room, boys in the other, and they told you some of the basic things that are happening with your body, but they didn't tell you the details. And they didn't go into it. And why didn't they? Because those instructors, those teachers were not comfortable doing that. As a licensed teacher, I had to take coursework, I had to take classes that prepared me and gave me the courage to teach those sort of subjects. And I have to tell you, that was one of the most rewarding, intelligent conversations that I had with my students. I had 100 students. We spent an entire quarter talking about human sexuality, human reproduction, how our bodies work, what are the effects of unprotected sex, what are the ways to prevent pregnancies. These are 6th grade students, and they had the best questions ever. I had a little box, and students could anonymously put a question in that box, and we would pull 2 of those questions every day, and we would respond to those questions. If I didn't know the answer to that question, I would answer it. Not every parent is prepared to share that kind of information or has that kind of information to relate to their students. My students trusted me, my parents trusted me, my school district trusted me, and I knew it was a huge responsibility. I do not know one school district or one teacher that would not take this very, very seriously. And school districts do not just willy-nilly pull somebody in from the outside. Actually, at the school that I teach at now, the middle school contracts with an outside source to provide those kind of services because the Phi Ed teacher is just not comfortable doing that. The staff knows this, the teachers know this, the parents know this. And if there is a student that's not comfortable with it, or parents that aren't comfortable with it, they come up to my library. So when you are all kind of doing some more of this fear-mongering, they're going to teach our kids the wrong stuff, they're going to share all the wrong information with my kids, this is my responsibility. It is. It's a responsibility of our parents to ensure that our students are getting real, true, factual information about their sexuality, their human sexuality, and their reproductive rights. It opens that conversation. There are many parents that came to me and said, thank you for talking to my kid about this because it opened up the conversations. I didn't know what questions to ask my students. A lot of times the students don't know what to do, don't know how to approach their parents with questions. So once again, I'm going to ask you to respect and support your school district's decisions. And if this is something you're not comfortable with your own children, then definitely you can opt out. We all want to be able to control the information that our students are getting. And this is one way to ensure that that is going to happen. And so I would support Representative Lippert's amendment and ask you to vote no on the other.
Madam Speaker, I'd move for a call of the House.
Representative Doubt moves for a call of the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be asked to bring in the absent members.
Representative Winkler moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members. Members, just wanted to draw your attention to a visitor that's in the gallery with us today. Congressman Pete Stauber is visiting the House chamber today. Welcome to the House of Representatives. And we are back to the Scott Amendment discussion. Seeing no further discussion and a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, the House is under call. Members, please vote. The House is under call. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Winkler moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails and the call of the House has been lifted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A78.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I go on, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, my amendment would actually remove this very contentious section from the bill, the section that would mandate for our school districts, both elementary and secondary schools, to have comprehensive sex education. I've heard from the other side that this bill is all about local control and that this is an assault on school districts, that we would not trust them. Members, this is an assault on the local control of school districts. We are mandating, with a must, the types of things that should be taught for sex education. And not just from kindergarten on up, but in our elementary schools, we now have VPK, which is included as part of elementary school. So this would be preschool through 12th grade. This is not only an assault on the local control of our elected school board members and school districts to determine what is taught and when is taught when it comes to sex education. It's also an assault on parents. Because as we have heard here, first of all, parents are our #1 educators, and I've always believed that as a teacher. And I've told my parents that, the parents of my students. This basically says government knows best. Government's going to pick one-size-fits-all sex education from pre-K all the way up to the 12th grade. That is not right. Not when it involves a sensitive subject, a very personal subject that parents deserve to teach their children. Or they can choose to hand that off to school board members who can do it, but it's their choice at the local level. You know, we constantly, or not constantly, but sometimes lament that huge giant businesses like Google and Amazon or the big box stores are closing out our small mom and pop stores in our communities. And we could debate the pros and cons of those kinds of big stores. But here's government coming in to be a big box educator on sex education. I don't think sex education deserves to be big box education. It should be driven by the local parents and the local school boards. One-size-fits-all government-mandated sex education is really one-size-fits-nobody. It's a sensitive subject. It should be left up to local control as to what to teach and how to teach it. So my amendment would strip this portion out and revert back to what we've had before, which basically says school districts need to develop health education, sex education, but it leaves it up to the districts and the parents to decide. You know, I was curious. I know that Planned Parenthood has had a hand in developing this provision. We know that because it's coming verbatim, as Representative Scott showed, and is written in the bill. It is also written in the bill that the Department of Education would develop model sex education curriculum for elementary and secondary schools. So I thought, well, since Planned Parenthood is driving this, and they're the ones that are promoting this comprehensive sex education for both elementary and secondary, I should go on their site and see what kind of curriculum they suggest, because you can bet that they're going to be part of developing the state curriculum, model curriculum, or different samples that our districts can choose from. So I went to Planned Parenthood's website, and I found a book that they endorse, and it's called It's Perfectly Normal. And this is their ideal for comprehensive sex education. I won't hold it up because it'd probably be considered a prop, but I'll keep it right here because I'd like to refer to it a little bit. If parents understood that this is what is included in comprehensive sex education, I don't believe the survey would have been the same results as it is here on this handout we got from Representative Lippert. Of course, the majority of parents, if they're going to hear, well, should we have comprehensive sex education, they're thinking, all right, that's the biology of sex education. Yep, that should be taught in schools. We can teach biology. They don't understand that it's this kind of thing. Members, I'd love to page through this and show you some photos, but I can't, because what's in here would be considered pornography anywhere else outside of this. And if you'd like to see it afterwards, come and see me, because it is pornography. And it says right here it's for ages 10 and up. In this, it teaches a number of types of sex, and I won't name those because it wouldn't be appropriate for the decorum of the floor, and many other things that we would be appalled with. And this is the kind of thing that's going to get driven down, not even just to kindergarten, but to preschool. I just think this is an affront to school districts. It's an affront to parents. Again, it's a very personal subject, and it should be left up to parents in local school districts on exactly what they want to teach and how they want to teach it. Things like this, when government gets involved, it becomes a value-less education. And sex education of all things should never be value-less, or we're going to get more of the things that we're seeing in society today, more STDs, more of many things that we don't want to see in the area of sex ed. It normalizes things that parents, not every parent believes should be normalized. Members, I don't believe that what we're doing here is called sex education, because when I look at sample curriculums like this isn't sex education, this is sex grooming. And we should not be involved in this as a state. I've heard, well, it's developmentally appropriate. The bill says that we should have developmentally appropriate education for sex education. Well, not every parent agrees that certain things should be driven down to the kindergarten or preschool level for sex ed. I would bet the majority don't. So members, I would ask support for this amendment. And again, I believe I asked for a roll call, because this should be left up to our local school boards, elected members of the school boards. This should be left up to our parents. And finally, I actually spoke to some school board members as well as district superintendents about this. And I asked their thoughts. Would you want a mandate? None of them said that they wanted a mandate on this. One of the superintendents I spoke to said, you're going to put me between a rock and a hard place with my parents, because there are many parents who are going to be upset about this, who find out by accident that it's being included in their child's education. So let's bring this back to local control, real local control, and not mandate comprehensive sex education on our districts and on our parents, but allow them to choose what they want to do. Thank you, members.
The member from Rice, Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise to oppose this amendment and encourage a no vote on it. I want to clear up a couple things. First, districts and parents are still in the driver's seat with this legislation. Districts can opt out of the model program and provide assurance of the sexual health education that they are providing to the Department of Education. Second, parents, if the model program is being used, can opt out, have their children taken out of that instruction, as they can with sexual health curriculum currently. This does require for the instruction to be developmentally appropriate, and as an example of a conversation that would be elementary appropriate, there are conversations about what safe touch, what good touch and bad touch is. That's a developmentally appropriate way to begin a conversation around consent, and it's extremely important. Schools deal with developmentally appropriate instruction all the time in math, science, and reading, and they can with sexual health too. On your desk, you have some research from the University of Minnesota on comprehensive sexual health education. I draw your attention to it. First, it says that parents do support comprehensive sexual health education, an abstinence-only plus approach to sexual health education, recognizing that that's going to lead to better outcomes for their children as they are moving into adulthood. Parents want children to have information that's going to help them prevent pregnancies and keep them safe. Second, having good conversations in schools about consent, giving young people the tools to prevent unwanted sexual advances, encouraging people to enter into relationship with an ethic of mutual respect, reduces sexual violence. And if we want to be addressing sexual violence as a state, teaching consent is a way forward with that. Just as a side note, my daughter, who's a freshman in high school, brought a bill to Youth in Government on requiring the teaching of consent to her peers. It was voted in unanimously. Our young leaders of the future know what's needed for their health and safety going forward. It's time for us to lead too. And finally, comprehensive sexual health education is effective on the things that we all care about. Reducing unwanted pregnancies. We talked a lot about reducing sexually transmitted diseases. We have data here that says a comprehensive sexual health approach does that. And also delaying the onset of sexual activity. If we provide accurate information to young people, they have more information to make good decisions about their sexual behavior, and they reduce their risky behaviors. We can trust our youth with this information. This legislation is being brought forward. I'm leading on this legislation because I care deeply about the health and safety of our youth. And so, I encourage a no vote on this legislation.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Lippert yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lippert, in your bill, now you mentioned that school districts can opt out of the curriculum, which is true, but are they allowed to opt out of the mandate? There's a number of mandates here on what needs to be taught. Are they allowed to opt out of that as well?
Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So school districts can opt out of the model program and provide assurance to the Department of Education on the instruction that they are providing.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lippert. So that is correct. They are not able to opt out of the mandate, so they must teach the components that this bill dictates. If we were allowing districts and school boards and parents the freedom to choose what they want to teach and be in control, then this shouldn't be as a must. It should be listed as a may, but it is listed as a must. And there are components in here that are going to drive curriculum, like I just showed you. Somebody just asked me if I could make copies of some of the pages in here, and I said I'm afraid I'd probably have a lawsuit for distributing pornography. I'm sorry, this is not something that we should be dictating to our school districts, and it is not an opt-out. They must do this.
Any further discussion to the A78 amendment? The member from Ramsey, Representative Wozlowick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to rise to oppose this amendment. I'm a firm believer that all students in any school district, in any zip code across the state of Minnesota deserve to have the skills and knowledge to keep themselves safe and healthy as they navigate whatever sorts of decisions they're making in their lives. I also think that it's important to note that elementary school kids are talking about these things already. I work in childcare. I've heard some of these things. I've had conversations with parents about some of these things that kids are talking about. And parents are not always prepared, one, to hear that, two, to actually tackle some of the things that are happening in their kids' lives. So I think it's really important that we have this, that we make sure that schools are teaching these really important skills and knowledge that they're going to be teaching. And part of the bill is that it's age appropriate. So as Representative Lippert and others have said, the things that we're talking about teaching are going to be things that are age appropriate for students. We're not going to be teaching the same things to 10th graders that we're teaching to kindergartner students. So I think this is a good legislation. I'm happy to stand in support of the legislation, and I would urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, members, what we need to focus on is what we are responsible for in public education, and that's ensuring that our children have academic knowledge and skills to be successful in the future. So we already have in statute something that's very good about building up those academics and those skills for the future for our children, and that's character education. We don't mandate it, we encourage it. But character education is what we should all focus on, whether in the classroom or at home or in the workplace. Because showing respect, showing responsibility, demonstrating those through our actions and our words, that's what helps our children learn how they avoid these kind of encounters that this proposal in this file number, this Education Omnibus Bill, is promoting. So building up character education, and I'm looking at the character education website, in fact, character education teaches the habits of thought and deed. And in my Malacca school district, that's what they start doing in pre-kindergarten, is teaching 4 character traits to our children so that they understand what these 4 are. And one of them, of course, is respect, and another is honesty. And every week they award, and I send them congratulatory cards. But as I talk to the students as they advance in age through that system, they remember these traits. They remember that their teachers were demonstrating how you respect one another, how you show honesty, how you're responsible. And that's what we need to focus on. And I'm so glad that we have that in statute. We've had it for many years, probably 2 decades already, and that's what we need to focus on. So I support Representative Bennett's amendment to get rid of this. I am so opposed to this kind of imposition on our public schools because this is not teaching what we need to teach, which is character. Building up our children so they understand how to be responsible. It's learning the processes that enable our students and our adults in a school community to understand, care about, and act on core ethical values such as respect, justice, civic virtue, citizenship, responsibility for self and others. Members, if we focus on this and encourage our school districts and our parents to do this, there is no need for this kind of obtuse legislation. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bennett yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Representative Bennett, I have the book here that you referenced. It's perfectly normal. And I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly in what you said, that Planned Parenthood references this book as part of their comprehensive sex education.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lucero, they endorse it on their webpage that is their model curriculum for what they'd like to see for comprehensive sex education for elementary and secondary.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had previously referenced the language in the bill that talks about this content is going to be targeted at elementary students. Representative Bennett referenced it's going to be down to kindergartners and pre-K. When I look at the cover of this book, it's for age 10 and up. 10-year-olds, Madam Speaker, remember, is 4th grade. 4th graders. Well, if this content, if the decorum exists to expose 4th graders to this content, then this content can be exposed here on the House floor. So I'm flipping through these pages and I'm looking at some of this stuff. 4th graders, there are drawings of naked men and women. I see a picture here for a 4th grader of a woman being taught to look in a mirror in a compromising position. 4th graders. Continuing to flip the pages. Page 43. Masturbation is perfectly normal. You know what, members? Representative Lippert, you referenced we all are looking to have the same goal. This is not the goal that I have. To expose 4th graders to masturbation and that it's perfectly normal? No way. The values of the communities that I represent and the vast majority of parents across Minnesota do not ascribe to these values. Continuing to flip the pages.
Madam Speaker, I'd move for a call of the House.
Representative Doubt moves for a call of the House. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms bring in the absent members, if any.
Representative Winkler moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant at Arms will bring in the absent members. Representative Lucero, you had the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I hate that I even have to describe this book. I hate this. But the fact is, this is what this language, the language in this bill before us, seeks to expose the minds of our young people to. And before we cast that vote, we need to be familiar with the content that you're voting to expose their minds to. So continuing on. Here it is on page 8. Who you are. Straight, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, plus. Should a fourth grader be exposed to this content? The book speaks about anal, oral, vaginal sex, and that they're all equivalent. Who should be exposing the minds of this content? Who should do that? Parents, not the government. The book speaks about pornography and that it is not bad for you. That is not true. Psychology demonstrates that exposure to pornographic material has a detrimental impact, especially in the minds of young people who can't comprehend the material. Page 52 speaks about vaginal intercourse and orgasms. And it has a picture here of two people in a bed performing the act. Is this what 10-year-olds should be exposed to? Are you kidding me? I just can't believe this is even up for debate. This is perversion for our young people. Here it is on page 71. Abortion. Well, that makes sense. You got Planned Parenthood, who's in the business of abortion, who makes money off abortion. They have a vested interest in promoting abortion to the ends of the earth so they can increase their profit. So of course they're going to endorse a book that's promoting abortion. 10-year-olds. The illustrations in this book are just disgusting. It is not normal. I referenced Jesus Christ earlier. Let me reference an Old Testament book. Are you familiar with the Song of Solomon, the book in the Old Testament? For those that are familiar with that book, it contains some pretty graphic descriptions regarding love in a healthy way. And it's my understanding that back in the days of David and Solomon and thereafter, that the book of the Song of Solomon couldn't even be read by those until you've reached the age of 30. Why? Because it's well understood that you have to have a mental, psychological maturity level for certain types of content. And the best arbiters, the best deciders of content, the methods of exposure, and what is right and wrong is the values of the parents of our young people, not the government, not any of us sitting in this room to decide what content is appropriate for young people and their minds. Again, this is disgusting. Planned Parenthood is behind this. The language in this bill is being promoted by Planned Parenthood. The values of the state of Minnesota are not for this. Any poll cited attempting to promote the language of this bill is not what parents were answering. They didn't have this in mind. Members, I highly encourage support for the Bennett amendment to strip this perverse language out of the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the A78 amendment? Seeing none, the Representative Bennett, closing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, too, members, would ask for a yes vote for this amendment. I do believe that your hearts are in the right place in setting this out, but I do think it's a dangerous precedent to set when we start mandating things like this to our local school districts and teaching it in a government school setting where no values can be attached to it. And as the curriculum samples that we see, the types of things being pushed, members, there is a very likely danger that we move from sex education to actual sexual grooming of our children. And I do not want to see that in our schools. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, we're under call. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Scott moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A47.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill, or this amendment, would allow local school districts to opt out of this curriculum mandate. Pretty simple. And if we really want to keep things local, let's let the school districts decide whether they want to adopt anything even related to what's mentioned in this bill as a whole. Thank you. And Madam Speaker, could I request a roll call, please?
Representative Scott requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the Scott amendment, the 847. The member from Rice, Representative Lippert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I think sexual health has everything to do with health and biology, and the school district should be providing accurate information.
Any further discussion? The member from Morrison, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. This is your vote. You have said local control, and we've heard it time and time again. We should trust our school districts. We should trust our school boards and our locals. This amendment is all about that vote.
Any further discussion? The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Madam Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Dowd moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. Any further discussion to the Scott amendment? Division? All those in favor of lifting the call of the House, please stand. You may be seated. Those who oppose lifting the call of the House, please stand. There being 50 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. Any further discussion to the A47? Seeing none, the clerk will take Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's real interesting to note the inconsistencies in this place today. Representative Davnie said earlier that we shouldn't be telling schools what to teach. We've heard a lot of things about local control. And all of a sudden, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm going to guess that this amendment is going to fail. And so all of those people that have been talking about local control are, everything that they said previously, I guess we don't have to take into account. Members, this is really important. I didn't have my school district knocking down my door, and I'll bet you guys didn't either. I bet y'all didn't either. Have your school districts knocking on your door saying, please, 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 we want comprehensive sex education. Can you please work something up for us? And oh, by the way, why don't you go to Planned Parenthood to get the information to base it on? That's not what our school districts are asking for. It's not what parents are asking for. It's not what's best for our students. So members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker, I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Doubt moves that those not voting be excused from voting. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. There being 55 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cretia moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded DE2.
The member from Morrison, Representative Cretia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I just, 1 second, if I can get the amendment in front of me, I have a couple papers to look at.
Representative Cretia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, what this amendment does is if we're going to get to this number, if we're going to have this target, even though it's relying on rating the transportation fund, we should take the policy out. Let's just really give the schools complete local control. Let's do what they've asked us. Let's give them a budget. Let's make sure there's no policy attached. We can have that conversation next year in a separate budget bill. We can do as we said and we heard, that we can eliminate the policy omnibus bills and give the schools the budgets, the cross-subsidy for special education. Let them do what we believe they can do, which is teach our kids and fund them accordingly. This is a DE amendment that just would simply accomplish that. And again, allow the policy to come in a separate bill. Chair Joachim and her committee has done a lot of work, and let's have that separately. But let's do what the public's been asking and the school districts have been requesting. Give them the money, fund them through the budget, handle the policy in a separate discussion. I would urge a green vote.
Discussion to the Krisha amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Krisha, you certainly get the award today for length and weight when it comes to amendments. 147 pages. I didn't actually weigh it, but you get the point. Members, I'm going to ask that you vote no on the Krisha DE2 amendment. The custom in this body is that the education policy bill is incorporated in the education finance bill, and that we work with the two of them together. Maybe most importantly, the Speaker and other legislative leadership have set some pretty aggressive goals, timelines on how we will work through the process to get this session done on time. And one of the things we're doing to help achieve those goals is aligning more of our bills, of the omnibus bills, with the Senate. The Senate Education Policy and Finance Committees are one committee in that body. We align ourselves best with that to hopefully move us through to as speedy a finish to this legislative session as possible. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the Krisha amendment? Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm kind of shocked to hear that. I thought the last couple of years that the new majority didn't like policy in the finance bills. And I can't tell you how many times I heard you say that. In fact, it was, I think, our own speaker here. Somebody ought to count them. I don't know if you could count that high, the number of times that we were told, no, there can't be any policy in the finance bills. And we've heard amendment after amendment, all of the controversial policy that's in this finance bill. You know what? Schools just want to get funded. But we've got to package up all this controversial policy, all of this unfunded mandates, all of the stuff that we're requiring them to do. Would Representative Krisha yield for a question?
He will. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Krisha, maybe you remember. Am I remembering this the right way? I mean, I feel like in the last 2 years, it was everybody on that side of the aisle that said they didn't want the policy in the finance bills. And you've been so gracious and kind to offer an amendment now to take the policy out of the bill so we can just fund our schools. Am I remembering that correctly?
Representative Krisha.
Representative Dowd, thank you for the question. Yes, you are remembering that correctly. I remember being on this very floor and having the debate time and time again of weaving all of this policy together with finance and how bad that was. I remember seeing pictures on social media about this huge omnibus bill, and we shouldn't be doing that. I remember talking to members in the early stages just after getting elected, and I said, what did you hear in the campaign trail? That we should discontinue the practice of omnibus bills. I heard that over and over and over. I even had members who said to me, I could never vote for one of those. Here you are. Policy Bill number 1, omnibus bill, right in front of you. And so, if that's really what we are saying, if those words really rang true, and it's what was used in the pathway up to the election for all of us, I would think now would be the time to ask ourselves, am I really about local control? Am I really about separating policy and finance? When I posted that picture last year, was that really fake news, or was I just trying to make political points? Representative Dowd, I do remember those conversations.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I thought I remembered it right. And it's funny how the perspective changes once you're in the majority, right? All that stuff that you said for the last 2 years, now none of that's true. Now we're going to do it our way, and we don't really care what you think. We're going to cram all this controversial policy into this finance bill and put it together with a, sometimes I hear it referred to around here as eating your dessert or eating your asparagus with your dessert. And that's what's going on. The group that said they didn't like omnibus bills, and this is what you're giving us. This is today. These are printed on double-sided for those of you that are following along at home. And here's Krisha's amendment, which basically crosses out most of this bill, because I think most of this bill is actually the controversial policy provisions. So here's your opportunity, folks. If you want to vote for funding for schools and get rid of all the controversial policy, this is the amendment that you vote for right here. This is the one that will fund your schools and not give them all the unfunded mandates that are in this bill, not do all the things that will lower the standards for our schools that are in this bill, not do all the things that will make our students less safe that are in this bill. This amendment will just fund the schools, and it'll leave all the controversial policy provisions on the curb where they belong. And we could bring those back one by one if you want to bring them up, and we can have a real vote up or down. Not force the body to put that asparagus right in that bite of ice cream, because nobody likes that. I can't remember the last time I saw asparagus-flavored ice cream. So if you want to fund schools without the controversial stuff, this is the amendment. Thank you, Representative Krisha, for bringing it forward.
Any further discussion to the DE2 amendment? Representative Krisha.
I don't believe I requested a roll call, so I just wanted to make sure I had
You did
requested
not.
a roll call.
Representative Krisha seems like he's now requesting a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. Members, we're under call. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker, I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
Representative Winkler moves that those not voting be excused from voting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Madam Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
There being 54 ayes and 74 nays, the motion on the amendment does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Winkler moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No! The motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cretia moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A136.
Representative Cretia. To the A136.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what this amendment does, members, is this amendment redirects the $4.7 million provided to MDE to reimburse the State Attorney General for legal work regarding pending lawsuits against the state. This funding would be added to the innovative mental health grants for intermediate and cooperative programs.
Discussion to the A136. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote. As Representative Cretia said, he's taking this funding out of legal services for the department. They will need that funding, and we should provide them with the funding that they need to do the work that we have asked them to do. I'd ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the A136? Representative Cretia.
Thank you. And in the spirit of disagreement, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Cretia requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A40 amendment would delete the Hopkins charter merger in that I think when we think about the creation of charter schools, I was not serving at the time, but I know that it was brought forth under former and the late Governor Rudy Perpich's administration, was very important in school reform, and in fact promoted by the head then of the American Federation of Teachers. And so it became a reality in Minnesota, and it has grown and it has flourished. And in fact, in this amendment, Hopkins is a provider for the charter school, an authorizer. And so it befuddles me that there's a provision in the bill to merge the charter school and the district within the school district boundaries, which I find troubling because I've not heard at all from the charter school folks. I heard in committee the discussion from the side of the Hopkins School District, but nothing from the charters. And that should be troubling to all of us in that charter schools have been, for the most part, very successful for our parents to choose for their children. So what this amendment does is it deletes this merger proposal, and it sets a poor precedent when we're allowing a school district that actually authorizes a charter school to bring it together as part of them and get rid of probably that great experimentation that's going on. So I think that we want to be very thoughtful before we start adopting a policy like the one that's proposed in this proposal. So I ask your support for A40.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will speak against this amendment to vote no. We heard this in committee. The reason we didn't hear from any charter schools is because no charter schools, including the association that represent charter schools, were not speaking against it. So for them, they do agree in flexibility, in experimentation for charter schools. And when a charter school decides that, and the board and the parents and the teachers and the people that are involved with the charter school, when they've decided that it's in their best interest to combine with a public school, they should have that option. So what's going on right now in one of the school districts that I represent, as do others here, in the Hopkins School District, there's discussions with charter schools, actually multiple charter schools, that would like to consider this option of combining with the Hopkins Public Schools. So this is a very narrow, but it puts down a policy where it would make sense. It makes sense for the students in that public school. It makes sense for the students in the charter school. If it does make sense, they will have this option of combining. And so, members, I do urge a no vote.
Further discussion to the A40 amendment. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, I would still suggest that this is setting a precedent that we don't want to set until we have had a thorough vetting from all sides on this issue. And unfortunately, the head of the Charter School Association had a tragedy in his family, Eugene Piccolo. So this session, we did not see him or hear from him in committee. So in that regard, and I'm sure that I, as the former chair of the policy committee, would have heard if this was a really good idea. So I would still beseech you to vote no, to vote yes on this proposal that I'm bringing forth in the A40 amendment, and to speak against such a proposal as is in the Omnibus bill.
Any further discussion on the A40? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A44.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A44 deals with the community fund transfers. As you look on your bill on page 204, there's 3 schools that are included, Truman, Minnetonka, and Hopkins. Basically what the A44 amendment would do, the amendment authorized school districts with approval of Commissioner of Education to permanently transfer any amount of approved from the Commissioner. Again, the key word here, it has to be approved by the Commissioner, from the Community Education Reserve Fund to the undesignated general fund of the school, and to the extent practical, expend these funds consistent with the community education program. These transfers may occur on June 30th, 2019 and June 30th, 2020. Now, some more information for you members. This amendment is based on language on House File 337, introduced by Representative Davnie, the chair of the Education Committee, Finance Committee. As of December 2018, the community fund balance statewide equals nearly $115 million. So with that, I ask your support.
Discussion to the A44 amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Detmer. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the A44 amendment. There are many reasons why a school district might have a surplus in its, or a fund balance in its community education fund, partially because we want them to have that. We want them to have funding available to them to, like a savings account that they can turn to in lean times. We also recognize that those fund balances in community education may have come from a variety of sources, including participant fees, and should be used for the purposes intended. Again, I ask for a no vote on the A44 amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the A44 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A48.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this takes us back to the merger of Hopkins with a charter school in its school boundaries. And what I'm asking for in A48 is a referendum to approve the merger and a referendum of the parents with children enrolled in the charter school. So Hopkins would hold a referendum, and then the parents enrolled at the charter school would also be part of a referendum, so that this is truly an agreement between the parents and the children of the charter and the Hopkins School District. I ask for your support.
Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would again urge a no vote on this. This has been legislation that's worked out very carefully, trying a number of different versions until we get it right. At this point, it's the school board that would be taking this action, the Hopkins School Board. I vote in the Hopkins District. I trust my school board members to make a decision like this. The other part of it is those families involved in the charter school also would have a say in a final decision before a combination. So I don't think that the cost of an election like this warrants any advantage to either group of children and their parents. So I would again urge a no vote on this.
Any further discussion to the A48 amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Carisha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A52.
Representative Carisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment just simply allows teachers, whoops, let me make sure I have this one right. This is the
A52.
Thank you. This reinstates compensatory revenue reform that we included last year and expands to include student support personnel. I would urge a green vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd urge a no vote on the A52 amendment. As Speaker Dowd said just a few minutes ago, let's fund the schools and let them make the decisions. This reaches too far into local control, directing them and limiting their use of this compensatory funding. There's already limitations in state law that we revert back to. Let's trust our local school boards. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the A52, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A122.
Representative Quam to the A122.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just getting the right one before us. And basically, well, frankly, I looked at the runs. And I don't know about the school districts in your district, but two of the bottom three per pupil funded school districts, regular school districts in the state, are in mine. Three of the bottom five school districts, per pupil funded school districts in the state of Minnesota are in my district. There's another one, it's all the way up on 11th from the bottom of per pupil funded school districts. So when I look at this, bill, and I see an ever widening gap. The district that I'm in is over 20% on this bill, over 20% below the average per pupil funded school district. When I was on the school board and I was participating in a couple of the contract negotiations, the first one I was on, I said, hey, whatever we come up with dollar-wise, I would like half of it to be straight dollars applied. The other half can be percentage. Because we were having trouble with hiring entry-level teachers, because when you add to the form, the lanes, steps and lanes, you add to the formula, etc., the bottom continually gets farther and farther away from the average amount. And in fact, the percentage difference gets worse the second year of the biennium. And what this would do is say, hey, it's too big of a battle. It'd be messy to try and take the convoluted formula that we've been using for a long time. But the one way we could take that bottom and get rid of some of that gap would be to give half of the increase per student. So it's saying that the cost of educating every student has gone up. Let's give half of the increase to every student equally. The other half of the increase would be given to the formula. And so that gap that continues to change and grow and grow. And right now for the district I live in, it was on the school board end, this bill is over 20% less than the average. And I don't think the students in my district are less than average. And this amendment is meant to try and correct some of that year after year, just put it on the formula and raise everyone and every student. So I would hope to have your support for finally trying to address every student with this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the A122. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd urge a no vote on the A122. Over many years, this legislature has worked on a bipartisan basis to try to craft an education funding formula that respects and responds to differences in students, regional differences, and school districts. If your district benefits from things like sparsity aid, sparsity transportation aid, small schools aid, this amendment directly threatens those funding formulas and directly hurts your districts. Let's not do that. Vote no on the A122. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kreshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A134.
Representative Kreshaw. To the A134.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I have plenty of paperwork at my desk. The A134 amendment. This is an amendment that we adjust the formula increase for compensatory aid beginning in February 22 and peg it to inflation.
Any further discussion to the A134? Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A134. The second provision really does a disservice to what compensatory education funding is about, and does a disservice to those students who come from lower income families, and particularly those coming from concentrated communities of poverty. Additionally, I would ask that there be a no vote to make sure that while we would love the idea of indexing the formula inflation, Representative Krisha, I'm looking for your yes vote on the tax bill. Please vote no.
Any further discussion? Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, Representative Davnie, I'll withdraw this and let's go out on this one with a bipartisan discussion.
Representative Krisha withdraws the A134 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moves to amend House Bill number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A137.
Representative Krisha to the A137.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A137, this amendment simply redirects up to $1 million of the increased funds for the Regional Centers of Excellence to the Alternative Teacher Preparation Grant Program. And the reason we're doing this is the increase, we do have a workforce shortage, and this is a way that we continue to bring in alternative teachers and hopefully can help school districts with that. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A137. The Regional Centers of Excellence are key resources for our school districts working on achievement, and particularly those working on closing the achievement gap. To deny those centers the funding they need to work with our districts does disservice to closing the achievement gap in Minnesota. I'd ask for a no vote on the A137.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize. I should have asked for this when I stood up. I would request a roll call.
Representative Krisha requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend House Bill number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A131.
Member from Washington, Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does, or this amendment does, is it funds school-linked mental health, $7,500,000 for 2020 and $7.5 million for 2021. School-linked mental health, what this does as a program is it allows school districts to bring in mental health professionals to work with the students. During the break last week, I had the opportunity to visit and tour Washburn Center for Children in Minneapolis. They're one of many counseling organizations around the state of Minnesota that participate in this. And the thing that I heard from them is they're hearing from school districts on a weekly basis asking for the school-linked mental health services, and there's just not enough money to go around. And so I think everyone here can agree that if we can address the mental health issues with students at a younger age, give them the tools that they need to cope with certain aspects of mental illness, whether that is ADHD or anxiety, depression, let's get the kids the help that they need. And let's fund that with $7.5 million this year and next year. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Juergens, I'm really glad that you think so highly of the school-linked mental health program. I think that probably unites a lot of us here on the House floor, that it is a great program and it does need more funding. The base of the program right now is $11 million a year, but I think you will be interested then in voting for the HHS finance bill that's going to be on the floor tomorrow, because we are increasing the funding. for the School Link mental health grants in that bill. And so we're increasing the funding by $9.384 million in the next biennium and then $10.586 in the following. So we are putting money into those grants. Representative Adelson worked on that. And I think it's really a great program. I hear really good things about it too. So I thank you for giving the testimonial on that. I do think though that there's also real value in the full service community schools, which do more than just that. So, you know, I really would be reluctant to see that cut. And I do think it's a really great cause, and I will look forward to your vote on my bill when it's up tomorrow. So I'm afraid that I'm opposed to your amendment, but not to the underlying interest in the School Link mental health grants.
Further discussion. Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Representative Liebling. And if this was a standalone for Health and Human Services, then I'd be right there with you. But we'll have to see what else is in that bill after the amendments are done tomorrow before I commit to a vote one way or another on that. I'm glad that there is an increase in funding in the HHS bill, but we don't know what's going to happen to that bill. We don't know what will happen if it passes off of the House floor, even if it does, what will happen to that funding in conference committee. And so the safe thing to do is let's fund that here as well. Let's fund this in the education bill. This is what we have up in front of us right now, today. The kids need it. The parents are asking for it. The schools are asking for it. The mental health professionals are saying that they could do so much more with more funding. So the opportunity is today. We can talk about tomorrow, but the opportunity is right now to increase the funding in this bill for School Link mental health, and I urge a green vote. Thank you. Oh, and Madam, I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Representative Jurgens requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion to the A131 amendment? The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 49 ayes and 79 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tice moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A151.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very excited to talk about my amendment, which is funding the Sana Foundation. And I'm sure Chair Davnie is not as excited as I am. But what we've had happen in the St. Cloud School District for several years is we have seen just incredible results by having the Dreamline coaches in our school. And I want to tell you that it isn't just funding another organization. The results are very reportable. They are exactly what we need to do in helping to closing the achievement gap. Goodness, I'm so excited I can't even talk. But what it does is it places 3 coaches or mentors in each school to work with students during the school day and after, often at after-school programs. It provides a path for coaches to become teachers with both a master's and a bachelor's program, and it helps to address students and families' persistent and equitable access to diverse teachers. It supports free community summer camps, which is a $1.5 million value for any student, and develops workforce skills for youth. Dreamline is unique in Minnesota. Tony Sana, who is a St. Paul native former professional soccer player and foundation founder, works with districts within the state in Minneapolis, St. Paul, St. Cloud, and Rochester to identify low-performing and under-engaged students. Coaches, who are mostly young adults of color with 2-year commitments, are each assigned 30 of these students, though they also work with all the students in the classrooms. Coaches help students track grades, homework, attendance, tardiness, etc. They emphasize social and emotional and relationship needs. Coaches take classes on Fridays and intensively during summer to complete a master's degree in a teacher licensure program in 2 years, all while earning a salary. Now, the base funding for the Sana Foundation is very key to a lot of their goals. Dreamline has received one-time funding each of the 3 years, but it was vetoed last year. This year's House bill has 23 authors from both parties. Base funding offers predictability for a program that commits coaches to 2 years, making it easier to recruit individuals to the teacher preparation program. This year, Dreamline had 24 coaches in the program, but had to cut back due to a lack of funding. With base funding, Dreamline could soon be preparing 60 teachers of color for Minnesota classrooms each year. With base funding, Dreamline could expand to other shortage areas. Coaches currently prepare to be English language learner or special ed teachers. The goal is to expand to other shortage areas. Now, what I also want to show you is some of the results that we're having in St. Cloud, or tell you about some of the results. At Apollo High School, 82% improved their academic performance in core course subjects. At Tech High School, 64% improved. At North Junior High, 63 improved their academic performance in core course subjects. And at South Junior High, 59% improved their academic performance. I want to read you a couple of the comments from the coaches that work with the kids in these schools. One student in particular consistently failed algebra and struggled with completing their work. After sitting in on this student's algebra class, this student's grade improved to a B within 2 semesters. One student who had a C- in language arts midway through the trimester 1 began receiving support for that class. After 405 academic intervention minutes and 950 mentoring minutes, that student received an A as their final grade in trimester 3 in language arts. One specific student passed 1 out of 13, only 7% classes trimester 1 and 2 combined. Trimester 3, this student started working with Dreamline on an average of 2 to 3 hours a day and passed 4 out of 6, which is 67% of his classes. The foundation has meant a lot to the St. Cloud School District. We have seen kids who don't show up for school, don't do homework, just really blossom and bloom and grow into students who are now looking like, what am I going to do when I'm done with high school? This would have never happened before. But with the mentorship of these Dreamline coaches, they have found new possibilities. What I think is so cool is that there was a coach, Lucas, who was at South Junior High, and he decided he was going to go early to meet with the students before school. So he started at he would show up at 7:15. The last count I heard, the kids were so excited they kept coming earlier and earlier and earlier that he was meeting before 6:45, just because the kids were enjoying that interaction so much. This is what I believe, or this is the way that I believe that we change what our students think about their school experiences and give them the hope to go forward. St. Cloud is very diverse, and I think some of you would be surprised if you came to our schools and really saw what's going on. It is wonderful to have this program. It has helped so much, and I would hope I can have your support.
Discussion to the A151 amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the A151 amendment. Representative Tice, I'm glad that the Sana Foundation is doing well in your district. When the committee moved to looking at what partner organizations that we should prioritize for public money, we brought a couple of lenses to that conversation. One was to prioritize those partners with statewide impact. statewide exposure to students. And secondly, to prioritize those programs where it was the public money that was going to make the difference. The public money that was key, the public responsibility was key. Lastly, just to clarify, the Santa Foundation is not an alternative teacher preparation program, not approved in the state of Minnesota. So I would ask a no vote and allow the Santa Foundation to continue forward and work with their many corporate supporters to fund the programs that they provide. Thank you.
Discussion. All those, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that, yes, Tony does a lot of fundraising, but Tony also has about 4 different areas that he works in. So he's got the Dreamline, but he also has Conway Community Center in St. Paul. And I'm sorry I don't have the materials in front of me, but there's 2 other organizations that he works with very closely, all of them geared to helping the kids. All of them geared towards helping kids figure out that they have a lot more possibilities than they might think are possible at all. The very fact that when Tony shows up, they all know who he is. Tony is not just a figurehead. He is there. He is putting himself where the money goes. And he is making a big difference in how kids are looking at education. Yes, there's a sports component to it, but what kid doesn't have some type of sports something inside of them? So again, I'm going to urge you to please vote yes to this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tice moves to amend House File number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A156.
Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, let's try this one then. This is Rock and Read. Absolutely great for one of our charter schools. In fact, I didn't know that it hadn't gotten heard and that it wasn't going to receive funding until they sent me emails saying, please help our program. They are part of a state pilot. It would be Stride Academy in St. Cloud, which is in my district. There's 1,700 students and 15 schools served with Rock and Read. Students who sang with the software program made substantial, statistically significant improvements in reading on the MCAs. 1/3 of the students in the bottom category, which is does not meet, on the 2017 MCAs improved to partly meets on the 2018 MCA after singing with the program for only 14 hours. So we're not talking necessarily the whole school year. They're seeing results within 14 hours, which really is not a lot of time. In comparison, students who did not sing with the program did not make significant gains in reading. That's phenomenal growth, and it shows great promise to help closing the achievement gap. This phenomenal growth indicates that singing is a key to closing the reading achievement gap. Singing activates neurons in more areas of the brain than any other activity, and many studies find that music making is correlated with higher reading. Research by neuroscientist Dr. Nina Kraus at Northwestern University has shown that children who cannot keep a steady beat almost always struggle with reading. Now, I've heard the correlation between math and music, but never before has it been shown, have I seen that it's shown with reading and music. Funded by the Minnesota legislature, the Rock and Read program has conducted a 3-year pilot program using Tune Into Reading software purchased for schools. Since 2016, 1,700 second through fifth graders at 15 Minnesota schools have sung with the TIR pilot. TIR rewards students with singing accurately, and they learn new vocabulary words and take vocabulary and comprehension quizzes. I think we find out very often that children do not always learn the same. So when I see these types of programs that are using their energies, using their creativity, and they're getting wonderful results, I can't help but support them. And when I hear from my schools that this made such a big difference to just the few of them that have had it in our schools, I agree we can't just necessarily fund anything. But when we have programs that are showing such promise in a pilot program, I think they are worthwhile to really look at and fund so that everybody can enjoy them. With that, members, I hope that I can have your support. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A156 amendment. Rock and Reed came to this legislature 2 years ago. They presented their model. They asked for funding. They were granted that funding. And then they changed their model. Members, they're drawing down the funding that we already granted them, but they're doing, and they admit this, at so slow a rate that they won't spend the money we already granted them. And in the bill, we allow them to continue to spend the money granted in 2016. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A156.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fabian moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A127.
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We have a unique situation in the district that I'm privileged to represent. Small city of Carlstead has an elementary school and obviously a high school. And we've heard Representative Davnie, Chair Davnie, talk a little bit about sparsity aid. There should be a letter coming to your desk, members, and this is written to us by the superintendent of schools to outline just how really super critical this issue is in the Carlstead Elementary School in the Tri-County School District. Currently under statute, in order to qualify for elementary school sparsity, if there's another elementary school inside of 19 miles, you don't qualify for that. I had a bill earlier, or I have a bill this session, that would actually address this issue by changing that mileage from 19 to 18 miles. The bill was heard in the Senate, and the department testified that this would only impact this one school. The Carlstead Elementary School is 0.8 of a mile inside of that window, so they don't qualify. But here's the issue. For years, the department has said, yes, you do qualify. And if you take a look at the letter from Superintendent Barron, it says in there that currently they're 18.2 miles, and I get a kick out of Superintendent Barron too, because he says that in the second paragraph that the Tri-County School is an average size school district, 450 square miles, okay? Now, I know for a lot of districts that's very, very large, but for where those of us who live in northern Minnesota live, you know that this is not necessarily an average size district from around the state. So when the auditors from the state came to and did their work, they determined that no, Carlstead Elementary School, you don't qualify because of the distance that you're at. But they had been getting the sparsity revenue for many years before that. When they pointed it out to the district that they were not eligible, they were told that $220,000 was going to have to be repaid back to the state because they had gotten the money when they weren't supposed to. I say thank you to the Department of Education and Commissioner Casilius, because they, at that time, said, no, you don't have to pay it back. You can keep operating with that. But now the issue becomes, based on what was going on back then, the Tri-County / Carlstead Elementary School passed their referendum with the assumption that they were going to be getting this $220,000 per biennium. So now they're being told that, no, you don't qualify, you're not going to get it, but they cannot undo their referendum. So if you read the letter from Superintendent Barron, he lays out very, very specifically what's going to happen if they lose this $110,000 a year. First had to do with their referendum. And members, this is $110,000. The Carlstead Elementary School / Tri-County School District has a total of about 190, a little less than 190 students. If you do the math, that comes out to about $575 per student. This is a big whack to their district's finances. So then, number two, he says, second, this involves their salaries and contract negotiations. And because of those things that they've done, because of the loss of revenue, the district is bound to the contracts and salaries in place, yet without the revenue to maintain those contracts. Then third, he points out on the second page of the letter, after we were made aware of the Department of Education's error. Okay, this is no error of the Tri-County School District. This was an error that the Department of Education made. And I'm not faulting them for doing it. I understand some of this stuff. But they were forced to make some choices to either deficit spend or not rehire their principal / AD / career counselor. Okay, so the impact is then it's cost them valuable contact student time, building relationships with students. And in the last sentence he says, well, he says, thank you very much in the last sentence, but in the last paragraph, in concluding, I ask you consider including this into the bill. The impact on the state would be minimal, but the impact on our district would be immense. He says immense, members. Again, I want to emphasize that in the testimony in the Senate, the department said that this would only impact one school. So if you take a look at the amendment and you ask specifically what are we doing, we're changing the distance from 19 miles to 18 miles. Okay, that's what we're doing, is changing that distance so that this one really super small school district can avoid an issue that from their superintendent's perspective is going to be immense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Fabian, I got a heart for you. It sounds like that district is in a tough spot. Not all of their own doing. But you're not telling us in your amendment what you don't want MDE to do, because that's where the money comes from. And again and again and again, we see the other side of the aisle saying MDE should do this and do this and do this, and then take those resources away. Representative Fabian, it sounds like we may find this in the conference committee. I'll be interested in having a fuller conversation with you and others in the conference committee, but at this point, the fiscally responsible thing, members, is to say no to the A127. Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davnie. I appreciate your willingness to look at this as the bill goes to conference committee. But members, here's the deal. What do I want the Department of Education to not do with $220,000 that they don't have? Take a look at your spreadsheet. Okay? Seriously, take a look at your spreadsheet. The Department of Education, according to the spreadsheet, is going to see a $15.885 million increase in their operating budget. An increase. Members, that's 36% increase in their operating. The base, it says on your spreadsheet, according to the February forecast, was $44,275,000. Members, that's being increased to $60.160 million. That's $15.885 million. Now, I've said somewhat facetiously before that I'm a former FIED teacher. Chair Marquardt has heard that in his tax committee. But when I do the math, members, you know what percentage of their operating budget $220,000 is out of $60 million? 0.003%, 3/1000ths of 1%. 3/1000ths. And again, I'm not exactly sure on math, but I got a little help from nonpartisan staff on that, and I appreciate that. Members, I'm not asking the department to do anything that they're not doing. I am standing up for my community that is in a very, very desperate spot. They're cutting staff. They have contracts that they have to abide by. I appreciate the willingness to look at this as we go to conference. But members, this is simple. $220,000 out of a $60 million budget. This should be an easy decision to make. For anybody that lives in a small community, for anybody that has small schools in their district, this is something that we should be doing. And Representative Davnie, I appreciate you recognizing that this isn't something that they've done to themselves. This is a mistake that was made by MDE. They've passed their referendum based on them getting this revenue, and now they're not going to, through zero fault of their own. Members, please help out a small community. Give us a green vote. Show us that you actually care about rural Minnesota. Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Fabian requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. You know, sometimes on the House floor, we move legislation, we do things because of exactly as Representative Fabian, because we have to fight for something in our district. And whether or not there's room in the budget or where this can be found, the important thing is it's our job to push the conversation. And what Representative Fabian is doing, and something all of us will end up doing if you haven't already for your own districts, is fighting for something and looking for a solution, which is what we as 134 members should be doing. Whether or not this survives conference committee, we don't know. There's an unknown of 4 to 5 weeks ahead of us. But what we do know is if we don't move items like this forward, then their chances diminish greatly. And we've all had a bill like this. We've all had this story. And so, members, if nothing else, one of the things that I think we should do to support this is to keep it moving, to show support for things like this. We know the outcome may not be what we're hoping for, but why make that decision today? Why make the decision to kill that idea right now when we can wait and see how things are going to go? And you know what? Lots of things happen around here. We're the legislative branch. We're not the executive branch. We can send a message to the executive branch, help us figure this out. The message isn't always, we're taking your resources, we're punishing you. The message a lot of times is, I'm the representative, I've heard from my constituents, I've heard of a story that I need help with, and the only way that we can send the flare up for help is through amendments and legislation. So what Representative Fabian is doing here, and why I wholeheartedly support this, is let's send a flare up. Let's let MDE know this is important enough for you to try to help us out. They have the ability to move things in their budget. They have the ability to find things. And what a wonderful solution if through this we pushed it a little bit, and as it's moving into the conference committee, and I've seen this happen, MDE would come up and say, you know what, we think we found a solution, and we could do it this way. So support Representative Fabian. Support his school district. I mean, if you've been in these small towns, and many of you have, because I know many of you have door knocked the districts that we've been in, you know the difficulty, you know the sleep that these people are losing thinking about this for 6 figures, pocket change. So I urge a green vote. I urge to keep this alive for Representative Fabian, and let's see if we can get more people talking about a solution on this rather than just let it go by the wayside. I appreciate Representative Davnie in saying let's keep the conversation going. I get the willingness. I think it's there. That's sincere and that's fantastic. Let's just give it a little nudge. Let's push it out of the harbor. So with that, members, I support Representative Fabian's amendment.
Any further discussion? The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A67.
Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is language in this bill that authorizes or gives school boards the authorization to renew operating levies on their own without going to the voters. And I have several amendments that put some guidelines around that. The A67 amendment reduces from 25% to 15% the percent of the registered voters required to petition for a reverse referendum for an operating levy renewed by the school board. It includes the local optional revenue, currently exempt from voter control, and it also requires the school board to renew the local optional revenue every 5 years. And there is an amendment to the amendment, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A174.
Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment to the amendment, as I mentioned, the local optional revenue included in the ballot. What this does is it requires that amount be put on the ballot, and that's just a matter of full disclosure and transparency so that the voters know what they're voting on, and they know the total amount that's being asked, including the local optional revenue. And so this is, for full disclosure and transparency for the taxpayer.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A174. This will require school districts to put forward misleading and confusing information on the levy ballot where they're asking for one amount, but there's a different amount required to be on the ballot. Let's be straightforward with our voters. Let's be clear. Let's be transparent about what they're being asked to vote for. I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying A67 amendment, any discussion? All those, Representative Davnie.
Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A67. It'll increase local costs by requiring elections. We have school board elections every 2 years. If the voters don't like the decisions the school board is making, they get to act then. I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Juergens.
I respectfully request a yes vote on this. It does give the taxpayers a little more control, a little more say before the school board makes this action. And it's been customary, I believe, in reverse referendums to use the 15% of the registered voters, not 25%. So this is just for consistency as well. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Jurgens moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A99.
Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is this amendment has to do with the renewal of the operating referendum. Referendums now are 10 years, and if we give the school board the authority to renew that indefinitely, that'll never go back to the voters. And so what this amendment does is it says that the school board has the authority to renew the operating referendum one time. 20 years is a long time. A lot of things can change in a school district in that amount of time. The residents can change, the makeup of the school board can change, and while I can appreciate giving the elected body of the school board the authority to make this decision, I think that we have to also protect the taxpayers, and that's why this amendment says that action can only be taken one time.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Jurgens is moving to amend his amendment to House File 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A183.
Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, this requires that the operating referendum ballot to include the amount of the local optional revenue in order for the operating levy to be eligible for board renewal. Again, this is a matter of transparency and openness.
Discussion to the A183 amendment to the amendment. Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that members vote no on this amendment. The underlying bill would make local optional revenue of $724 per pupil separate from the operating referendum. As a result, if a district wanted to and added $100 per pupil in referendum revenue, it would need to have a ballot question of $824 per pupil to accommodate the offset of the local optional revenue. This would be confusing on the ballot, like Chair Davnie mentioned on the last amendment. It would require the district to continue to include the local optional revenue amount in any referendum questions and in the amount of referendum revenue renewed by the school board. The amendment would make the ballot question needlessly larger, jeopardizing the bill's goal of providing a world-class education to our students no matter where they live in the state. Members should vote no on this amendment.
Member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through the course of the several hours we've been here, I bet you I've heard the term local control dozens of times. And you know, as a concept, local control is a good thing, but it's how we use the word. Local control becomes a be-all or end-all barrier to anything that we want to do or don't want to do. I find the term local control curious because we use it when it fits our whims. And this is a great example. By allowing school boards to extend levies without a vote of the people, that is the ultimate perversion of local control. The vote of the people is local control.
Further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment, the A99. Discussion. The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I rise to support the Jurgens amendment. You know, this has come up before on the House floor years ago, and I could go along with it if when the proposition comes up to the voters, you tell them this could be extended with your approval this first time, but to give them the authority to extend a referendum that was approved originally for a fixed period of time, to come back today and say, well, wait a minute, now they can extend that another 10 years. To me, that's a break of confidence and trust with the people of the school district. And I support this amendment that would put some rails around the ability to extend a school board referendum without voter approval. So I support the Juergens amendment.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. City councils and county boards don't have the limitation of being able only to renew their operating levies once. Why should school boards? That is actually how local control generally works in Minnesota. We trust our local officials to make the decisions that are best for the people they represent, and if the people they represent don't like those, they can vote out the local officials. All of our children deserve a world-class education no matter where they live in our state. This amendment would put that in jeopardy. It would require school districts to fund additional elections. Most of these operating referendum renewals usually pass, so it's a needless expense that detracts from districts' mission of educating our students. In the event the referendum does fail, students' education would be jeopardized. Members should vote no on this amendment.
Member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. No, I rise in support of the amendment. You know, while I was on the school board, we ran quite a few referendums. Most of them, some of them were approved, some were defeated. When they were defeated, one time when we were at SOD, about 750,000, basically the community was saying, we want to see some reforms at the local school district. And we were operating inefficiently. We had a 4-period day, which is a very poor academic model. And we had in 7th and 8th grade. It doesn't teach math and English on a consistent basis. I voted against it. The superintendent was against it, but the rest of the school board put it in. It cost us at least $100,000, $150,000 more a year to do the 4-period day. And it's a poor academic model. When we ran 2 referendums to try to help us get out of SOD, they were both defeated by a large margin by our voters. And so we got rid of the 4-period day. We went from a 7-period day to a 6-period day at the 9th through 12th. We reduced 23 FTEs in our school district, and yet we maintained a strong athletic program and a strong academic program. We also were forced to privatize our buses, privatize our cooks, and privatize our custodians. They got hired back at about the same salary, but their benefit structure they had negotiated was simply out of line with other conference school districts. So without a tax increase in 2.5 years, and again, I didn't do this myself, but I was the pressure point. We went from 750,000 SOD on our way to $1 million in SOD with MDE threatening to take us over. And we went to a $4.6 million surplus without a tax increase. Think about that, members. Because we started operating efficiently, we emphasized academics and the athletic opportunity for our children, and we quit doing things that were inefficient and costly. And our ancillary services of buses, cooks, and custodians, their benefit, they got hired back at about the same salary, but their benefit structure was less. It was more reflective of what the community was actually receiving in the private sector. So members, this is a small step in this direction. I would urge support for the amendment by Representative Juergens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if Representative Anderson P. would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Krisha.
Thank you. And Representative Anderson, we had this discussion in committee, and I don't disagree with some of the points that are being made by the other side, but where the line of distinction is drawn is the differences in our district and the districts we represent. And one of the things I'm wondering if you could speak to, knowing your background in agriculture, is how important is this understanding the referendum vote to the bottom line of the agriculture community, especially in the face of the uncertainty that we have with commodity prices and so forth? What is that planning like for our rural agriculture members?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Krisha, it's a key in the operating of a farm operation. You have to know your costs, your expenses, and when these, in this case, taxes can increase without any input or without your approval, it does play a big role in determining if you show a profit or not. And if voters approve a referendum for a 10-year period, for example, you can count on that. You can figure 10 more years of this particular referendum. But if, in fact, then the school board goes ahead and extends that without, again, the voter approval, that makes it extremely difficult to plan and justify coming up with a cash flow that works. So it is, to answer your question, very important in determining how to operate efficiently and trying to show a profit in these difficult financial times for agriculture.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that answer, Representative Anderson. And I think it's important that we understand that distinction. We understand that when I hear things like, well, this may be confusing to the voters or it may add some expenses and all that, members, it should be government's challenge to raise taxes. It should not be easy. It should be a conversation. That is a privilege that we get to have with our constituents and our voters. That is something we need to engage them on. And I don't want to be dismissive and just say, well, you know, this always passes and all that. It doesn't matter. What matters is the conversation. What matters is the fact that our voters are being asked to participate in this process. And those of you that have worked with the school boards, and I can speak to my area and the rural, our agriculture community is some of the biggest supporters of the school districts. They are there unequivocally for events. They're there with ways to help out. They're there running for the school board. They want to be part of this process. But what I have heard over and over and over is, have the conversation with us. Not, we're going to shove this down your throat, we're going to just pass it. What they've said is, allow us to be part of the solution, and sometimes, guess what? They need to be able to push back to the school district if things aren't going a certain direction. Because that's what we do. That is what the ultimate authority that we rely on for our taxpayers is. They get to be the checks and balances that we shouldn't be. They get to be the ones that go into the school board and say, you know what? We're not sure things are going as well as they should be. Allow us to be part of that conversation. A no is just as powerful as an emphatic yes in changing the course to help our school districts out. I know it's wonderful to say yes all the time, and it feels good when you can do something. But what really feels good is when you got to bristle some feathers a little bit, and you got to get people's hair on the back of their necks to stand up a little bit to say, you know what? We need some change. This is our community. These are our schools. These are our kids. Allow us to be part of the process. The Juergens Amendment just simply allows us to do the greatest privilege we have, and that is ask for permission. Ask for permission. Is it so much to ask that we ask our school districts to ask for permission on how we do this? So with that, I support the Juergens Amendment. Thank you, Representative Anderson, and your answers were very insightful.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also am in support of the Juergens Amendment. You know, I think what really happens is when I go back to my district, the people back there say, you know, you guys just do whatever you want up there. You don't listen to us at all. We don't have an awful lot of trust in you. Because up here at the state legislature, they don't get to say much about what taxes we raise. We just go ahead and do it. Yeah, they can vote us out if they want, but it's difficult. Here we have a situation where the individual taxpayer, the people that voted for the referendum, understand that it's going to be for a certain length of period of time. And now, all of a sudden, in the middle of that, we're changing the rules. Is it any wonder that they distrust what's going on up here at the Capitol? The fact is that we have a situation where they have said you can have it for this amount of time, and if you can't do it, you got to come back to us and ask again for those dollars. It seems that that is the right thing to do, that that's the proper thing to do, and it's something that we ought to continue to allow local districts to have control. You know, we started this country with taxation with representation, and we need to continue that at the local level as well. Taxes are kind of monopoly up here at the Capitol, but in local districts where they have more control, I think it's important for local citizens to have the opportunity to say yes or no to future. So I support the Juergens Amendment, and I hope you will too.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A90.
Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had to get my paperwork in order over here. And before I forget, I request a roll call.
Representative Juergens requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this has to do with the renewal of the operating levy. And the amendment ensures that the taxpayer's notice that is required under current law to an election be included when the school board is about to make the decision on renewing this referendum. Again, for transparency and for openness, if the school board is going to be taking a vote to renew an operating levy, I think that the taxpayers just need to be notified of that. So what this amendment does is it requires that same at least 15 but not more than 30 days notice to the taxpayer.
Representative Davnie.
Madam Speaker, Representative Juergens, thank you for the amendment. I'd request a green vote on the roll call.
Discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A54.
Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would venture that every one of us here has heard from our school districts, heard from our school boards that they want this local control. They want the ability to be able to renew the operating referendums. Early in session, we all, or those of us in the metro, many of us went to the AMSD meeting, and this was one of their issues. I know I had meetings with my school districts, and this was something that was important to them. I don't have an amendment that takes that out of this bill. All I've been trying to do is put some guidelines around it to help protect the taxpayer. If a school board is going to take the action to renew an operating levy, I think it should have a higher bar. We're asking a lot to extend the taxpayer's choice. And so while I considered requiring a unanimous vote of the school board, I did not do that. But what this amendment does is it does require a supermajority, a 2/3 majority of the school board in order to extend or renew that operating referendum. So I urge a green vote.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask that members vote no on this amendment. City councils and county boards don't need supermajorities to pass their operating levies, and school districts and school boards shouldn't either. All of our children deserve a world-class education no matter where they live in our state. This amendment would put that in jeopardy. Students' education could be put in jeopardy because of one or two ideological school board members. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment.
The member from Monoman, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify some things. A couple times now, both counties and other local governments have been brought up. And I think it's important to know that both townships and county governments and cities as well have to send out notifications if there's going to be a levy increase. And there's a Board of Equalization that occurs within these counties and townships. So people have an opportunity to go and voice their opinions at all of these. And so to use that as a reference to say that we're going to take away any notice or limit the notices that we're having on our school board referendums is really not, it's not balancing out. It's apples and oranges.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call vote.
Representative Jurgens requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the A54. Representative Jurgens.
You know, we were all elected here to come here and represent our district. And whenever possible, we want to do what's right for the members of the school board or the members of the school district, but I wasn't elected to represent them. I was sent here to represent the people in my district. And having the language that is in the underlying bill gives the control, more control over to the school board. And I can see the argument for doing that. But this is a big deal, and I think that we need to raise the bar. I think a simple majority is a lower threshold. And so I would request that we vote yes on this to require a supermajority. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Okay, you say cities get to vote, just a majority for a levy. That levy is, annually. When we vote for our budget, a biennium, we have a majority. But when we vote for long-term debt, we're required to have a higher level of support. So a referendum that goes out for long-term debt, why shouldn't they expect to have the same level of buy-in that we on this House floor do? So it's not the same as your annual levy, and you have that go on. This is long-term debt. And frankly, I think it's long overdue that we treat that the same we do here in this body, in this chamber, with a higher level, not just a regular majority. So I hope we vote green.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, you make a good point. It just doesn't apply here. This only applies to operating levies, not capital levies. We should hold our local school boards to the same threshold we have here, a simple majority. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that's democracy. Let's trust our local school boards. Let's trust the democratic process. Vote no on the A54 amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Hassan votes aye. Representative Hassan. Hassan votes no. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Miller moves to amend House File number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A157.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Way back at 11 o'clock this morning when Representative Davnie introduced this bill, the Omnibus bill, and Representative Pinto and then Joachim talked about this. Representative Davnie, I took to heart what you said. I think we all agree that what we're out to do is to have excellent education, the best in the nation. And when I listened to Representative Pinto and Joachim, I also heard them talk about a lot of the things that I can agree with also, that we want to enable. I don't know if they use these words, it was 11 o'clock and I didn't write them down, but things that spurred in my memory, they wanted to enable, they wanted to equip, they wanted to facilitate. Some of those different things came to my mind, and I agreed with all of that. So how do we do that? So as I've been listening here to all the different conversations on a lot of different issues, but specific to spending, I hear different people talk about this part of the funding mechanism and this vehicle for funding and stuff like that. I'm not in the education committee, so I fully admit that I'm not educated up on all these different formulas and stuff like that. But I will tell you, members, that I have talked to all my superintendents over the years. I've been here since 2015. Talked to my superintendents numerous occasions, my school boards many times. I've talked to teachers. And I think each of you can agree that when we talk about education, there are a few universal points that we hear consistently from them. We hear they want less paperwork. We're hearing that a lot in special education right now. Less mandates with more, and Representative Erdahl, I'm sorry, but more local control. They want more, but they want better funding, and I'll get to that in a second. So when they say more funding, I talk to them and I say, well, I understand that, and then they always finish up their conversation with, but can you put it on the formula? Can you not give it to us in different places? Because the formula is where we can most readily use that money. I've asked them about specific to what I have in this amendment as they talk about things like that, and I say, well, I want to empower you. Folks, members, I think we all agree that we want teachers to teach and students to learn. I don't think anyone disagrees on all that. But the vehicle by which we seem to do this in the legislature goes through all these different things and programs, and we want to encourage schools to emphasize this part or that part. But in the end, we all want that education. So I go to my superintendents and my school boards and I say, well, what if I simplified the funding? What if I could wave my magic wand? A lot of times we'll say that, right? I don't know if you say it, but I say it. What if I could wave my magic wand and just do this? What would you think? Because I want to know their opinion. And I say, what if we simplified the funding mechanisms to just per pupil, make sure that special education is funded properly, and then we just give block grants for everything? Now, I know this sounds like a radical thing, but members, a lot of states in the a lot of states do block funding in many of these ways. I'm guessing at one point in time, Minnesota had a similar model. So members, that's what it is that I'm trying to do with this amendment. I'm saying let's look at a better way to fund our schools. We heard earlier from some of the greater Minnesota members, and I've seen the same thing. Representative Quam gave some specific numbers. I can tell you the per student in the greater Minnesota schools is as little as half as what we're seeing in some of the schools out here. Now that's per student. So understand, when I have a graduating class of 50 or 60 people, that economy of scale is terrible. So they're getting less. I could actually argue that the schools in greater Minnesota should be seeing double the funding. But I know that that's unfair too. So members, what I'm suggesting here is taking a first step in the right direction. What my amendment would do would simply ask the Commissioner of Education to go to the MMB Commissioner and summarize how we can fund this in a very simpler formula of general per pupil funding, special education funding, and block grant for mending block funding for the remaining funding for schools. Now, in my amendment, I also put some teeth behind it and say that we're going to implement this in 4 years from now. Members, I'm willing that as this goes into conference, maybe we talk about that. But I don't think anything that I've said here people fundamentally disagree with, except for one thing. This is not how we do business in the state of Minnesota. We have the formula. We have all these different terms that I can't even remember the names of, layer upon layer. I want to tell you, members, something that just floored me. When I was here in 2015 was my first year here, and I voted for the Education Omnibus spending bill, and in part there were elements in there that specifically gave money to greater Minnesota schools that were dedicated in such a way that they would receive it. So imagine my shock when I go to a school board association meeting and they're chewing on me for this specific funding mechanism, because of the 7 schools represented in greater Minnesota, which this money was for, only 2 of them got it. And I said, well, who got it? And you looked at the runs, and no offense, suburban members, I respect you and your schools too, but that's where it went. This was money that was meant to go to greater Minnesota. So let's simplify it, members. We can do this. We can move in the right direction of not making this so complicated. I can look the people in my district in the eye and say, you know what? I will support increased funding in education. You know why? Because I know it's going to your schools. In the 4 years that I've been in office, we've increased education funding, E12, by a little over 19%. And I go with an easy question, because when my schools come to me and say, you need to give us more money, you need us to go more money, I say, we've increased it by a little over 19%. Did you see 19% increase over the last 4 years? Or Governor Dayton, while he's in office, I looked, it was just a hair shy of 40% increase. A 40% increase. Have you seen that funding in our schools? I already know the answer, but they give it to me. They say no. Members, I think this is an honest attempt to move forward and look towards a better way of funding, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Discussion to the A157. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask for a no on the A157 amendment. I'm reminded of some famous philosopher, but of course I forget their name. But they said something along the lines of, for every problem, there's a simple answer, and it's wrong. And I think, Representative Miller, no disrespect, I think this is a great example of that. We have a complicated funding formula, but you know, Representative Nash earlier today on a very different subject matter, got your attention, on a very different subject, pointed out he's got 6 kids, and every one of those is different. And we've got a funding formula that attempts to reflect that kids in different districts are different districts are different, and we need to respond to the needs and dreams of those students and the challenges of those districts. That's why we've got a complicated funding formula, because we attempt to respond to that complexity. Point of fact, Representative Miller, some of the highest per pupil funded districts in the state are in greater Minnesota on a per pupil basis. The language in this amendment is of real concern that it doesn't respect and reflect the differences across the state and the differences amongst students. Governor Walz is proposing a task force to look at the whole question of how we fund Minnesota schools. Representative Miller, by all means, bring this idea to that committee and allow them to consider it. But today, I ask for a no vote on the A157. Thank you, members.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Davnie, that's a good quote, and it makes sense in some places. But then there's times where simple is basically the right way to do things. You had said, I don't have your quote exact, I wasn't writing it quick enough, but paraphrased, the system that we have in place now reflects those differences. I want you to come out to my school districts and tell them that, and look the school boards and look the superintendents and the teachers in the eye, because they're going to disagree with you with that. And I'd also, I am going to go back to my schools, and I encourage you all to go back to your schools and at least in fairness talk about this. If this doesn't pass this year, I am bringing it next year, because I think there's something seriously here. It may need to be tweaked a little bit, but we can do that. But I can tell you, if you go back to your school districts, you're going to hear the same thing. I'm confident you're going to hear the same thing as my schools. If you go back and say, we're going to make this per pupil, we're going to make sure that we properly fund special education, And then the rest of the money, all those pockets of monies, it's going to be block grants. You go educate the students. In school, if you're failing, then we're going to address it that way. But right now, we're going to do that. You're not going to hear from any of our schools, no, Representative Miller, that's too simple. Please make it more complicated. Members, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A157? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kreshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A165.
Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And on the House floor, what we do is we make choices. And we have lots of good ideas and lots of good concepts. One of the things that I fall back on many, many times is giving our children the full opportunity to reach their potential. And one of those opportunities for us is to increase the early learning scholarships. And so what this amendment simply does is makes that choice of moving $15 million from our full service community schools initiatives down to the local, or down to the earliest levels of learning, and take care of that issue first, and then see if we can come back with broader and more grandiose ideas. But it's just something that has always been important to me, and I've heard it from other folks as well, is getting to those earliest learners, and so that's why I'm putting this amendment forward and requesting a roll call.
Representative Kreshaw requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The early learning scholarship funding that's in the bill right now is actually quite substantial. I'll point out that it is more than was enacted by this body and by the legislature in the past. For the past biennium. So we've made a substantial commitment to early learning scholarships, to voluntary pre-K, to assistance for childcare, but we don't want to be doing that in tension with making sure that we have schools that are providing the kind of supports that full service community schools can provide. That is also a critical step for us to take. And so for those members who are supportive of the scholarships, that's wonderful. This bill, I hope, be glad to have your support for the bill in the end, because it makes a substantial investment in that. It also, though, supports full service community schools, which support our children, our families, and provide that world-class education that they so richly deserve. So I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 83 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kreshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A141.
Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, and just being consistent with the theme of early learning scholarships, I am, with this amendment, asking for a funding increase beginning in fiscal year 2022, and I would urge your support.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I rise in opposition. And again, we are strongly supporting the scholarships. We also, though, have to be dealing with the forecast that we've received, which says that there's substantially more funds available in this upcoming biennium than in the tails. The bill takes that into account. The amendment would not do so and would spend funds that we don't expect to have. And so for that reason, members, I would ask you to vote against.
Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A117.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, A17 reinstates funding for 4-year-olds. This amendment reinstates 4-year-olds as being eligible for the Early Learning Scholarship Program so that children from birth to 5 not yet enrolled in kindergarten are eligible. The amendment further prioritizes children ages 3 to 4, and with that, I would ask for your support.
Representative Katiza-Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I first would like to thank my fellow Early Childhood and Education Finance Committee members. I'm really proud of this bill and the bold investments that we're making so that every Minnesota child can get off to a great start and continue on that path to reach their full potential. Now, during numerous presentations from experts on neonatal and early childhood neurology earlier this session, we heard repeatedly that the first 3 years of a child's life are the most critical in brain development. In fact, a full 80% of brain development happens within this period of time. Based on this research, the decision that we came to as a committee and the goal of our committee was to prioritize scholarships for the youngest Minnesotans and their families during this critical time, and I recommend a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Kresha. Representative Demuth.
Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative Demuth requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The member from Douglas, Representative Franson. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me a second to collect my thoughts. I urge your support for the Demuth Amendment because what we're doing here is we are making sure there's no donut hole for the 4-year-olds. And we do have to make choices. I understand that, but one of the choices should not be to leave out a group of 4-year-olds that need this help. And so with that, I urge support of the Representative Demuth's amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 81 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A114.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This idea was brought to me by a daycare provider in my district. I'm really glad to hear Representative Freiberg saying that there's substantial money available for early learning scholarships because currently 5-year-olds get early learning scholarships, but if a child's parents decide to delay starting them in school for a year, the 6-year-old is not eligible for a scholarship. This would allow 6-year-olds not yet enrolled in kindergarten scholarships to be eligible to receive early learning scholarships.
Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. While I appreciate this sentiment with limited dollars, we want to have the most impact on our youngest Minnesotans. The science has been clear for years that 0 to 3 is the most vulnerable point. And so by increasing the funding and narrowing the focus, we can have the most impact at the earliest, most impressionable stage. Please vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A132.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also like a roll call.
Representative Franson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Franson.
Thank you. This amendment raises the current value of early learning scholarships to either the greater of the 25th percentile of the most recent child care market survey or the statewide average general education revenue per pupil. Under current law, members, the Commissioner of Education is required to set an average scholarship amount based on the child care market survey. In statute, there is no cap on the value of the scholarships, but in practice, MDE has capped the scholarships at $7,500 per recipient. The statewide average general education revenue per pupil is about $9,000. It is likely in many cases the greater of the two options will be the average statewide general education revenue per pupil. Members, I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Representative Franson for the work, for the partnership on the Early Childhood Committee and the work that she's done as lead. However, I do rise in opposition to this amendment. And I want to note, members, there is a concern here, especially as has been said by members, that with the scholarships being pushed for younger ages, a cap of $7,500, as was noted, really does not work. Having said that, though, this approach doesn't do the trick either. It changes, for one thing, it changes from a cap, which is there right now, to a specific amount. Wouldn't allow the flexibility to have a lower amount or higher amount for a given situation. This is especially important, of course, as the amount increases. You raise it to $10,000, $11,000, you want to be able to go to a lower amount as well. Wouldn't allow for a higher amount for higher rated programs, the differential that's in place as well. It'd be unclear how this would be calculated. As Lead Franson pointed out, this is set by the department anyway, and so there's that opportunity to work with the department. And the final point, and this is a critical one to my mind, is to recognize that if you take the same amount of money and higher rates, you're talking about covering fewer kids. So voting in favor of this with no other changes means that fewer children get to take advantage and fewer families get to take advantage of the scholarships. As I say, there is a need to have flexibility, be able to go above that, above the cap that is administratively set. And I'm eager to work with Representative Franson and others at making sure that that can be done as appropriate, especially with younger kids. However, I would urge for this particular approach that it be voted down. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. And I wholeheartedly support Representative Franson's move to increase the cap. We keep talking about, well, there's limited money, we're not there, but we keep voting down increases for these early scholarships. Why would we do that? And we talk about, oh, there's going to be less kids served. We've already made it so that we're removing some 4-year-olds from getting this. So in this bill, you've already made choices to limit this. So the argument doesn't hold that what Representative Franson is doing is going to limit that further, because what she's doing is allowing us to give more access to the kids that have more expensive areas and programs. We've had this conversation about the cap many, many years. So I understand it respectfully, Representative Pinto, you've done some great work in this. I know where your heart is. But you've also consistently, on the other side of this, voted to eliminate some 4-year-olds, to not allow for more money in this. So you can't have it both ways. So Representative Franson has a good amendment here, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Kresha, with respect, the biggest vote against increasing funding for scholarships is going to come on third reading, and for funding for schools. That's when it's going to be, because we have quite an increase that'll be coming, that opportunity then. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House File Number 2400, the Hertzen Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A110.
Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendment A110 is to restore early learning scholarship funding. This amendment restores $300,000 per year in funding for the Early Learning Scholarship Program and takes the $300,000 for a minute project manager from MDE's operating budget. Without this amendment, it would deny more than 40 children scholarships to pay for another state employee. With that, I would ask for your support. And Madam Chair? Madam Speaker, if we could have a roll call.
Representative Demuth requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So with this amendment, what we're asking for is, and what's in the bill right now, is we need a report. And this morning at 11 o'clock, when Representative Pinto first introduced our portion of the early childhood bill, he talked about the need to coordinate between programs. So we have these scholarships, and we have other programs in early childhood. And these programs, sometimes the same child is receiving funding from different sources. So it is a high priority for us to coordinate these programs. So we're starting with the first step for that, which is to understand the different databases that are being used. This needs a particular expertise, a resource. And these resources we do not create, as Representative Miller says the phrase is, by waving a magic wand. It needs resources to make it happen. So if it really is our priority, and if we stand behind our work, if we stand behind our word, we need to fund. We need the resources to make this priority happen. So I do believe that it is our priority to fund early learning scholarships. I also believe that it is our priority to better coordinate early learning scholarships with other programs for children. But it also needs to be our priority to budget for the expert resources that we need to coordinate. And because of that, I urge you to vote no.
Further discussion. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Pryor, I just want to make sure, and if you'd yield for a question, we had this discussion in committee, and I want to make sure we're still talking about the same area. This is the provision where you had your bill and your language had the study for coordinating the efforts. Is that correct?
Representative Pryor.
Yes, we're talking about a report that talks about how we can take the steps we need to coordinate programs.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Pryor, for bringing that language forward. And we discussed this in committee, but members, here's the second part of this. It's a conundrum for process and for many of us that disagree with this. We need to put the report together. We need to talk about it. However, this $300,000 is being taken out of the early scholarships right away now to fund a position in Minute that we don't necessarily know we need or not, as to what extent. We need to get the report together first. We need to gather our information, but we're moving too quickly. And frankly, this is a bill that has $900 million in it. Couldn't we have found $300,000 from any other location other than taking this away from our earliest learners? And that is just a fundamental disagreement. In my mind, there's many places in the spreadsheet that those numbers could have been moved from. In fact, it could have been delayed, and it should be delayed until we get that report first. Get the report, get the data, and then to fund another department because they requested it, and I don't even believe this went in through the GovOps. I don't even believe we went through that process where it should have in the rulemaking and that process. So I believe this is just too premature. And again, we're taking $300,000 when we don't have to yet. That's the important thing. Members, in all of my life, I have found, why make a decision before you have to? We don't have to make this decision yet. We don't have to take that money. We can find that position once we find out the value of it. So with that, members, I support Representative Demuth's amendment.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Lucero votes aye. There being 50 ayes and 81 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 2400, First and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A113.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment expands eligible providers for early learning scholarships to include providers that would be eligible for the Child Care Assistance Quality Rate Adjustment. Members, under current law, the early learning scholarships providers are required to be rated by the state's Quality Rating and Improvement System, otherwise known as Parent Aware. This same restriction does not apply to the Child Care Assistance Program, which, in addition to providing a rate increase for holding a 3- or 4-star Parent Aware rating, includes other eligible qualifications. These qualifications are found in Section 119B 13, Subdivision 3A, which includes holding a current early childhood development credential or is accredited. For a family child care provider, the accreditation is from the National Association of Family Child Care or the Competency-Based Training and Assessment Program. For child care centers, the accrediting organization must demonstrate the use of standards that promote the physical, social, emotional, and cognitive development of children. Members, I ask for your support, and Madam Speaker, I'd also ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to the amendment. I'll note that this really illustrates the reason for the last amendment that was voted down, the need to vote it down, in that there really are a number of these different programs that need coordination, and we need the kind of data that that IT person will help to develop in consultation and in concert with a number of other efforts as well. In this particular case, a lot of thought has gone into the early learning scholarship arrangement and the rates that are received, et cetera. I don't think, I may be wrong about this, but I don't think that this proposal was introduced as a bill. And of course, this raises a number of questions about how to connect these different programs. So for example, in this case, somebody who has a degree of any kind, an associate degree in early childhood, would be then eligible to receive the scholarship payments the same as a provider that's gone through the 3- or 4-star rated system, et cetera. Members, I don't think that is a good approach, certainly not something that we should be doing here on the House floor as we're working this through. And I'll just recognize this particular program has a strongly thought out approach, and we know that there are other programs as well. And what I'm eager to do is to have that coordination information and figure out how the different programs can come together, and perhaps it does make sense to have eligibility in the future. But for now, I would ask members to let's stick with the program we have, increase the funding as we've talked about, and vote this down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members. And with this, I support this amendment. What Representative Franson is doing here is opening up possibilities. We're having the conversation of, are there other ways to show competence for this? And we need to start exploring those options. That is not a bad thing. And I think when we get ourselves boxed into a position and pigeonholed into one way of thinking, that can reduce options. And so with that, I support Representative Franson's amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A111.
I call upon the author of the amendment, the member from Stearns, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendment A111 prohibits supplanting new funding for voluntary pre-kindergarten and School Readiness Plus. This amendment would maintain the current session law that prohibits the additional one-time funding, now made permanent with this bill, from supplanting other funding within the program. With that, I would ask for your support. And Madam Speaker, if we could have a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Demuth, I will admit to having had some concerns when I first saw this, because one thing we don't want to do is have school districts have a disincentive to make their own investments in expanding early learning opportunities in their districts. But as I've thought about it further, and we had the discussion in committee, you may well remember, that we certainly want to make sure that as the state is putting in funding, that it's increasing programming. And so for that reason, members, I would urge a green vote on this amendment and urge the members do support it to make sure that we are ever increasing our support for our youngest Minnesotans. And so thank you for bringing this forward, and I would urge a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 125 ayes and 4 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinzman moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A115.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the A115 is an amendment that allows parents with a child enrolled in a voluntary pre-kindergarten program to enroll their child in another program eligible to serve children with early learning scholarships. The proposal is modeled off the post-secondary enrollment option, otherwise known as PSEO. If a parent enrolls their child into another eligible early learning program, the program receives 88% of the VPK funding, while the resident district earns 12%. The resident district continue to count that child in its enrollment as the child is still holding that VPK slot. And Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'll speak in opposition to this amendment. We are providing support for early learning scholarships in the bill, and especially aiming them at younger kids. And the voluntary pre-K program is playing a critical role in our kids and those 4-year-olds' lives and around that age in connecting with opportunities from school. This would be highly disruptive to those efforts, and I would really urge members, again, to be thinking about these programs as setting kids up for a great start in a number of different ways, and to not do the kind of pitting one against the other as this would do. Members, I would urge you to vote in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To that point, I would just simply point out that specifically here, we're working towards providing some flexibility. And if there's anything I've heard from constituents around the issue of education, is they like to be in the driver's seat in their child's education going forward. I think this would be a good opportunity to apply something that's worked really well for kids that are trying to get dual credit as juniors and seniors, and try to use that same sort of idea at this level during a kid's time in VPK.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Creeshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A153.
The member from Morrison, Representative Creeshaw, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment simply moves the voluntary preschool readiness plus funding out of regular K-12 funding and moves it to community education. There is a hold harmless so that the current recipients would continue to get their allocated funding based on the formula, and I ask for your support in the amendment.
Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd urge that this amendment be voted down. We need to recognize that our children in pre-kindergarten who are being taught by teachers in districts are students who are learning as much as those older children. In fact, for those of us in early childhood, thinking that that's the most impactful time as you get younger and younger. And members, splitting that off in that way, to my mind, is not the right approach. I'd urge a red vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A116.
Thank you, members.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Just so excited to speak. I hardly ever speak on the floor, and this is my third time now, fourth time today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A116 is a uniform process for parent-aware ratings. Very exciting stuff. This amendment ends the practice of granting automatic 4-star ratings to school-based programs and requires a uniform process for rating programs. Under current practice, school-based programs, particularly voluntary pre-kindergarten, are automatically granted 4 stars from the parent-aware rating system without any additional requirements or any on-site verification. Shocking, isn't it? These ratings are granted on the honor system. While the statute lists specific programs' requirements for voluntary pre-kindergarten, which some claim to exceed the standards found in highly rated child care centers or family child care providers, the schools participating in voluntary pre-kindergarten simply sign a statement of assurances in which they pledge to abide by the statutory requirements. There is no follow-up or verification. Totally does not happen in the child care setting. Even child care programs provided an accelerated pathway to a 4-star rating go through a 6-month process and require more than simply signing a form without additional evidence of program quality or preparedness. Members, I ask for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Early Childhood Division spent a great deal of time, as Representative Pryor mentioned before, considering the various early learning programs and supports that are available for children and their families across the state of Minnesota. During that time, we learned about the approval rating systems for these programs, specifically parent-aware, that's utilized here in Minnesota. The automatic or streamlined rating process that's discussed in this amendment for school-based voluntary pre-K programs or Head Start school-based programs occurs based on the fact that these programs already meet or exceed the regulations. And we actually had a lengthy discussion about this in committee. One of the questions that came up was in regards to a potential fiscal cost to the taxpayer in hiring additional staff to rate these programs. If programs are already meeting or exceeding standards, I'd expect that many of you would agree that the last thing we should do is to create an additional tax burden on Minnesotans or add another layer of red tape for providers or for families in accessing high-quality early learning programs. In order to maintain a more cost-effective and efficient process, members, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard Head Start. I remember a few years ago when we were doing the Parent Aware and bringing it up and working on it, that there was going to be automatically granting, stars to Head Start. And then we heard testimony specifically about the shortcomings, the issues, the problems that were with that program, and that it wouldn't be prudent for us to automatically wave our hands and say everything was fine. I haven't heard anything to reassure me that all those issues were taken care of. So I support this issue because, frankly, we can't just take for granted. We need to actually verify, because we do have instances. They might be rare, but we do have instances where places we thought, oh, gee, they're part of, no, they had problems, they had issues, bad things happened. And if we start with the normal, everybody qualifies, you go through, you have the same rules, then we can be assured that everything is uniform. And so, frankly, I think it's more trustworthy as we continue to accelerate this activity that we keep a uniform way of awarding stars, a way of assessing, and etc. So I would support the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A86.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, A86 creates a competitive grant for college savings account pilot. This amendment removes St. Paul from the designated college savings account pilot program, offering it to other cities, and requires the Department of Education to evaluate grant applications based on the lowest expected administrative costs and those that demonstrate the highest yield of return of investment. With that, members, I would encourage your support.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kresha moves to amend the Damath Amendment to House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A168.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
This just expands the possibilities of the grants into which communities. I support the Damath Amendment and hope you can support this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Sandsteed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of the amendment to the amendment yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Sandsteed.
Representative Kresha, can you tell me how these additional cities were selected?
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In looking through these were a number of cities that I thought could benefit the most from. And with that, I would request a roll call.
Representative Kresha requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Sandsteed.
Would the author of the amendment to the amendment continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Sandsteed.
Representative Kresha, were any of these provisions discussed in committee?
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the amendment to the amendment or the scholarship part itself?
Representative Sandsteed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the amendment to the amendment.
Representative Kresha.
That I cannot tell you because unfortunately I had a number of committees I had to miss this year.
Representative Sandsteed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this just smells of a gotcha. And I'm the representative of one of these communities. And as much as I would like to say, yeah, great, this hasn't been vetted in any way, shape, or form, and I would urge a no vote.
The member from Carleton, Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind people of the state slogan, El Tul de North means send the money north, according to Tommy Rukavina. And I'm okay with that. I really like that list of cities that could use this help. But I'd like to have everybody refer to lines 1.17, 1.18 of the original amendment, the underlying amendment. And that delineates some criteria that must be followed to receive those funds. Now, by adding this amendment to the amendment, you actually skip over the process in the original amendment, and it's confusing to me just exactly what you mean.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. To the amendment. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Dama, thank you for the chance to highlight this particular aspect of the bill. The City of St. Paul, just to give some background to folks, has spent the past year or so putting together this big report with the participation of many residents and many businesses and many others to pursue some research that's been found around the country, which is that if you give a child, if there's a bank account that's established at birth or very soon thereafter, it actually gives the low-income family a sense of progress and a sense of hope, and actually has better results in all kinds of respects for the child. So there are matching funds being put together by the city and a number of folks as well. And I want to point out on page 234 of the bill then some requirements that the Early Childhood Committee has put in to make sure that this one-time pilot program that will be funded through the bill will result in a report and result in work that can be used to establish a statewide college savings account program. So the work that's been put in over the past year or so and the funding, there's a matching grant required of the community. And we had a discussion in our committee, Representative Damath and others may remember, in fact, saying that many communities wouldn't be set up to do a pilot program to start it. What we want to do is get it started and then have it be something that can be used statewide. I'm happy to support that underlying idea, and would urge members to vote down the amendment so we can take advantage right away of the pilot program and then be able to take advantage right away of having it be expanded statewide. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I find this rather interesting. Here we're going to help out the St. Paul City Council to provide the savings for a few. And yet when we had the Santa Foundation, or we had Rock and Read, where we had pilot programs as well, and it was argued that we were only helping a limited few, I see a contradiction here. And that really disappoints me, because Rock and Read and the Santa Foundation have had great results, and their intention is to go statewide as well. And yet here we're helping out our capital city with this a grant or match, I guess, or funding from the state, and yet it's still a pilot. So why don't we see how the pilot works before we go ahead and provide this funding for them? And the pilot then could be funded by the City Council. So members, I just needed to say that because I find a great contradiction there when we have two programs that were argued that were very successful on this side of the aisle and they were shot down. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call.
Representative Demuth requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended, and the amendment is coded A84.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A84 amendment is not one that I really like even offering, because what I have to do here is say to all of you that if we're going to go down this path of ensuring that we have cultural competency now addressed in our academic areas, in our public schools, that they are just kind of isolated. And because we have this workforce, our World's Best Workforce Plan, that, as you know, Representative Marquardt was responsible for enacting in the 13-14 session, it now is a statement in my amendment that we have to align them to the academic standards, because two of the major goals in the World's Best Workforce Plan from every district is how they're going to reach achievement, how they're going to ensure that reading is mastered, or at least gotten to the exceeding competence level. So we have some high goals for our districts, and yet along comes this addition of cultural competence, and it pervades this proposal that we have before us in this House file, our Omnibus bill. So my amendment would say then you have to align them to our state academic standards. But members, the reason that cultural competency doesn't have to be included in this House file, this omnibus bill, is that if you look at the language arts standards and study them carefully, the language arts reading standards, and you look at the benchmarks, cultural competence is pervading those academic standards. We thought of that several years ago, almost a decade ago, under Governor Pawlenty, that the academic standards, which were born out of the larger national standards in the nation, the Common Core, partly, that they were very, very good in covering cultures. And then in our social studies standards, which came to be during the 11-12 session, when I was the chair of policy, are very rich in cultural competence. So it really is very disappointing to me that we have this pervasive strand through our omnibus bill here, and that it's not necessary. But I'm going to say then, in this amendment, that they have to be aligned to the state academic standards. And members, I ask for your approval.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, any of us who've been in the classroom as teachers or as students or as parents know that the first thing has to be respect for the students and their families. And that's why we need to move forward on greater cultural competence for our teachers, greater abilities for them to relate with the growing diversity of our classrooms, and for them to be able to work more coherently and cohesively with those students and their families. That's why we should move forward on cultural competence. That's the challenge before the state today. Members, Representative Erickson said she didn't like offering the amendment. Let's help her out. Vote no on the A84. Thank you.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we already have cultural competence in statute, and it was initiated by Representative Mariani at the same time that we were dealing with the world's best workforce. And so we do have it covered. And so our teachers are now in their licensure having to be culturally competent. And, you know, I am mandating this, yes, but, you know, I regret that I have to do it because we already have it. And that's what's so disgusting to me is that we are putting it in this omnibus bill as though we don't have teachers or students or parents who are alert to the different cultures and the diversity that we now have in our state. I ask for your yes vote, please.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A77.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do represent Sherburne and Kanabec too, so I want them to know if they're watching or listening or paying attention that I respect them as much as I respect the county in which I live, which is Mille Lacs. The A77 amendment requires teacher protections for schools receiving mentoring grants. Since we are now in this age of ULA, which is the unrequested leave law that we passed, and boards and teachers negotiate what they're going to do about unrequested leave. I think it's very important as we look at this huge provision in this bill, everyone, for advancing our teachers of color or our persons of color and our American Indians to get into the classroom, that we allow for retention for them. And so this amendment would grant to negotiate additional retention strategies or protections from unrequested leave absences in the beginning years of employment for our new teachers that will be coming, who will be teachers of color or American Indians. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. This amendment takes the appropriate response of making sure that local people, through the collective bargaining process, are able to respond to the needs to retain new teachers, particularly face the challenges of retaining teachers of color and American Indian teachers in our schools. This is a pro-labor, pro-collective bargaining amendment, and I urge a yes vote on the A77.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A155.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is similar to the last one, except it takes a little different approach, and that would be that it prohibits schools from negotiating a seniority-based retention plan if the teachers are not representative of the students they educate. And so this falls back to the fact that we anticipate having many more teachers of color and teachers of American Indian that will enter our classrooms, and we want to make sure that seniority is not a system that denies them moving forward after their 3 years of probation. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Kunish-Pudin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. It is basically collective bargaining rights and removes those abilities to negotiate and to keep their place in their seniority. If the teacher of color is a concern, keeping teachers of color and Indigenous teachers is a concern, then it's good to know that we have the comprehensive teacher of color and Indigenous teachers bill that allows schools or districts to negotiate additional retention strategies or protections for any of layoffs or movement across the board as far as seniority goes. There's a law already in place that allows districts and teachers to, at the very local level, to negotiate unrequested leave of absences, and it makes more sense for districts to be able to do that for the best of their student population. So again, I would encourage members to vote no.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, just keep in mind what the future will tell us, because today, most often, it is our teachers of color and our American Indian teachers who are laid off first. And I'm hoping that districts are going to be thinking, and not districts, the bargaining unit, excuse me, the school board and the bargaining unit, but primarily the bargaining unit, is going to be thinking about our future when it comes to our diverse population in Minnesota and the fact that we want to retain these new teachers who are coming into our profession. I ask for your yes vote again.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A97.
Representative Erickson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A97 amendment requires adoption of rules for our integration plans, something that was supposed to happen back in 2013 and has still not happened. But Madam Chair, I have an amendment to this amendment that I'd like to offer first.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend her amendment to House File 2400, first engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A175.
I call upon Representative Erickson to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you will notice that in this amendment, I have prescribed a certain protection of the newer probationary teachers from seniority preferences. This is again for teacher retention, and I've made that percentage 10%. So I ask for your support on this amendment to the amendment.
Discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A175. I'd ask instead that we trust the local school boards, bargaining units, and community to make these decisions. I'd ask for your no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the amendment, discussion. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. So now the amendment A97 as a standalone provides funding to integration districts that's not aligned to the new state requirements and statute. And members, I think that this amendment is going to provide that rules be adopted before these proposed changes occur in our AIM program, which also was Representative Mariani's creation back in the 13-14 session, and something that I've honored to this day. So members, please vote yes.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Our collective work on integration and achievement for all of Minnesota's students is something we should be moving forward on, not delaying further. I ask for your no vote on the A97 amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A97 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A109.
Representative Erickson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A109 is restoring present law on tiers 3 and 4 so that teachers can demonstrate their cultural competency through their teacher evaluation process. And Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call on this, please.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erickson?
Just further, members, you know, the tiered licensure system is in its infancy. It's in the first 6 months. And when we created the tiers 3 and 4 and looked at cultural competency, which we knew it was already in law because Representative Mariani had placed it there, as you recall, and it became law after the 13-14 biennium. Using teacher evaluation to show that competency is something that we thought then and we continue to think would demonstrate their professional development. So again, I ask for a green vote on this, please.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This actually provision was requested by the Professional Education Licensing Board. They've been in existence for about a year now that we combine boards. And they're requesting this because they believe that all teachers need robust cultural competency training. And currently, the cultural competency training requirement is in a summative evaluation section of the bill on 122A.187, subdivision 3. What the underlying language does is it moves it, because this is just a very broad area that it's in. It does not indicate if a teacher is, for example, fully cognizant of their implicit bias and how it impacts students. So it removes it from that section and makes it more, moves it from the summative evaluation provision and makes it a standalone renewal requirement in 122A.187 subdivision 7. So it will ensure that all teachers are completing the training and that we're making sure we have a positive school climate for all students. So it pulls it from a section that's really narrow and puts into a section that's much broader so that all teachers have to do it. So this amendment would remove that common sense change that PALSB's asked for themselves and would ensure that all teachers are completing the cultural competency training. So I would suggest a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A109 amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A82.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a teacher shortage in Minnesota, and it's not helped by the fact, maybe aided by the fact, that we lose 1 in 3 new teachers in the first 5 years of teaching. Now, there are maybe a lot of reasons for this, but one is that we offer an inconsistent mentorship program in the state of Minnesota. We encourage, we suggest to school districts that they have a mentorship program. The most successful education programs in the world have a comprehensive mentorship, Finland being among them. But for us, some schools do an excellent job with mentorship. Others, a poor job. Others really don't do it at all. For many teachers, when they begin, it's sink or swim. Now, I believe that it's important that we develop a more comprehensive mentorship program in Minnesota. And if something is important and it really means something in terms of encouraging teachers to stay in the profession and give them the support that they need, then you can't just say, please do it. You've got to say, do it. And forget that other phrase I won't even use. Now, some may object to the use of money. Now, what I'm suggesting in my amendment is that staff development money, current money given to schools for staff development, be used to help, if schools desire, if they choose to do it that way, for mentoring their teachers. And what better use of staff development money is there than to develop your staff? Which is what I am suggesting. And I guess if you don't want to do this, my question is, what are we going to do to make sure that new teachers get the support they need?
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Representative Erdahl for his passion around this. There's so many things about that I agree with, and we do have a teacher retention problem in our classroom, and it's a lot bigger than what we're able to address in this bill. This provision that you're changing is part of the Teachers of Color and Indigenous Act that's been worked on for 4 years, and I'd like to keep it intact because they've asked that, and we have some funding that wraps around that too. So I don't want to expand that now, but you know, you and I are on the same page on this, and I hope to work on this stuff next year. So unfortunately, I'd have to ask for a no vote right now.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A53.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're getting, obviously, a long debate on a K-12 education bill that we all know is an important priority for a lot of our communities. While I was out on break, I also had the opportunity to go to a couple of my school districts and spent 8 to 9 hours in 2 of them touring school classrooms, looking at their shop classes, and I spent a lot of time looking at the special education of what's going on in our district. One of the things I wanted to bring up today, members, and I hope that I can provide some nudging with our current chairs. Chair Joachim and Chair Davnie worked hard on this bill, and what this amendment does, members, is it brings more tools, I think, to the conference committee with opening up the idea of really getting serious about diving in and bringing to the conference committee more of a broader approach with special education paperwork reduction. As I was visiting with teachers, they know this is going to be a decent year for funding. I think we know with the governor's priorities and what we're hearing, it's going to be a pretty good year for education, and I want to support that. What I will tell you this, though, is that if we do one solid thing with our kids and our teachers in special ed, it's really dive in deep on helping us remove paperwork with our special education. I know in our policy bill, Chair Joachim, you mentioned earlier, we have the new ALM model that's part of our bill, and I support that. But what this amendment does, members, is it gives us more tools, broadens our work on special education, and it allows us to just let's stop what's not really required by the state and federal requirements and mandates. So with that, members, I would hope that you would want to take this with us to the next stop to make our bill better, but it gives us more tools to negotiate with so the House comes off with a better position. Chair, and I know you want to get up and speak in favor of this, so I'll let you do that. So thank you very much for that, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for acknowledging how much work you were there. You know how much work we did on special education paperwork reduction. And folks should know that MDE creates a report every year regarding the provisions that have been added that are beyond the federal or state requirements. The last report was in March 13th, 2018. I actually provided a copy for our members when we were discussing these issues. We have not added any more requirements since then. In fact, the most important part of this bill that we're talking about right now regarding special education is the amount of paperwork reduction we did in it. And those proposals that were fully vetted in committee by all the advocates and the stakeholders there, and trust me, it was kind of a heavy lift with some of the advocates. But that's the way it should be. It should be done in committee. And I'd hate to have something thrown on the floor that's not vetted by the stakeholders. And in Minnesota, we value high quality education for all of our children and tend to do more than the bare minimum that's required. And that's why we have some of these provisions in law right now. This amendment is a blanket removal of any reporting requirement, which frankly is really kind of vague and has me worried. And I know Representative Baker did introduce a bill this year that had this provision. We just did not have time with all the bills that were up in Education Committee. This is something, though, the stuff we have on the floor in the bill right now has been thoroughly vetted, and this provision has not, so I would suggest a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Joachim, for that. Madam Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on this very important message.
Representative Baker requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And finally, I just want to make sure that my folks back in my district know that I fought for everything I could to bring special education. Reduction paperwork is their #1 priority. If it isn't the dollars, this is strong #2. And I want to make sure we're doing everything we can. I think it's a mistake to not take this to conference with our conference team. So with that, let's put our money where our mouth is, and let's tell our teachers what we want to see when it comes to paper reduction. This is what they really want. And I hope some of the members that I have worked with on both sides of the aisle will support this important move to just give our special education teachers more time with the kids and away from their computers. So I hope you support my amendment, members.
Any further discussion to the A53 amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House Bill number 2400, the first and gross one as amended, and the amendment is coded A65.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members and Madam Speaker, this amendment preserves the rights of teachers to control their own classrooms. I do have, before I get into this, I have an amendment to the amendment, Madam Speaker.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend her amendment to House File 2400, the first and gross one as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A172.
I call upon the author of the amendment to the amendment to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment to the amendment simply clarifies the underlying amendment, it's kind of a tongue twister, and removes redundant language.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose this amendment. It would remove provisions requiring school boards to adopt district-wide school discipline policies, and it also removes language requiring parents and guardians to be notified if a child is removed from the classroom. Knowing that we have significant disparities that have been identified related to Indigenous students, Black students, and also students with disabilities, it's important that we would keep this provision in. I would recommend a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Bennett.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if we voted on the amendment to the amendment yet, which just clarifies language, and then we can get to the underlying amendment, which the representative is asking for a no vote. Is it?
Representative Bennett, we have not voted yet on the amendment to the amendment. Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the amendment. Discussion. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe this is probably what the representative was speaking to, this amendment. What this does, members, is gives control or helps classroom teachers maintain control of their own classrooms. It redefines or adds a new definition for the non-exclusionary disciplinary policies and practices and alternative dismissals. It's less prescriptive. It preserves the right of the teacher to remove violent students or disruptive students. And as a former teacher, I believe that should be a teacher's right always. If there's a student that's being so disruptive that you cannot teach the rest of your classroom, teachers deserve the right to remove those students. It could be a temporary removal. It probably would be, but they need to. If a student is violent, the same thing would apply there. Teachers have the right and should have that right to remove those students. Let the school figure out how to best help that student, but immediate removal is sometimes needed. And that's something we should not restrict teachers on. I believe we need more autonomy in the classrooms for teachers, not less autonomy.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, current law does require removal of a student who is violent or engages in assaultive behavior. One of the challenges with this particular amendment is it looks at removing some of the comprehensive policy related to ensuring that non-exclusionary disciplinary policies and practices that have been identified in the underlying language would be removed. So it would be removing things such as including evidence-based positive behavioral interventions and also services related to school-linked mental health and supports as well. And so ensuring that we have policies that are related to school discipline that are being brought together by not only school boards, but teachers, pupils, and parents and community members is going to be important. So I would recommend a no vote on this as well.
Further discussion. The member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have to rise in support of this. I mean, this is the ultimate local control. You know, what are we paying our principals, our superintendents, and our teachers for? Especially in the discipline area, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the total 16 years I was on the school board, I never saw, and we had a pretty significant minority group of students in our district. And I never saw one time where a principal, a superintendent, or a teacher discriminate on discipline based on ethnic. Not one time. They did remove students who were being disruptive. We have to leave that to their judgment. We can't create a series of hoops they have to go through to remove those students. Think about the safety of the other students, both minority and Caucasian. Think about the safety of the staff members. They have to have this right. We shouldn't complicate it and have them jump through hoops in order to make that decision. Members, please allow local control. You know, when I got on the school board, one of the things that I ran on was safety of staff and students in the school district. Now, ultimately, we voted to put a armed resource officer in our high school, and that did help a lot. Fortunately, you never had to use any force like that. But the point is, please allow the district, support this amendment to administer their discipline and removal based on the facts that are in front of them versus micromanage from the state level. Thank you, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to call members' attention to two letters you have on your desk. One is from the Department of Education, and one is from Solutions Not Suspension Coalition, which includes quite a few organizations listed below. This language was actually in the policy provision of the governors that we heard in committee. And my concern with this amendment that as Representative Richardson said, it removes a lot of the supports that are evidence-based. It changes the definition of non-inclusionary, exclusionary disciplinary policies and practices, which are we have very directed under the underlying language, and just changes it to policies and practices that are alternatives to removal without any direction. So it takes something that's broad and gives a lot of chances for our districts to write policy and work and figure out how to work with students, and then makes it super narrow and has the teacher trump anything with the school board or the administration or principals. So I think we should leave the underlying language as it is and vote no on this amendment.
The member from, I can't read it. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That would be Freeborn. Members and Madam Speaker, I am here to stand up for teachers because there should be a time when their autonomy and their judgment makes that call when a student needs to be removed. That is a right that teachers should maintain, and that's what this allows for. And Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call, please.
Representative Bennett requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bennett. Any further discussion to the A65 amendment? Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Gruenhagen, the data and research will disagree with you. Black students are 12 times more likely to be suspended and removed from the classroom. So when we have numbers that are shocking and alarming that Native American students are 18 times more likely to be suspended and removed from class, and we have representatives that are saying that let the teachers decide. Well, if the teacher is biased already, they already have the right to remove students, but we're just asking that their bias does not interfere with kid education. And we know Minnesota has the best education for Caucasian students and the worst education for students of color and indigenous communities. So I wouldn't agree with you, and research would not agree with you. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A65 amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Cantrell votes nay. There being 56 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A88.
Representative Quam.
Thank you,
to
Madam
your
Speaker.
amendments.
And members, repeatedly I've heard respect and teacher shortage used. And this amendment is towards both. It basically, if a student assaults a teacher, it says that it must be reported to law enforcement, and it sets first time is a week, second time is 2 weeks, and third time they would be removed for the rest of the school year. Because frankly, we should not be allowing our staff to be physically assaulted.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, current law provides that a student must be removed immediately from class if the student engages in assault or violent behavior. One of the primary concerns with this amendment is how it would impact some of our youngest learners. We have very different expectations for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds in terms of behavior than we have for high school students, and this amendment doesn't take into account the child's age. It doesn't take into account things like developmental level or disability, and I would urge a no vote to ensure that we are supporting our youngest learners and supporting them and not getting them connected with the criminal justice system, at pre-K and kindergarten.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I had a woman come into my office this session and talk about a violent episode in her classroom that happened, I guess, a few years ago. And the question I'll pose is rhetorical, and that is, what do you do with a second grade student who picks up his teacher, body slams her, and breaks her neck? Because that's what happened to that teacher. And nothing happened to the second grade student.
Further discussion. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It wasn't that long ago in Florida, there was a tragedy. And during the analysis, it came up that there was an agreement that students wouldn't be referred to law enforcement. So they weren't. There was a student who repeatedly should have been, but wasn't referred to, should have been disciplined, and that was a fatal mistake for many students. So frankly, if assault happens, and statutorily assault is defined, if our staff is assaulted, law enforcement needs to be informed. And there are age-appropriate things in law and statute for assault and other criminal offenses. But it serves not the staff, not the classmates, and not that student to allow behavior like this to go on, because usually things escalate. So the sooner that it is apparent that assaulting a teacher is wrong and shall receive discipline, shall bring law enforcement into it, the sooner the issues with that student can be addressed. Because there may be issues that they need, counseling, mental health help, however that may be. But if we gloss over, we don't inform authorities, we run the risk of not bringing that additional attention, help, and assistance to all the parties involved. And frankly, I think it's past time that we made it evident that certain activities, such as assault in our schools, is not acceptable is not glossed over by, we handle it internally, we talk to them. No. This is physical assault, and it should be appropriately addressed. I hope for your support, and I ask for a roll call.
A roll call having been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, just briefly, Representative Quam, it's actually not physical assault. I mean, it may be, but the definition of assault here is extremely broad. You'll notice even in the amendment in the underlying bill, it talks about assault or violent behavior, and the fact is that assault, as defined in 609.02, subdivision 10, the basic definition of assault in criminal law, does not require there be any physical contact. An attempt to inflict bodily harm would be an assault. So to be clear, a first grader who swings a fist in an attempt to punch the teacher in the leg and does not touch the teacher in the leg would in fact qualify, would have to be referred to law enforcement, and would have to be removed for at least a week. The kid does it a second time, now it's out for 2 weeks. I'm reminded of Chair Davnie's point earlier, simple solutions that may well be wrong. This is one of them. I'd urge no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And, frankly, I don't care if they miss with a knife, the fist, table, whatever, if they don't physically connect. Because the sooner we address unacceptable behavior that risks bodily harm, the better. And I'm glad if they miss and don't do physical damage. But that behavior means they need help. They need attention brought to it, and the other students need to see that that is not acceptable. Because if you show a behavior is not acceptable and rules are rules, the other students are less likely to imitate and follow that behavior. So again, it's for the teacher, the student, and the class as a whole that we have to have rules and enforce them.
Further discussion to the A88 amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Juergens moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A126.
The member from Washington, Representative Juergens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A126 amendment repeals current data disaggregation law in Minnesota, leaving in place the data collection and reporting that is required by federal law that we've been using in the past to track academic and performance gaps. This law that was recently put into place within the last couple of years was intended to help, but many of those that it's intended to help view this as labeling and dividing by ethnicity. They view this as a racial identification registry or a quota system for college entrance or employment. Students that need the help should get the help, not be excluded from help because they are part of an ethnicity or a group that, as a group, performs well. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'd ask for a no vote to this amendment. We all know that in Minnesota, the academic gap between students of color and our white peers is substantial and significantly larger than the national average. We continually talk about closing the gap and ignore the fact that we do not have the necessary data to support the work to achieve this. Yes, it is true that there are some groups who feel like this unnecessarily targets them. And just to be really frank about it, it's particularly within the Asian American communities, and that the difference between Asians who've been here for many, many generations who might only speak one language, which is English, and those that are new immigrants to this country. And as we all know in Minnesota here, we have the largest Southeast Asian population. And those particular communities actually have very different education backgrounds back in their own countries. They did not have education there. And coming to America, not having to have any type of formal education or speak in a language, that the education outcomes for them are very, very different than for East Asians. When we lump them together, then we erroneously group them in as into the group that we sort of look at as the wrong myth that we are the model minority, which is not true, because Southeast Asians have some of the largest gaps around academic achievement and performance. And this is not just specific to the Asian American communities. We have also large African immigrant communities as well. And when we group all of those students into one particular category as African American, we lose out on the opportunity of really looking at the issues that impact those particular communities. And so I just want to drive home the fact that aggregating data renders the different challenges and abilities of particular student groups invisible, and that the lack of this data about which policies, programs, and schools are serving, it doesn't do it justice, and we aren't able to put together programs that really address the needs of our students and our diverse student groups here. So again, I would ask that we vote no for this amendment.
Discussion. The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, data disaggregation, I don't know that in particular, we've talked about a couple of issues that I think are very important, particularly for the second or third generation of these immigrants. First and foremost, members, they don't want to really, while they respect and want to honor their heritage, they want to be known as Minnesotans, not an immigrant. So data disaggregation, in a sense, what it's doing is it's calling out and identifying them for who they have come from, whether that be their grandparents or their parents. Now, I recognize that there may be some difficulties with the spoken language, but the local control and the community ISDs can certainly afford that. Let me talk a little bit more about some of the concerns that have been raised to me when I've met with these folks. When you pull out that information and you identify them as someone other than who they are as a Minnesotan, you effectively have identified them for increased ethnic bullying, as well as profiling, as well as discrimination for achievement, for trying to meld into the crowd and do what they do best, whether that be aspire to go to an Ivy League college or just to get into another class within the high school setting. You know, this has been tried in 5 pilot projects, in 5 ISDs. I don't know one that has proven itself to be meritorious of promotion going forward. There's no funding in this program. So what you're doing is an unfunded mandate on the individual ISD to put this together, to provide the paperwork for a solution that's seeking a problem. You know, we recognize students for their achievement, but we shouldn't make the opportunity to say they achieved and, oh, by the way, they're a Chinese immigrant or they're an American Indian immigrant. They are a Minnesotan who is achieved based upon who they are and what they have aspired to do in the classroom. Members, this amendment unifies all immigrants Let the local ISD provide the opportunities and the additional help to the families to promote whatever problems they have. This is a mandate that is not necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the bill. The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and it's good to be able to get up and stretch and speak on the House floor today. Very quickly, you know, years ago there was a guy named Ross Perot. He was running for president. Some of you might remember. And one of the things I loved about Ross Perot is he had this great line in terms of problem solving in the middle of debates. And he says, you know, and I'm not going to do that fake Texas accent. I can't do it. But, you know, he says, if your car breaks down, you open up the hood and you look underneath and you zero in on what's broken. You don't start fixing the entire car. You don't start fixing the tires. You don't start looking at the roof of the car. You go to where the issue is, and if it's a carburetor or a battery or a generator or whatever it is, that's what you focus on. You know, he was just sort of that common sense Texan American, you know, focusing on the issue. What we're talking about here is the ability to open up the hood and zero in on the issue. Representative Herr said it exactly right. With the huge category of Asian Minnesotans, by only pulling up data in terms of how those students are doing, you're attempting to fix the whole car when you know there's a specific group of students within that broad community that need help. There are real equity issues, challenges to all of our communities, and our ability to zero in closer to who they are then arms the state, it equips the school districts with the necessary information to target resources competently, efficiently with those communities. That's all this does. And so members, I've heard the argument, I understand, you know, how it's being described by some members. That's not the issue here. There's no tracking of anyone going on here. There's the ability of arming our public schools with the necessary information to be able to very efficiently and effectively work with whatever particular student group is facing a common set of challenges that get in the way of the great opportunities that they deserve and that we fight so hard on this floor, both sides, to make sure they have the resources for. So members, I understand the argument. Perhaps that's, you know, ought to go to some other issue, but I would ask you to be like Ross Perot, open up that hood, zero in on the issue, and fix that particular issue. So vote no on this amendment.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a roll call on this amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Do I see 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Albright.
Representative Marani, while I appreciate your analogy of looking under the hood, not everybody drives the same car. Not every ISD is the same chassis or the same make or model or interior. But the purchaser of that vehicle is the one that knows best and has an inkling in terms of when they hear a rumble under the hood or a little, you know, clink in the interior, and they're going to take it to the automotive engineering and say, this is what I think's happening. I need to talk about that. Your analogy says that we open up the hood and everybody's got the same engine. And it requires the same fix. The same fix that happens in Shakopee, that happens in Hopkins, that happens in Apple Valley, that happens in Winona or Hutchinson is not the same. You have different teachers, you have a different school board, you have different demographics, you have different work indications. And the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to identify immigrants based upon where they came from. How rude. One of the things they came here for is because they wanted to be a Minnesotan. They wanted to embrace the Minnesota dream, the dream of America. But now we're calling them out, and we're going to push money towards them just because they're a number. They're a number inside a whole data collection. Point of question is, what happens if that data is breached? What happens if that data is misused for other purposes than the well-intentioned purposes of the ISD? What happens then? What happens if there's bullying against the families? What happens if there's retribution against families within the immigrant population? You are separating and segregating out, and in some cases, you could be pitting them against one another. This is not the way that you go about helping those that need assistance. The teachers know who the students in the classroom that need assistance. Let the teacher decide what is best. Let them craft that school plan and that lesson plan for that individual, not assimilate it based upon aggregate data. You just made them into a number rather than a person. Let the teacher decide how to best interact with that student and their family.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, Representative Albright, I think you actually made the case for why we should have data that is disaggregated, because you're right, everybody is different. And I just wanted to maybe talk to a couple of points that, yes, immigrants who've been here for multiple generations just want to see themselves as Minnesotans, but actually new immigrants who just came here, like myself, I was born in Laos. I just want to be a Minnesotan as well. So I think that argument is actually goes against the fact that everybody does just want to be Minnesotans, but we want for Minnesota to teach us in ways that best fits us so that we can then contribute to the society and be a part of living the Minnesota dream, right? The American dream. And I did also just want to talk real quick to the fact that data is really important, and that's why the way the law is written right now, the way it's set up, the All Kids Count Act, there's strong data protection in place to guarantee that individual data is not identifiable to educators or to the public. So if we're worried about that, it's already taken care of right now. And the one last point that I just want to actually make is that, sure, it'd be great if teachers did know best, but they often don't, because teachers can't look at somebody and know if they are Hmong or Vietnamese or Cambodian or Chinese or Japanese. I can't tell you how many times someone has asked me about my Chinese heritage, and I'm not Chinese. My daughter sat in a classroom in which a teacher said, "Help us identify what happens in your country," and he pointed to China, and my daughter is not Chinese. How many times have there been adopted Asian students who actually then were told that they were actually ethnic and carried all these traditions and cultures, and they didn't? So it would be wonderful if our teachers had the ability to actually look at students and be able to tell who they are and what their needs are, and if that in their culture, in my culture, we did not have formal education. So my family came to this country without that education, and when you don't have that background of what it means to sit in a classroom and learn, and what it means to get that education, when you come to America and you sit in that classroom, that learning is really difficult. But that's very different when you come from Asian cultures, which have traditionally, education has been a big part of those cultures. So yes, it would be wonderful if our teachers could do that. I think that's a huge responsibility, asking our teachers to be able to identify by sight who would have what kind of learning abilities, what their background is, where they're from, because they are all Minnesotans, and it's really hard to tell. So again, I do ask that you vote down this particular amendment. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for sharing your story, Representative Herr. Like Representative Herr myself, I was born in a different country, and my family, we actually came to the United States because of our refugee status. And to the point that Representative Herr made too is that the Asian American population here in the state of Minnesota is very unique in the sense that most of us are war and refugee experienced people coming here to the United States. And, we do consider ourselves, Minnesotans. We consider ourselves Americans, and we really want to have the data to reflect who we are so that we could have a larger picture of who we are as, the state of Minnesota, and how could we target the resources to our communities. I would encourage all of you to talk to your constituents who are of Asian descent and really ask them, how tiresome it is for them to be in conversation when we look at education data. And I have one of the sheets right here where we look at Asian American students, and the proficiencies in reading here is at 66%. But when you look at the Hmong community and the Burmese community, where we have the Hmong community at proficiency rate of 46%, the Burmese, the newest refugee experience group from Southeast Asia, at 17%. And you compare that to other groups who are arriving to the United States and to Minnesota because of other whole host of reasons through jobs and whatnot, they have different educational outcomes. So I really want us to really look at how could we as a state have the data to provide us a clear picture of how could we support all students, not just within the Asian American students, but throughout the diverse communities that we have in the state. And members, I urge to vote no. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that we heard today. And a lot of the reasons that people are giving to vote no are exactly why we should be voting yes on this amendment. I'm looking at how best to serve the individual child. The individual child might be in a group, an ethnicity that performs well, but what if they're struggling? Should they get left behind because the rest of the members of that ethnicity are performing well? I can sympathize with the groups that are not performing as well from a reading standpoint, and they should get the help that they need, but based on those that need it, not based on an ethnicity. And the intent might not be to segregate or to create a registry, but that's exactly what will happen. The further you drill down with these ethnicities, it's going to be identifiable about who you're talking about. There might be one male Chinese student in the 4th grade at a certain school. So it's going to be pretty easy to figure out what his test score is. I think that we need to leave this up to the teachers. One of the most heartbreaking things I heard talking to parents on this issue was the parent whose child came home and said, "Mom, I thought I was an American." That's how they view themselves. We heard from others who said that's how they view themselves too. But this disaggregation is forcing them to identify as an ethnicity that might be their grandparents, where their grandparents came from. So I urge you to please vote yes.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I understand both sides of this issue. The reason this disaggregated data is in law is because I acceded to Representative Lee's wishes in 2017. But I have to tell you that Commissioner Cassellius and I really had struggles with what the impact might be in dividing our cultural groups so specifically. And, you know, it is in law, but now we have 5 pilot projects in this state. We're going to get the data results from them. We have one in the far north, and we have several that in one charter school, and then we have 3 that are closer here to the Twin Cities. And we'll see what those results reveal. But I have spoken to folks on both sides of this issue. I'm going to abstain from this vote today because I do understand how complex and how much it affects different groups. I'm not sure that when we look at the data from the pilot projects, we will be able to determine whether there is real value in this, because so many of our districts don't even have the numbers for a subgroup to be relevant in this disaggregation. So I just wanted to say that, members. I appreciated Representative Lee's bill that he brought forth in committee, but again, there was consternation on the part of the department and on me as a chair as to whether we should go forward. We did go forward. It became law. It is now in law, and I realize that Representative is, offering an amendment to repeal this. But I think I have to wait to see what the results of the pilots are. But I will be abstaining, and I wanted you to know that.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I really miss being on the Education Committee because this is nothing new. You know, disaggregated data is something that I also brought an amendment to Representative Erickson's committee a few sessions back, because for people of color, disaggregating the data so that we can see exactly where we need to be spending our resources. If you get data right now, it says that Asian communities are doing well. If you look at other data, it would say the African American are all failing. And so it is really important as we are doing our due diligence in education, to fund education, that we are not wasting dollars, that we are doing the best that we need to do to make sure that resources are reaching the children, reaching the families, reaching the communities that needs to be reached where they are so that they can be successful. And the only way that we can do that is to begin to disaggregate the data. US-born African Americans are just that. They're not equivalent to maybe the Somali community, the Oromo community, Eltran community. But how will we know that if what we have to circle on a piece of paper says that we're all African Americans or Black? How can we ever look to the Asian community and say within the Asian community, well, the Chinese are doing just fine? And of course, they are the ones who are just complaining. But there are many other Asian communities that are not doing so well. And we want to make sure when we look to data, when we look to that is what we often are basing our work on, how we're going to allocate dollars and where we need to move them. We need to know exactly where those dollars need to go for that student to be the best. And, you know, I agree with Representative Herb. You know, teachers don't always know the ethnicity of different community people. And it may be an educational moment for them too, as they begin to learn that not all Asian are Chinese, that they're Hmong, they are many other ethnicities, right? And so, for many different reasons, you know, for communities of color, and I appreciate you trying to, you know, speak on behalf of the ethnic communities, but there's only one community, and that's the Chinese community that is opposing this. And they are doing well when it comes to education. They're doing well when we look at workforce. They are doing well. Really, they're outpacing even, you know, the white community, because that's what the data tells us. And so my hope is that we will give this a chance so that we can see, so that we can all actually see where we need to spend our dollars, where that we can do our due diligence to make sure that that all our kids are achieving at the best that they can. And if they're not, where do those resources need to be put? What community need to be in? What can we do differently? Because we all know kids learn differently. We learn differently for many different reasons. But we need to be able to see where we can put those dollars, where we can ensure that we are doing our due diligence as lawmakers in the dollars that we're spending to be successful with these dollars. And as Paul Marquardt, Representative Marquardt may say, so that we can have the world's best workforce for everyone, for all children throughout the state of Minnesota, regardless of your ethnicity, but we're also doing our due diligence to make sure that we are creating a pathway and allowing people to be seen. And that's what it does. It helps us to see people, to know who we are, and maybe even educate ourselves a little bit, by the way. So, thank you.
Any further discussion to the A126 amendment? Clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nornis moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A92.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A92 amendment repeals the 165-day school days minimum required. It repeals the current statutory requirement for schools to include at least 165 instructional days and allows school boards to set the minimum number of instructional days, so as long as they meet the number of required instructional hours. Students in grades 1 through 6 are required now to have 935 instructional hours. Students in grades 7 through 12 are required to have 1,020 hours of instruction. The law includes, also requires these hours to be provided with at least 165 days instruction. This session, you may remember, we passed a law not only suspending those requirements to 165 instructional days, but also provided the funding for those instructional days to be paid, but not actually held. This amendment does not prohibit schools from approving a calendar with more than 165 planned instructional days, but allows the calendar to state the number of minimum instructional days, giving schools flexibility to adjust their planned instructional days to meet unanticipated school closings due to the weather. And I guess it also, I just want to add one more thing. It adds enough flexibility. Some school districts decide to have a 4-day week instead of 5, and this enables them to do that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would also call for a roll call.
Representative Nornis requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, that's right. This amendment does remove the minimum floor for 165 days, and I was surprised to see it. You're right, current law doesn't prohibit a school district from going over that. You mentioned the snow days bill. That hopefully is an exception, not the rule. And currently, districts can do a 4-day school year if they go through the MDE process, which is pretty simple. So I did a little research once this amendment came up and found out that in 1971 and for 2 decades after that, we actually had 175 days. And there was a state aid penalty that if you fell below it, you were docked money. Now we're at 165 days with a penalty that's small and rarely imposed. You know, our students are going to be entering a workplace where there's global competition, and we are already on the low end of school attendance requirements as it is. So I believe that this amendment takes us in the very wrong direction, so I would ask for a no vote.
Discussion. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drzkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was intrigued by Representative Joachim's discussion here. We had the snow days forgiveness bill came a week or 2 ago, was it? So we sent them the money to the school districts, and the kids and the taxpayers got ripped off. And so we hear the discussion here in opposition of Representative Norris' amendment, which I haven't decided whether I'm going to vote for or against yet. But Representative Joachim, it's not a good argument to say that this isn't good because you got to maintain a certain standard of days when you voted for the snow days amendment. That's not consistent. So, members, judge Representative Nornis's amendment on its merits, but don't, if you voted for that amendment, don't come out with the hypocrisy that we need to have a certain number of days because, and I might agree with that statement. As a matter of fact, I do. But many members of this body didn't vote in accordance with it. So don't have your eggs in a basket one day and on Easter the next. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure people heard exactly what I said. And I said we did the snow days bill, which was an exception to the rule. And that's not saying that the rule should go out the window. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 81 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Haley moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A70.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very simple amendment. As we were just talking about the snow day relief bill that we passed earlier this year, this is actually to help my district, who had maybe the most snow days. Cannon Falls not only had snow days, but they had a devastating tornado. Some schools in my district had 5, 6, 7 snow days. But the difference is they were actually learning on these snow days, and the teachers were actually working and assisting students, because 3 of these districts have e-learning platforms. And so the request before this body, and what I'm advocating for, is that we make a minor change in state statute. The current limit for e-learning, allowable e-learning days, is 5. I would like to increase that to 10. There is no budget impact to this amendment. It's budget neutral. It is permissive. It allows the local school districts and school boards to decide if they want to allow the additional days, again, based on weather. I would encourage your support of this very simple budget neutral amendment that will give flexibility and local control to districts who already have e-learning platforms, so that we can support learning on snow days. Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this provision came in the form of a bill from Representative Haley that came the day we were actually putting our omnibus bill together. I wish it would have come earlier so that we could have given it the vetting that it needed. While I appreciate the idea, I think it really does deserve a committee hearing, because we haven't had a chance to hear any testimony from schools, from teachers and students. The underlying language also recommends that folks negotiate with their teachers on this too, because it does put a different burden on them when it's e-learning. So I would suggest a no vote, and we should tackle this next year.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A145.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Just trying to keep things moving a little bit. This is along the same area with the snow days, etc. And frankly, having a lengthened school year because you've got a couple days for the, well, we called it MEA. I'm not sure what they call it now. I think it would be better for the school year to have this after the school year. So that gives a little more time in between. So if we have snow days, flex days, whatever we want to call them, that'd be available. Now, I bring this up because we're talking about this topic, but I do know that this is not a trivial discussion and argument. And so I will pull this amendment, but I hope that we can have some discussions to see how we can do something to improve this. Thank you.
Representative Quam withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Daniels moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A87.
The member from Rice, Representative Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A87 amendment would basically requires the Commissioner of Education to chair a task force to examine using the Purpose Arts Center for property for a metro satellite campus for the Minnesota State Academies. With a report due by February 1st, 2020, the Commissioner may use up to $100,000 of the Minnesota Department of Education's agency to appropriate this study. I've actually talked to my superintendent in Faribault. Those academies have been doing their academy work for over 150 years, and speaking with a parent of a deaf child, I think it'd be nice to have more than one location to bring your child to get deaf or blind services. So I'm in favor of trying this, at least have the study done see if it makes sense. Also, the Purpose Center has had a number of black eyes in the last handful of years. Because of the time, I won't go through all the ones I highlighted, but I pulled up a 2012 study and a 2017 study of the Purpose Center, and it just had just a severe number of problems from the accounting aspect to equipment and laptop computers missing, student fees that are collected weren't reported properly, just a number of things that were inadequate. And I know the discussion has come up in the past about possibly closing the Purpose Center. This would just simply be a study to see maybe we can use that property for something better for the state of Minnesota. And with that, I would just encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, the Purpose Center isn't going anywhere. There is no reason for a study. Please vote no.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. And the amendment is coded A135.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would take the School Safety Technical Assistant Council and Center and allow it to sunset as it was originally meant to do. There is no evidence that this council or the center has done anything to improve school climate or reduce bullying, and it should be allowed to sunset as it was meant to. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. This amendment would phase out the School Safety Technical Assistance Center and Council. Districts from all over the state have received assistance from the center. I can provide a list if members are interested, but we've already received a lot of paper, so just let me know if you'd like that. Additionally, the center helps to train their principals on how to conduct and document investigations of bullying, harassment, and discrimination. The center has also consulted on school climate measures and is currently talking with districts on how it can help scale up social and emotional learning district-wide. Further, the federal school accountability law, the Every Student Succeeds Act, has requirements for both the Department of Education and local school districts that necessitate maintaining the Technical Assistance Center. The requirement on the department is that the agency must support school districts to improve conditions for learning, including reducing bullying and harassment. We believe in supporting all of our students, and this amendment would do away with an important resource that has benefited many of our students. Members should vote no on this amendment.
The member from Sibley, Representative Grunhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I would rise in support of the amendment. You know, when I've taken a look at some of the things that the School Safety and Technical Assistance has put out, and I've got one of them right in front of me, and it's for elementary children down to the kindergarten level. And it's gender and sexuality. It uses a gender unicorn. And here's what it asks kindergarten students. And by the way, I got confirmation. It's been used to train teachers and also in the classroom down to the kindergarten level. One of the questions for kindergarten is, What's your sex assigned at birth? Are you female, male, other, or intersex? Okay? Are you physically attracted, little kindergartner, to women, men, or other genders? Are you emotionally attracted, little kindergartner, to women, men, or other genders? This has the stamp of approval of the School Safety and Technical Assistance Program. I don't think they deserve to be extended. In fact, I think they should be standing on an unemployment line when they flush this type of educational sewage into our schools. So, member, please vote to end this and stop this type of perversion to our elementary children and support Representative Bennett's amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I believe these two entities have really existed to be incubators for agendas rather than offering truly voluntary assistance. They have helped to remove local control from our school districts where these bullying issues should be dealt with in the first place. In addition, I do believe that this will be used to push this new sexual health mandate, and entities like this should be allowed to just kind of go to their happy grave after the 5 years of existence. So, Madam Chair, I'd also like to ask for a roll call.
Representative Bennett requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the A135. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Driscoll moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A85.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A85 amendment is very similar to the A129 amendment that you all were so gracious in voting for when I put it on a roll call. And this has, again, to do with the school trust lands. As I had mentioned, there are two payments that we believe should be made, each of them the amount of $50,000 or more. $50 million or more, excuse me. And we did adopt the A129 amendment to help right some of those wrongs that have been perpetrated against our school children as it relates to the management and collecting of money and fees on public properties that are owned by the school kids here in the state of Minnesota. And so, Madam Speaker, I will be withdrawing right now the A85 amendment. Thank you.
Representative O'Driscoll withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A56.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A56 is a clarification that someone who's given a permission by PELSB is not an individual who will be defined as a teacher under our PELRA law. I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. So, according to PALSB themselves, this would cause quite a bit of confusion because currently permissions are either out-of-field permissions or innovative program permissions. So, out-of-field permissions give districts flexibility. For example, a science teacher that wants to teach biology instead of chemistry, or maybe a math teacher that's teaching financial literacy. Innovative program permissions are used for teachers who teach at all of our alternative learning centers, just like our Teacher of the Year. So there's concerns that this would the impact of this amendment would mean those teachers would not be considered teachers in regards to PELRA. And you have a letter here discussing that on your desks from Education Minnesota. And I am particularly concerned with how this will affect all of our teachers in our learning centers, because we all know they do amazing jobs with our kids, and our kids that have some of the most needs, and they should be considered teachers, especially our Teacher of the Year. So I would strongly suggest a no vote.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House Bill number 2400. The first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A61.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The A61 amendment maintains the current PALSB membership. PALSB is the Professional Educators Licensing Standards Board, which was created when we did the education reform of teacher licensure that took effect July 1 of 2017, and then the board actually took effect January 1 of 2018. This is a board that has hardly been in operation a little more than a year. They're trying to enlarge their membership, which I think should come after we've seen the full effect of our new licensure system. And so I would ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and PALSB actually requested this. If you look at their letter that I just that is on your desk, it's the two-page one. There's also a three-page one that you can peruse at your convenience later. But PALSB's asked for this because, yes, after the first year, they've seen some things that they need to tweak in their structure so that they can actually function more efficiently. PALSB is a volunteer board. Some of these, they requested 2 more board members that are experienced teachers to keep a balance. That's because they need to ensure that the work on the discipline cases are reviewed in a timely fashion and that there's sufficient stakeholder input in that work. More members are needed to spread out the quantity of that work that's falling on the current board members. So basically, folks, they need some help, and they're just asking to increase by 2 board members. I would suggest a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A61. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House Bill number 2400. The first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A75.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as you know, in this House file, our Omnibus education bill, our full-service community schools, and so this amendment would require the administrator of that full-service community school, that director, which is called for in this proposal, be a licensed administrator. I ask for your support.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for your opposition to the A75 amendment. The full-service community school will, of course, be overseen by the school principal, a licensed school administrator. The coordinator for the full-service community school may require a different skill set than a school principal would. This doesn't fit with the full-service community school model. Let's allow local principals and districts the flexibility to choose the right person, the best person for the job. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A147.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This deals again with full-service schools and requires that the coordinator be either a licensed school social worker, counselor, or licensed in a related service area. It also requires the coordinator to be hired by the school board through an application process open to applicants not already employed in the district. I ask for your support.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote on the A147. We're narrowing the pool of possible candidates without any reason, rationale, or evidence. I'd ask for a no vote.
Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A148.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I've had school board members, administrators, and faculty at different schools come to me frustrated because bad teachers leave and hop to a different school. I know of one instance of where a family was to have a discussion where their student had an issue from a teacher. That teacher retired, and then the following year was teaching in a different school. And frankly, I think we've heard of administrators, principals in the metro that came from Rochester and other areas that also had issues, and the problems moved. So basically, this says, after you're going to interview somebody, you've got the same protections and privacy in the one HR department at the one school as you do at the other one. And that they would have access to know if there were issues that they should be aware of. And that's the whole thing, is to make sure that they have the full information before hiring a teacher at a new school. And it's not they apply it. It's, they're lined up to interview. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Quam. This bill does require a school board or a public school or charter school to request a personnel file from the previous employing district before making an offer of employment, so you're right. Once again, this bill was not discussed in committee. I'm not quite sure if it was introduced as a bill or not. I wish it would have been vetted, but that being said, while I'm concerned we didn't vet it in committee, I would suggest a yes vote.
Further discussion. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. And I've introduced this on several different sessions and terms, and thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A150.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this is to address the issue that there's a narrow window that's not highly publicized for a teacher to exercise their right to not be in the union. And frankly, I hope that we can have a discussion about a reasonable time frame. And I'm bringing this up, and I hadn't realized, I think there's actually was a press conference by a group on a related issue today. But we ought to be able to be more transparent. And so I will withdraw this, but I wanted you to take note that I think it's a concern.
Representative Quam withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kresha moves to amend House File Number 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A152.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I bring this amendment forward for consideration, talk about the issue. With one of the things I had heard in committee was somebody had mentioned that with all the new direction of the mandates, that teachers may have objection to teaching what is put in front of them. And what I bring here is an amendment that would allow a teacher to refuse to teach material because of a conscientious objection. I'm bringing it forward as a discussion. I'm not actually going to ask us to vote. In fact, I'm going to withdraw it. But I hope this doesn't become something that we're going to really need to address next year or the year after when teachers start approaching us and saying, I'm not comfortable teaching this. And so with that, I will withdraw this amendment, and I hope that this is an issue we do not have to address in the future.
Representative Kresha withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A167.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment includes stays of adjudication in the criminal background studies required or authorized by statute for teacher candidates, and provides that the Standards Board, the Professional Educator Licensing Standards Board, can refuse to issue, deny to renew, or revoke a license based on stay of adjudication. I ask for your support and for a roll call.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lee.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rules 3.21. Motions or proposition must be germane. This amendment would insert new responsibilities for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and also amend the criminal code, also inserting new statutory chapters that were not in the underlying bill.
Madam Speaker, advice.
Representative Kresha.
This amendment should be ruled in order. As an educator background study is well within the scope of the Omnibus bill that includes several other chapters outside the education code, such as Chapter 245C, the Human Services Background Studies, Chapter 257, Children Custody, Legitimacy, Chapter 471, Municipal Rights, Powers, Duties, Chapter 626, Peace Officers, Searches, Pursuant Mandatory Reporting, and Chapter 631, Criminal Trial, Conviction, Sentence. This amendment includes new coding for Chapter 299, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and Chapter 609, Criminal Code, and is well within the scope of these additional chapters contained within the underlying bill. And with that, I would ask that we not find the point of order well taken.
Reviewed the amendment and the bill, and I find the point of order is well taken. There's an amendment at the
Madam
desk.
Speaker,
Representative Kresha.
appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Kresha wishes to appeal the ruling of the Speaker. I presume he requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the appeal. Representative Kresha, did you want to give advice to the body? Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would urge a green vote in support of the ruling of the Speaker. This amendment would propose to add language to a number of sections, as was just referenced, number of chapters that are not even referenced in the underlying bill. And in particular, just really egregiously, it's providing direction to the superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and providing a number of directions that have to do with the criminal law that are not at all contained in the underlying bill. And I really would just point out that if we want to have something like this happen, typically we'd have it pass through the Public Safety Committee, because there's a series of steps we want to make sure that it works in our criminal justice system and works in the structure that we have. And again, the evidence for that under our germaneness rules is that these chapters do not appear in the underlying bill. This is making a substantial change by pulling in these additional areas. Members, let's uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 57 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A59.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A59 amendment is in regard to a provision that's included in our House File 2400, our Omnibus Education Bill, because in this section that I'm amending, the proposal allows for continuing contract and tenure rights to ABE and ECFE teachers, and so that would mean that we're expanding the seniority privileges. And I know that I and my colleagues would feel, I think, really put upon if someone coming out of either of those programs were to take over in the seniority list after we have taught perhaps in the high school or the elementary school for a number of years. And so what this amendment does is prohibit teachers in those two areas, ABE and ECFE, from exercising seniority rights, bumping those of us who had been in the K-12 classroom for some time. I ask for your support.
Discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. Teachers in ECFE, ABE, any of our K-12 teachers have cross-licensures. I know teachers that have multiple licensures, and they've earned that time. They've earned that ability to switch over to a different area of education. I personally think it's a good idea when we think about the shortage in some of the areas that we're finding across the way. This could create a whole new area to fill in some of the areas that are not getting the teachers that they want. It's really not needed and would create, once again, another form of inequity between our teachers. And there are plenty of districts where half of the seniority teachers have rules that limit that ability for teachers to claim jobs they don't have a lot of experience in. And these limits should be negotiated for the ECFE and AB teachers as well. So I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A59. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A43.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speakers and members. The A43. This amendment deletes the new language requiring that all early learning educators working in a school-operated program to be licensed in accordance with the rules adopted by the Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board. Under current law, teachers providing instruction in early childhood family education are required to be licensed by the Professional Educator Licensing Standard Board, or PELSB. Educators for other early learning programs such as School Readiness Plus, or voluntary pre-kindergarten are required to meet early childhood education qualifications, but not hold a license by PELSB. This bill would require anyone teaching in a preschool, School Readiness Plus, pre-kindergarten, or any other early education program in or through a school district or charter school to meet the teacher licensure requirements. Current law educator requirements, School Readiness Plus, and voluntary pre-kindergarten, teachers knowledgeable in early childhood education content, assessment, native and English language development programs, and instruction. For purposes of collective bargaining, The Public Employee Labor Relations Act defines a teacher as anyone providing instruction requiring a license by the Professional Educator Licensing and Standards Board. If a license is not required, then the teacher is not part of the collective bargaining contract, even if the educator is licensed. Districts can currently require a license for their early learning educators. This law preempts any local discussion or negotiation. In 2016, the Minnesota Court of Appeals ruled against Education Minnesota in a case involving the North St. Paul Maplewood Oakdale School District after it dropped the requirement that preschool teachers to be licensed. South Washington County School District has been in debate with Education Minnesota and whether that school district should require licensed preschool teachers. There is no anticipated fee revenue from new license applications because the fiscal note assumes these educators already hold a license. Therefore, the requirement doesn't increase the number of licensed teachers in these programs, but only additional dues to the labor union. Shocking. In 2015, a report by the National Academics, the report Transforming the Workforce for Children Birth through 8, found little evidence is available on which licensure standards ensure the most effective educators and produce better outcomes for young children. Members, let's put children first before unions. With that, I would like to request a roll call.
Representative Franson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Washington, Representative Sandell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with all due respect to Representative Franson, I'd urge a no vote on this amendment. There's reliable research on this issue that individuals who have earned their teaching license through a directed program in an academic institution have had extensive clinical experience in the classroom will not only be more confident in the classroom, they'll be more effective, and really important, they'll stay in the profession much longer. It's in my experience as a teacher of teachers, supervisor of student teachers, and administrator that those conclusions are correct. I agree with the research and the observation that our youngest learners are the most impressionable learners as well, and I think they deserve the best teachers available. I'd encourage you to support the bill as it's written in the Omnibus bill. I support Section 2 of the Omnibus bill requiring, I should say, early education teachers working in ISDs and charter schools to be licensed by 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion. All those in favor of the A43, please say aye. Aye. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a roll call requested. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 76 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Kreshaw moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A101.
Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment simply includes the alternative teacher preparation programs to the Grow Your Own program options, just trying to find more pathways to bring teachers in.
Discussion. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A101 amendment. The Grow Your Own programs are unique. They're a key strategy for increasing and expanding the presence of teachers of color in our schools. Often they also allow for bilingual teachers coming out of immigrant communities, bilingual staff to become teachers. Let's not devalue, let's not defund that strategy. I ask for a no vote on the A101 amendment.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House Bill number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this is, a trivial thing called constitutional rights. There was a clarification by our republic, has the U.S. Supreme Court work on clarification of constitutionality and constitutional rights and et cetera. And so they had a determination. And this is just saying that we would have our Tier 1 licensed teachers informed of their constitutional rights.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend his amendment to House File 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A171.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this basically extends that. If it's good for Tier 1, let's go Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Stansted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the author of the amendment or the amendment to the amendment yield to a question?
He will. Representative Stansted.
Are you having these individuals notified of their entire First Amendment right or just a certain provision of that right?
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. They're being informed of a newly clarified definition of the right, and that's why it's fairly recent, and we'd like them to be informed of the clarification from the U.S. Supreme Court.
Representative Stansted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, he is referring to the Janus ruling, I believe, and if I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me, Representative Quam. If we're going to notify Tier 1 teachers or Tier 2, 3, 4 teachers of their First Amendment rights, we should notify them of all of their rights. Joining a union is also part of your First Amendment right. And if we're going to educate, let's not just educate around anti-union rhetoric. This is a teacher's choice to belong to a union. As the Janus ruling indicates, our teachers are not being required to join. We are being educated on the benefits of membership. We are being educated on the value of belonging, and it remains a choice. So if we're going to really educate and inform, let's talk about all of your First Amendment rights and not buy into this anti-union rhetoric. I urge a no vote.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd request a roll call.
Representative Quam requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Quam.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm sorry I was being obtuse and hiding Janus by only having it included once in the main amendment and referenced 3 times in the amendment to the amendment. So I thought it was fairly clear that the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that I was referring to, which is stated there. But, frankly, I don't have an issue with unions in general. My wife, who, when she was in a position for a federal employee union where it's totally optional, we sat down, discussed, and we both decided it was appropriate and best for her to join that union. So, I've lived in a union household many, many years, but I hope to get your support, and thank you.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Sandsted yield for a question?
She will. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Sandsted, you just made a reference, a couple references to the Janus ruling, to the Constitution. The U.S. Supreme Court was discussed, First Amendment rights, and then you said anti-union rhetoric. Could you please clarify, because I need some understanding here of what exactly the Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court, their rulings, the First Amendment, what exactly did you mean by anti-union rhetoric?
Representative Sandsted.
I think it's highly unusual for employers to educators, school boards to go in and start educating tiered teachers on any level on their First Amendment rights. To solely call out this new provision, I believe to be very anti-union rhetoric.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as a former, and I say former in quotes because I believe once a member, always a member, Teamster, proud Teamster, truck driver, almost 6 years. Taught college, Metropolitan State University, member of the Public Employees Union, IFO. So I've been a union member for over a decade. And I don't consider this to be anti-union. It should not be odd whatsoever when there's a new ruling, new information, to disseminate that to people to ensure that they are cognizant of their new, I shouldn't say new, but the new ruling, because they may not be cognizant of that. And when it comes to some of the fields that I'm in, real estate professionals and many other fields, there's continuing education. And there can be longtime professionals in an industry when there's new information or new, in this case, it'd be common law, because that's what court rulings are, common law, to disseminate that information. And that's not considered rhetoric. And again, it should not be considered out of the ordinary to zero in on the new information and make, in this case, employees readily aware of the new ruling, rather than making abroad, as you discussed, their entire constitutional rights. So members, I would highly encourage a support of the amendment to the amendment from Representative Quam, because this information is important, that people are aware of their rights. And again, I'll reiterate, as a longtime union member, one who supports the free exercise of banding together with like-minded people voluntarily to speak with a voice. Voluntarily. Not coercion. And that's what this seeks to do, is make sure that people are aware that they need not be coerced into membership of any organization. That the U.S. Supreme Court made it abundantly clear to public employees that they cannot be coerced into associating with any group, let alone being coerced to pay for that group. It must be the result of a voluntary action by individuals to join that organization. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A171. Representative Sandsted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Janus ruling didn't happen overnight. This was a court case that went on for many years, and it was watched extremely closely by our teachers union and by teachers and by employers of teachers. So people who have been in the profession for a while probably already know that membership is a choice. For new teachers, it is an invitation to join the union. And those who are approaching Tier 1 teachers or new educators are already informing these new tiered teachers that it is a choice. So it seems extremely strange to have to codify that. This is already being done. I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 2400, the first and gross one as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A181.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we've had some good discussion, so I shall pull this amendment.
Representative
To the
Quam
amendment.
withdraws his amendment to the amendment. On the underlying A55 amendment, discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A63.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A63 would delete the new language and maintain current law under our teacher licensure Tier 1 renewals. And I'd like a roll call on this, Madam Chair.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2015, this legislative body, some of you are serving now who served then, decided that the Office of Legislative Auditor should audit the Board of Teaching and the licensing division under the Department of Education, because as we tried to make licensing more efficient and more accommodating to our teacher candidates and those also serving in the field, we just started layering the law till it got so complicated that no one could figure it out. And I know I, as a member, received many emails and calls from candidates, including those from out of state, who could not figure out our system. So the Office of Legislative Auditor did this program evaluation at our request. The legislature, as you know, chooses topics and brought forth recommendations. Those recommendations then were heard in March of 2016, and immediately we began, a team of us, to determine what path we should take. Senator Uyghur in the Senate, I in the House, and others determined that we should have a legislative study group, which we then enacted, and we met then all of the summer of 16 and into the fall, and had a report ready to be delivered in January of 2017. Representative Mariani served also on this legislative study group. And what our study determined was we could not have a Board of Teaching and a licensing division in the Department of Education, because that was part of the major problem. So we needed to bring them together. So one of the recommendations we made was to have one body that would make decisions in regard to licensing initially and renewing. And that recommendation came out of the report that was delivered to the legislature then in January of 2016. So then began the pursuit of what do we do with the law? You know, how do we create? And a team again got together and created this new law, which was enacted in 2017, and it consisted of 4 tiers. And because for 45 years we had had community experts hired by our school districts to serve when they had need for a specialty or for a position that they couldn't fill because they didn't need a full-time, or they were in deep rural Minnesota and they could not find a candidate, these community experts became very popular in our school districts. But they didn't even have to have bachelor's of arts degrees. But they were determined by the hiring committee, which would include the school board and others, that they were good candidates for the job that was needed. And they were very successful. And we heard many good compliments about their success in the classroom. It was kind of like referring to your Sunday school teacher, which you know didn't have a license, but probably did a great job in teaching catechism or one of the grade levels that you might have had in your Sunday school program, or probably even in the mosque or in the synagogue, because we've had lay people doing that forever. So we determined that community expert needed to be a level that would be at a licensure level. So we created this Tier 1. And so in this, and the tier 1 then would be changing from a community expert to this tier 1, but they would need a bachelor's degree, and then we had many other provisions too to support that. But what this amendment is doing is attacking this provision in 2400 that says a tier 1 license has to be renewed every year. And what we did was say, yes, you have to renew every year, but you can renew up to 3 years. And this would what's in 2400 would limit this. And so every year the district and the candidate, because this is a cooperative effort, would have to do this process over and over and over. And this amendment would change that so that tier 1 licenses could be renewed by current law, which means up to 3 times, unless good cause is found. The district then could hire the tier 1 candidate indefinitely. And under CTE, which is our career and technical educator, there would be unlimited renewals. So members, I'm asking you to support deletion of the new language and maintain the current law, which would allow for tier 1 licenses to be renewed indefinitely for CTE or shortage areas, or for good cause, or good cause for all others. Thank you. I ask for your support in this roll call.
Discussion to the A63. Representative Kunesh Pudin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would ask you to vote no on this. I would like to remind you that the whole objective of Tier 1 in this new tiered system is that it's creating a pathway to teacher licensure. So that's the end game. That's our final objective when it comes to the tiered licensing. Right now, the way that it stands, a teacher or an instructor, they're not a licensed teacher. They're not they might act professionally, they might have a real aptitude for teaching, but they're not a licensed teacher. And so what we are asking for is to eliminate that 3-year automatic renewal and take it back to an every year review and renewal. We want to make sure that these Tier 1 teachers are really vested in becoming a licensed teacher, because that's what they're there for, that's what they ought to do. And I don't think that it's really fair, first of all, to other teachers that have spent years studying pedagogy, studying content, getting their licensure and understanding the whole system of teaching, to then have this unlicensed person holding that seat indefinitely, as Representative Erickson has said. So the current language would allow unlimited Tier 1 renewals in almost any district or charter school, and that is because we talk about the teacher shortage. And if I could digress for a minute, let's talk about the teacher shortage. Why do we have a shortage? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of teachers who are licensed in Minnesota who have left the profession. And so now we're lowering standards just to draw somebody in, just to have somebody in the classroom. That really gives me concern. And so we would like to see that this Tier 1 is limited again to that 1 year. If an instructor is doing a great job, if they are willing to continue and start taking coursework, of course they could work their way up through the tier system, and that's exactly what we want. But if they're not licensed, if they aren't participating in continuing their licensure for teachership, then we would ask that every year there is a review, and that the school district is looking for somebody who might fill that position, who is a licensed teacher. And then if that person decides that, yeah, this is really what I want to do, I can fill this hole in my community, I love being around the kids, then this would allow them to take that seriously and begin their licensure. And so I would again ask members to vote no on this licensure, because we want to make sure that the adult that's in the classroom is properly instructed to be doing the teaching that we so much value in Minnesota.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I want you to know that we raised the standards. We did not lower them. We raised them. They require a Bachelor's of Arts degree. These candidates or teachers, as they continue, have to take a content test. They have to go through cultural competency training. And they have to be, per the district agreement, evaluated as well. So we raised the standard. It's far different from when we had the community expert. So I take umbrage to a statement that says we lowered standards when we raised the standards. So I continue to ask for your support.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the hyper-hypocrisy that we continue to hear on this floor from members speaking about licensed teachers. Several times now, I've heard members on that side speak about how important it is to ensure that those in the classroom are licensed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Where's the hypocrisy? Going back to the language on line 171.19 and .20, instruction in sexual health education program under this section may be provided by a person without a teaching license. So the standards aren't important there. So when the promoters of this bill want to pump sex into the minds of our young children, they want any and everybody, doesn't matter if they have a license or not. Hypocrisy.
Further discussion to the A63. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400. The first and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A83.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this amendment would allow for no posting in light of the language that's in 2400. What it says in 2400 is that those who are seeking an application for visa to teach can do that before July 1. So the posting, in other words, they can apply before July 1, so they can apply early. So what I'm saying in this amendment is, well, let's let Tier 1 apply too then before July 1 for the position. So it deletes the current requirement for schools to post a Tier 1 position for new applicants prior to a Tier 1 renewal. If the underlying bill limits Tier 1 licenses to only one renewal, there's no need to require this posting position. So the language in the bill is really very confusing. Thank you, and I ask for your support.
Discussion. Discussion to the A83 amendment. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on the A83 amendment. Many parents appreciate language immersion programs, Spanish language immersion, Chinese language immersion, other language immersion. Key for school districts is the ability to hire native language speakers to teach those programs. This would interfere with those districts' ability to hire the best qualified teachers for those programs. I ask for a no vote on the A83.
Any further discussion on the A83? Representative Erickson.
Well, Madam Chair, I have to apologize because I explained the wrong amendment. So, I'll retract my statement on what I said and make sure that the A83 is an amendment that allows all Tier 1 and 2 applicants to be accepted prior to July 1, just like those seeking a visa can. I ask for your support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A66.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A66 amendment maintains the exclusion from the Public Employee Labor Relations Act. It reinstates the current language that excludes a Tier 1 license from the definition of a teacher for purposes of collective bargaining, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call discussion. Representative Sandstead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote on this. If we're going to call Tier 1 teachers, we call them teachers. We expect them to fulfill the duties and the responsibilities of a teacher. We have them mentored by other teachers. We want them to be included in the definition of a teacher. So let's just allow them to be what we're calling them. They're teachers. They're not cooks. They're not paras. They're not custodians. They're not administrators. They're not secretaries. So what unit would they belong to if they don't belong to a teacher unit? I urge a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Kunesh Padin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really important that, just as Representative Sands says, that we are including our Tier 1 teachers in the ability and the availability to participate in our collective bargaining agreement. There's no reason that they should be excluded. They should be able to participate and work under the same terms and conditions that are negotiated by the rest of the teachers that are in the other tiers. And so I see no need for this, and I strongly urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just so you know, in statute, we have two definitions of teacher. We have one that falls under the Education Code, and we have another that falls under the Public Employee Labor Relations Act. It is to the PALRA that I'm referring, because Tier 1, whether they're CTE or they are in a regular K-12 classroom teaching an academic course, they may be there just for 1 year, and we're going to expect them to be a part of the bargaining unit and what goes along with the Public Employee Relations Act. I think not. So I hope that you can support this, please.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A95.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'm looking at the Tier 2 35-page handout from MSBA compared to a one-page handout from Education Minnesota. By the way, they worked with us. They were part of the team when we created this tiered system. But I'm looking at Tier 2 and reminding myself that the master's degree is something that we have honored in this chamber. And in fact, Representative Erdahl has brought forth many times as part of a teacher's career ladder. And so for the House File 2400 to not respect that is very disappointing. And Madam Chair, I do ask for a roll call.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Erickson.
So this amendment would keep in place the fact that you can qualify for a Tier 2 if you have a master's degree in the content area in which you're going to teach. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the A95. Representative Kunesh Padin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I would like to ask you all to vote no on this amendment, because this bill or this amendment will change and eliminate provisions that grant a renewable Tier 2 license to teachers who have not yet or are not working towards that licensure. And again, that is the objective. And yes, a person might come in with a master's degree in a specific area, but that doesn't mean that they have the aptitude, the ability, they understand the pedagogy and the content, have the classroom experience that it takes to be a teacher. And we talked about a number of issues here on the floor this afternoon, about how hard it is to be a teacher. Behavior management, understanding the content, being able to deal with the variety of issues that come up in a classroom. You might be an engineer, you might have that master's degree in engineering, but that doesn't mean that you really have the necessary skills to be a teacher in an elementary school, in a middle school, or a high school. And again, the whole objective of tier licensing is to help you get along to a teacher's license. And that's the final goal. And so we would like to, again, eliminate the number of times you can renew at a Tier 2. If you're not working towards your licensure, but you're already eligible for a tier license, just remember that it is renewable 2 times under this bill. We want to remind you that research shows that having content knowledge, again, is not really necessary, but it's not sufficient to be efficient in the classroom, and I would ask you again to vote no on this amendment.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Let me review for you the candidate requirements for Tier 2. Number 1, a bachelor's degree. Number 2, one of the following, either enrolled in a Minnesota Teacher Prep program or having a master's degree in the content area in which you're going to teach. And thirdly, 2 of the following, and 2 of those following is completing a state teacher approved preparation program, passing content and pedagogy exams, or having 2 years of teaching experience in a content area. So members, when we created this tiered system, we were very thoughtful, and it was very bipartisan too. Senator Uyghur and I worked very closely on some of these provisions, and in the end, remember, we had to compromise too, because the Senate had a little different view from the House, but we came together and we created this. And these are excellent qualifications for a Tier 2. And so I take umbrage to those comments that are made that this is something less than a high standard when it comes to honoring a master's degree. Please support my amendment.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would Representative Kunesh-Podein yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, Representative Kunesh-Podein, as I mentioned earlier, I was out in some schools visiting with folks last week or so, and in your district, in your level, and talking about our Tier 1 system, Tier 2 system, the teacher licensing system, have you asked recent principals or superintendents what they thought of the current Pelsby plan that this body had a lot to do with rolling out the last year or two, and what their opinion was about changing the tiered system? Have you recently asked any of your principals or superintendents about this change that you want to make?
Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative. Actually, I have spoken with them. I know that there has been a lot of discussion and a lot of information that's been put out into the public around this that has alarmed a lot of teachers, a lot of superintendents in school districts. They're concerned that it'll affect teachers of color, that it'll affect their CTE teachers. But basically what we're doing does not affect any of those. What this bill does, or this amendment does, is that it eliminates that provision that would allow more time, up to 6 years for Tier 2 teacher to work towards that licensure. And so again, what we're doing is we're pulling it back. We're saying if you really want to be a teacher, if you really want to get your licensure, then you need to show that you're doing that. Because otherwise, you are taking the space of another licensed teacher, or maybe we're putting a lot of time and effort into having you in our school, and after a couple of years, you're going to leave also. So the bottom line is that we are looking for teachers that are willing to go towards that licensure. And yes, I've spoken with people in my district, other teachers, and once I explain it to them, once we walk them through that, it's like, oh, that's not what we thought. And so yes, there is a lot of scare tactics that were out there, but once we were able to sit down and show them really just the simple changes that we're making in there, it doesn't affect teachers coming in from out of district, out of state. It doesn't affect teachers of color. It doesn't affect any of those things that you might have heard down the line.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, and thank you for that answer. I guess in my districts, I had a couple school districts, and again, I've talked to at least 4 principals and 2 superintendents and asked them their feedback about what has your outcome been on this licensed tiered system that has been recently rolled out. And a lot of them said, I think it had a lot of hope. It was better than it was, but they don't have any idea, if we're going to make these changes now, what this real outcome would have been. We are not giving this a fair chance to succeed or fail. Changing it after 8 or 9 months is not prudent. It's not respecting the process that we as a body went through, and all the experts that testified, both pro and for this. I don't think that we have asked our principals and superintendents enough about, should we give this more time? I really appreciate what Chair Erickson's work has been on this bill. All she's trying to do is try to salvage any little piece we can, because changing it now after such a very short time is not reflective of what the outcomes may have been. It might be a lousy system, but it might be a great system, and I think we are making significant changes far too early, and I think we should consider slowing this thing, tapping the brakes. But members, this is not a bad system that is just getting out of the gate. I ask you to have open eyes and open ears, talk to your administrators back at home, but I think this tiered licensing system needs more time to see what's working and what isn't. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A95 amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House Bill number 2400. The first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A96.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment would keep current law, allowing Tier 2 licensed teachers who have 3 great years of successful teaching experience to move to a Tier 3 license, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would again ask you to vote no on this amendment. Tier 3 has very specific requirements in current law right now, and just teaching at a tier 2 level for 3 years does not meet that criteria. We need to make sure that the loophole is closed, eliminating it later, and I think this speaks to what Representative Baker was maybe speaking to, eliminating it later. If we're doing this wait and see kind of work on this, when we look at eliminating it later, it will just cause, some kind of a legal mess when people who have obtained already renewable license through that pathway, but that they're no longer valid. And so I would ask you to vote no.
Discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A68.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment reinstates current language requiring Tier 3 teachers to have a positive performance evaluation to earn a Tier 4 license. This limits the license, the Tier 4 license, to only effective teachers. So what is in 2400 members is lowering the standard because they're deleting this language. And I don't think that's acceptable to my profession, and I hope not to anyone's profession, to not have a positive evaluation to move into a next level of licensure. And Madam Chair, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the A68. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem with this bill is that that licensure is a statewide credential, whereas our local administrators may differ widely on how they are evaluating teachers. And I just think of myself as a library media specialist. A lot of times administrators don't really know what I do. They don't understand the complexity, the necessity for the continuing education, the breadth of instruction and knowledge and collaboration that we take in our schools. And if we are allowing administrators who aren't familiar with it, maybe it's a new administrator that has never had to do that kind of administrating, and we are leaving it to them, I don't feel that that summative evaluation really, steps us up to that Tier 4 licensure. So I, again, would ask this body to vote no on this amendment.
Discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 77 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A79.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment maintains current law on licensure Tier 4 to pass all the skills exams. Members, when we negotiated this final proposal and put it into statute, I made a huge sacrifice because I think you know from my years of serving in here that I believe in tests, that I think there is a value in tests. In fact, there's more and more literature written about the value of a test. It's not the only thing we ever use for our students or our teachers, but it is important. And the qualifications to be a Tier 4 teacher are a bachelor's degree, passing the basic skills test, passing the pedagogy and content exams, and then of course being enrolled in a teacher prep program or in Minnesota or an approved program from another state. Having 3 years of teaching experience in Minnesota and having a positive summative evaluation so that you're not on a teacher improvement plan. So members, this amendment holds up the fact that we want parents to know that if you have a Tier 4 license, you've not only passed the basic skills tests, but you have passed all the tests that are required, the pedagogy and the content, so that, you know, when you're teaching your parents, the children of your parents, they know that you have at least passed those tests. They don't need to know the scores, and they won't know the scores, but if they ask, they will know, and they can also check the credentials. So members, I ask for this and for a roll call as well.
Representative Erickson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the A79 amendment. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Once again, members, I would ask you to vote no on this amendment. It is important that our teachers are evaluated at the highest level, and are not on that improvement, we're not involved in that improvement process. And so I would again ask you to vote no.
Any further discussion on the A79? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A57.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment expands the Come Teach to America hiring bonuses to include out-of-state teachers qualifying for a Tier 1 and Tier 2 license. The bill limits only to Tier 3. I urge your support.
Discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Madam Speaker. So I think what this bill does is that it is taking teacher of color indigenous hiring bonuses and spreading it out over tiers 1, 2, and 3.
Hey.
And so I would object to that because those hiring bonuses and those funds that are allocated to the teacher of color indigenous bill or act is specific to that bill and specific to the teachers of color. And so if districts want to provide bonuses in other ways to new teachers or to retain teachers, they are free to do that. And so I would again ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A123.
Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment expands the good cause exemption for a Tier 1 licensure renewal to include satisfactory job performance. This amendment lets schools keep good teachers in the classroom, which I think is all of our goals. And with that, I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion. Representative Kunesh-Podein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I would ask you to vote no. There is a strong definition for good cause in law, and districts are able to ask for assistance when it comes to keeping a teacher. They can use that good cause. They can apply to PELSB and say, this teacher is doing a really good job. We appreciate what they're doing. We would like to continue, and I don't see any reason that we need to change the definition of good cause, and I would ask you to vote no.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the A123, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment's not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kresha moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A107.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this amendment prohibits the Department of Education from entering into a settlement agreements or stipulations without consulting the other plaintiffs, us, i.e. us. So we essentially don't want them just going into an agreement and ending up with a dollar amount that we would have to support later, so they should consult us on how that goes. So I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion to the A107. Representative Davnie to the A107.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on the A107 amendment. That's simply not the way this process works. We need to leave the agency, we need to leave plaintiffs free to reach agreements to end lawsuits. I ask for your no vote on the A107. Thank you.
Further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend House File Number 2400, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A106.
Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment A106 is College Savings Account Tax Credit. This amendment deletes the St. Paul College Savings Account Pilot Program and replaces it with a College Savings Contribution Tax Credit. This provides a non-refundable tax credit equal to 70% of the amount of the contribution to a college savings account program established in a Minnesota city. And with that, I would appreciate your support. I'll take a roll call vote, too.
Representative Damath requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there is a roll call. There will be a roll call. Representative Bonner.
Thank you, members. This bill was actually discussed at great length in our committee, and I want to say first that I really respect Representative Damath. I know that she is a tremendous business owner and has a great deal of respect for financial literacy, so I really appreciate where she's coming from on this. That said, it actually negates the whole intent of the St. Paul Savings Account Program and the College Savings Account Program. This is actually based on a program that was started down in Oklahoma and has since been used in the states of Maine, Nevada, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and cities like San Francisco, St. Louis, New York, LA, Lansing, and Oakland. And the real intent of this bill is to actually reach up the expectations for those youngest learners who otherwise wouldn't be able to have the expectation that they could afford the dream or the luxury to go to college. Now, if we have a family who has $250,000 to put in a savings account for college, those are not the folks that we are aiming this bill at. This bill is for those folks who are low income, who maybe don't have those opportunities, who don't have the ability to dream and open up that space, to give them that ability to raise those expectations. And the studies have shown that when these programs are in place, it does exactly that. With individuals who have a savings program such as this, with as a little investment as $500, it increases the likelihood that that child will go to college by 50%. Only $500. That's a pretty big difference. And it reports that not only the children, but the parents involved in these programs put their expectations for their child and raise those up, raise those chances that they will go to some sort of post-secondary education. So while I respect the idea behind Representative Davis' proposal, I suggest that this be a red vote on this and leave the bill as it is. Thank you, members.
Discussion. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 74 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Eklund moves to amend House Bill number 2400, the first engrossment as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A138.
The member from Kuchiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A138 amendment deletes the provision to allow school districts to open before Labor Day. Much of greater Minnesota relies on tourism to make our economy work. By allowing schools to open before Labor Day, our tourism economy will take a hit, and by taking away the last big summer weekend. Here in St. Paul, our iconic state fair will also suffer. The last time school opened early was in 2004. That year, state fair attendance declined, revenue fell, the fair operated at a loss, and it's a considerable impact. Economic impact was reduced throughout the state. 4-H, FFA, and other youth programs suffered, with the 4-H dorms actually being closed 3 days of the fair. When the end of the summer is sawed off, it has a profound negative impact on the state and its $15.3 billion tourism economy. Please support the A138 amendment. Madam Speaker and members, thank you for your time.
Discussion to the A138. Representative Nornis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank Representative Eklund for this amendment. It's very important, I think, for all of us that believe that resorts and the tourism industry is very important to our state, and we need to do more instead of less for those folks. So again, I appreciate the amendment. It's very important. I would also like to ask for I'd like to have a roll call, please.
Representative Nornis requests a roll call so we don't have to have a recount. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Itasca, Representative Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too rise in support of Representative Eklund's amendment. Thank you, Representative Eklund, for offering this. For those of us who live in resort country, as I do, Itasca and Cass County, we understand the value of the small mom and pop resorts. Years ago in Itasca County, there were 300 such resorts, and today there's only about 80 of those resorts. Those of you who live in the metro area love to go north. And the reason you love to go north is because we have something that many other parts of the country do not have, is we have this lake experience that's affordable to anybody, for you and your family to take vacations. This bill that moves the start date to before Labor Day might seem like a small thing, but if you're running a business that makes the bulk of your revenue over a 13, 14-week period, every week counts. And we have, I think it was back in 2004, we tried this experiment. It didn't work. People lost money. And what happens is when you move the school date before Labor Day, is families actually stop taking vacation at least a week before that to start preparing for school. So I would really urge you, for the sake of the economy of Greater Minnesota and for the sake of you vacationers in the metro area, let's leave that after Labor Day start day alone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzelman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is an economic issue, and I'm glad that that's been brought up. I appreciate Representative Lehman and Representative Nornis mentioning the impact that it has across Greater Minnesota. But this is also an issue of families. And I think that earlier we heard from Representative Nash, who mentioned he has 6 kids. Well, I got 6 as well. And we don't just vacation in the Brainerd Lakes area. We want to go see the parks across the state of Minnesota. We want to go see attractions. I think there's a ball of twine that gets mentioned once in a while. That's family time. That's the stuff that we look back at for our entire lives. And it matters, it's important. Education, we've been discussing it, since 11 o'clock. It's obviously a huge priority in St. Paul that we make sure that our kids have every opportunity that we can afford them. But we also need to balance that with strong families. And part of what makes Minnesota families opportunity to really grow and to build those relationships is the short Minnesota summer. And we need to take advantage of that. And I definitely speak in favor of Representative Eklund's amendment.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I would say I've read somewhere that the warmer the House chamber is, the longer the debates go. So maybe we can turn the air on, just a thought. Members, Madam Speaker, members, this is not a geographic vote. Okay, sometimes you have votes where there's a vote based on geography. That is not one of these issues. I represent a mostly suburban district, portion of rural Dakota and Goodhue County. You have to understand from an economic development perspective, when we start school in our districts in the suburbs before Labor Day, it is absolutely economically devastating to these hospitality industries. I've had the opportunity to go through and see the numbers from individual businesses, places that you'll hear about here today from members of Northern Minnesota. But understand that while those of us in our suburban districts may view this as, well, you know, it's a convenience matter, we want to have school start, we don't want to have our kids there in June, it's a much more important issue for people outside of our districts, particularly in Northern Minnesota. And it's not an understatement. The decision to start school before Labor Day is economically devastating to many those in the hospitality industry. So please exercise caution on this and please vote in favor of the Eklund Amendment. Thank you.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Considine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've served for the last 2 terms, 4 years, on the Explore Minnesota Tourism Board, and I can tell you that they strongly oppose the idea of starting school before Labor Day. For many, again, people in Greater Minnesota, this is one of the biggest weekends of the year. They make quite a bit of money. And also last year I had a chance to talk with the director of the Minnesota State Fair, Mr. Hammer, and he also expressed some real concerns about what would happen to the State Fair if we started it before Labor Day. So I'm supporting Representative Eklund. Thank you.
Member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I will also point out the economic and the experience in agriculture. When we start school too early, our young people have a hard time being able to work on the farm. There's a lot of things that need to be done in the fall, and very important, not only the experience, but the educational value of running a farm and getting out there and connecting with soil and the crop that is harvested. And in my farm alone, it's very important that my 16-year-old grandson has a little bit of time to come out and help us work a little bit of ground or run the beet lifter. Those things are important to agriculture as well as our tourism industry. Thank you, Representative Eklund.
Any further discussion on the A138? Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to rise to speak to this. I understand the concerns being voiced here, and I do appreciate camping and resorts. Our family has, for 20 years, had a little pop-up, and we go around to state parks, and now that we have older kids and family to share, we're actually able to afford splitting the cost to go to some more of the resorts. When our kids were little, we just couldn't afford that, so this summer we're spending 2 weeks in both Bemidji and Ely's. So, but even with our kids growing up, we still had to be back by mid-August because they were all in sports. So that always cut our summers short. What I want to say is this amendment is what the underlying language does. I want to just make sure people understand that it only pertains to the next 2 school years. School years where Labor Day starts on September 7th and September 6th, respectively, it allows districts at their choice to start on August 31st and then August 30th. It retains local control. And I just want you to think this year school started on September 4th, and we had a winter where we may have another winter just like this, where we had to come back in this chamber and do special legislation so districts could get their time in. Now, I know AMSC and MSBA supports this being in the hands of the local school boards. We've talked about that a lot today. And I'm going to be voting no because as education policy chair, I think we should be focused on educating our kids. And they have to be in school for that. And one of those reasons we educate them is so that they can be an educated workforce for employers to employ. That being said, people feel free to vote your district.
The member from Washington, Representative Christensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everyone. I realize that this is a topic that will maybe not go my way, but I won't say the words Representative Erdahl. I won't say the word local control, but this is up to school districts to make up their mind how they deal with this. I also agree that families are it. Families are number one, and that it is important for us to go on family vacations, etc. I will also say that the School Boards Association and many, many other groups are in favor of this. I am going to vote for this bill because my district wants me to vote for this bill. My school district wants me to, and my district in Stillwater. And by the way, Stillwater is a tourist town too. So, I'm voting my district, and I certainly realize that you will all vote with your heart also. So thank you.
Any further discussion? The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real quick. The last week of summer before Labor Day is the most important week of the year to our resort industries. 2 bad years in a row can put a lot of them out of business, and schools are where they get their workers.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 93 ayes and 38 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 2400, as amended.
Third reading. Are we fully informed and ready to vote? Discussion to the bill. Representative Garofalo.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, in the 1970s, there was an artist by the name of Jim Croce. He wrote many ballads, many songs. One of them was called You Don't Mess Around with Jim. And some of the lyrics for that song went like this. It said, you don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit into the wind, and you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger. Well, I suspect that if Jim Croce were still alive and he was here today, he may add another item to that. He would say, you don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit into the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you can't trust Democrats with your money. The reason why you can't trust Democrats with your money is because Democrats want to spend all of your money. Now, make no mistake, the bill that's before you today is financed by tax increases. That is how this bill is before you today, financed by tax increases. And it's not like the DFL inherited some sort of difficult budget situation. There's $1 billion surplus out there. There are $3.5 billion of additional resources that I think some should be used for tax cuts. But even from your side of the aisle, you got $3.5 billion of more money to spend, and it's still not enough for you. You still got to raise taxes. Now, the insanity of raising taxes when the government already has too much money is bad enough. But okay, you're going to spend the money. But let me tell you, it's worse than that, because look at how you're spending the money. Look at how you're spending the money. There's no dispute. The DFL is in the majority because of the suburbs. Suburban districts flipped from the Republican side to the DFL side. But what happened? What happened to those districts, members from the suburbs who used to advocate for narrowing the funding gap between the suburbs and in the urban areas? Members who might be, former members who might be in the gallery or serve in this legislature, who actually advocated from the DFL side of the aisle to narrow the disparity in funding. Would Representative Hewitt yield for a question?
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Representative Hewitt, you represent the district that I attended school in, District 196. Two questions for you. Number one, are you aware that the Minneapolis School District gets a 37% bigger increase than 196? And what do you think about that?
Representative Hewitt.
Madam Speaker, and to my neighbor down south, I am aware of it, and I know it was set up that way to help the district get ahead, and my district's aware of it. But thank God that we did such a good job on this bill this year that we're going to actually do real well in 196, and you'll be proud of your alma mater, as I've worked with them through the whole process, and they're excited in what we did with this robust education bill.
Madam Speaker, if Representative Hewitt would yield for another question.
He will yield.
Madam Speaker, Representative Hewitt, am I correct in understanding that you are proud of the fact that other districts are getting a 37% larger increase than your district?
Representative Hewitt.
Madam Speaker, Representative Garofalo, as you know, the district you graduated from is in trouble. We have a $29 million cross-subsidy. We are going to lay off 20 teachers this year. We are going to lay off 10 nurses. We are in trouble. This bill will only help us a little bit. We're going out for referendum. What's happening in Minneapolis, we're okay with, because we believe in our district, the one that you were educated in, that all Minnesotans believe that we should have an equal and great opportunity for education. And I know you believe that too, because you were educated there. So Representative Garofalo, I think the values that you grew up with and the values that my kids are going to school with cover the whole state. And we're not going to stage one metro against suburban or outstate. This bill is good for all.
Representative Garofalo.
Madam Speaker, Representative Hewitt, perhaps you didn't get the memo. Other parts of the state are at war with the suburbs. They're raising your taxes to pay for the government services in their parts of the state. Now, at least I thought there'd be one benefit from the DFL taking control with suburban legislators. We'd actually see some advocacy for the suburbs. And it's not like you're alone, Representative Hewitt. The Anoka-Hennepin School District. Minneapolis is getting a 25% bigger increase than them. Eastern Carver County, Eden Prairie,
30 and 35% bigger increases going to the Minneapolis school district versus these suburban school districts. But I tell you what, Representative Hewitt, I can't blame you, because at least you're not Representative Tapke. At least you're not Representative Tapke. Representative Tapke, will you please yield for a question?
Representative Tapke will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Representative Tapke, are you aware of what the percentage increase is the Minneapolis School District is getting ahead of the Shakopee and Prior Lake school districts?
Representative Tapke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Garofalo. I am aware that there are many different things that go into each different school district and many different needs of each different school district, and the people of Shakopee elected me to focus on education, healthcare, things that we are focusing on today, and this bill absolutely helps our district by increasing the funding that we have for teachers, increasing the funding that we have for paras, increasing the funding that we have for work to get done and for our schools to teach and educate my 2 children, plus all the great children in our community, as well as all the great children in the state. So we believe that when everyone does better, everyone does better. And we are working on that, and this bill goes that direction. I'm very proud of it.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Tapke would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Representative Tapke, in that vein of everyone doing better, do you think it's fair that Minneapolis is getting a 56% bigger increase in funding on a per pupil basis than the districts you are voted to represent?
Representative Tapke.
Madam Speaker and Representative Garofalo, my district, as I'm looking at the runs right here, is in the first year of the biennium getting a 3% increase. And the second year is getting a cumulative 5.5% increase, which is more than has happened in quite some time in our districts. And again, every district has different needs and different things that need to happen there in those districts. And I only represent Shakopee, just so you're aware, so not Prior Lake. That you can talk to Representative Albright about. But Shakopee is our school district, as I've talked to the folks here, are excited about where this bill is heading and are looking forward to the future.
Well, thank
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Tapke. I think we have a different understanding of fairness, equity, and math. Apparently, we have different definitions of that. So, Madam Speaker and members, there are 28 days left in this legislative session. 28 days left for the DFL majority to work across with the other side of the aisle and produce a balanced budget. That is your constitutional obligation. It's not to raise taxes. It's not to go out and grab people's guns or put goofy sex ed language in an education bill. Your job is to balance the budget. And what you have done is set yourself up for failure. With the radioactive, controversial policy provisions in this bill, there's no way you're going to get done in 28 days. None. So what's the excuse going to be then? When you don't get your job done and you're a do-nothing DFL, how are you going to go home and explain bills like this and messages like that? You get paid to get your job done. My advice, get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion, House File number 2400. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I think Representative Garofalo hit upon a very key item. And I did have a bill to do this, but didn't get a hearing this year, and that is that we re-examine completely how we fund our schools and make it a fair system, much fairer than it is now. One of the concerns that I have is our reluctance to make changes. I do appreciate Representative Erickson's work on at least trying to make some changes with the tiered system, even though I have some questions every now and then about it. But it comes down to this. And I've said this a couple times in committee, and I promised I would say it one more time, and this is it. And that is that the key to our system and the quality of education in Minnesota remains the teachers. And until we reach the point where we prepare our teachers better, support them better, and pay them better, we'll continue to have the problems in our system that I see us having.
Any other speakers? All right. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this has been a most interesting, 8-9 hours on the education bill that, has some good in it. But I'm just really shocked that the majority would find this year to be the year to bring forth not only controversial legislation, but legislation that seems to point the finger at the child, like the child is the problem, and our children are not the problem. It is what we do here and what we send out to our districts that is what we should focus on in regard to educating our children. So Representative Erdahl mentioned teachers. Yes, of course I want the licensure that we created in 17 to remain in effect for, at least 3 years before we start dismantling it. So that's a disappointment to me. That's the teacher. But then we have, the age of compulsory education lowered to 6. And I think you all understand that children learn at their own pace and need to do so because all children are different, as all of us adults are different. We learned at a different pace, every one of us. And we seem to be forgetting that as we look at some of the policies in this bill and then think that 6-year-olds now should be required to be in school rather than at the age of 7 when they're probably a little bit more ready. So there we have a mandate that I think is going to be very problematic as we move forward. In the non-exclusionary disciplinary policy, where we had Representative Bennett arguing for the teacher's right to remove a student, I think we need to think carefully about where that's going to go in the policy arena. The free press that takes an adult to keep kids from making mistakes is sometimes what you have to focus on. And then, as I mentioned, the teacher licensure, which needs to stay in place for a time. And I'm just appalled that because Education Minnesota did work with us, with the team, as we created this change, this reform, that they suddenly have come up with all these issues when I look at their website and see nothing in that regard. I still see posted the chart that represents the tiers with no commentary. But I know that they're speaking to teachers when they're out in the field, condemning the work that I did, because I have many teachers who say, you're the problem, Representative Erickson, because you created this mess. But that's not true. A team came together that consisted also of Education Minnesota to create a system that would be more efficient, would be more understandable, and would be even more professional. So I hope that as this bill moves off this floor and into conference committee, that the Senate is going to raise huge objections to this. Another disappointment in this bill is that the sex offender loophole is still in place, where individuals with a stay of adjudication for a sex offender crime, for example, could now be issued a license without either the Education Licensing Standards Board or the local school board knowing this information. Finally, I think it's really disappointing to me that a bill was brought forth, House File 1116, that was called technical, when actually what it was doing was allowing ABE and ECFE teachers to become a part of the bargaining unit, to allow them to get in line for bumping teachers who have been in the system for years. I don't think we've reached the best language yet in special education. I hope we continue to work on that. And of course, the sexual health education is an abomination actually to our children. And it's as though the children are at fault, or they're not at fault because their parents are their first and foremost teachers, and they need to take the responsibility for teaching their children about that education that's beyond the biology that is taught in health class or in the subject of biology. And then finally, we get to early childhood and the scholarships, and taking away the early learning scholarships from 4-year-olds. Not a good policy, not a good policy. So, members, with that said, there are a couple of good things in this bill, but mostly a great disappointment that it's loaded with policy that is actually, I think, pointing to the child as being the problem when it's really the adults who need to be looked at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker and members, I'm one of these reps that represent more than one school district. I represent 12 different school districts. Most of you maybe represent one little bit, but I have the pleasure of representing 12. One of the sayings that we have is we follow the money. Suburban members and Greater Minnesota members, this bill does not help your students. You know, a student in Browns Valley, Minnesota, Breckenridge, Minnesota, should get the exact money as a student in Apple Valley. We have a school in my district that has the same demographics as Minneapolis, St. Paul school districts. We're going to get a 3% increase, which I'm glad we're getting 3%, where Minneapolis, St. Paul is going to be getting 30%. We're throwing bad money into a program that doesn't work. Members, if you really want to see districts that work good, go into Greater Minnesota. A lot of our folks are doing 3-4 different jobs. And like we heard earlier today from one representative, that the ag community is supporting them and so forth. So if we look at the money is not treating students across Minnesota fairly. You know, and that's what's really sad. We hear on the floor, we want to help the students, we want to help the students. Well, you know, I'm a business owner. If we're putting money into a school district that's not meeting the performance standards like we've seen in Minneapolis, St. Paul, why do we give them more money just to continue to fail? We want students to be successful. Iron Range, in ag land, or in the suburban areas. So voting for this bill just sets our students for failures. Number two, this bill does not support Minnesota values. I am not going to repeat a lot of the things that's been said, but what we're really doing is indoctrinating our students instead of saying, hey, educate them. And with that, I am not going to support this bill.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I know it's late. We got another bill coming up, so I'll try and be succinct. But you know, I've been around through quite a few educational reforms, federal and state. Okay, I was around when outcome-based education came through the pipeline, right? And that was supposed to solve all our problems. Then we had the profile of learning. We took $1 billion of state money and wasted it on an experiment, unproven, that turned out to be a failure. Then we had Goals 2000. That was supposed to solve our problem. We wasted millions and billions of dollars on that. When I left the school board, it was called Race to the Top, okay? I renamed it Race Off a Financial and Academic Cliff, all right? So it's been one experiment, unproven, and they come into the schools and say, this is best practice. No, I said, we call it best practice, but it equals the worst results, okay? Whether it's whole language, inventive spelling, creative writing, or Planned Parenthood sex ed. You know, when I look at this bill, it smacks of this same experimentation. We're trying to micromanage the local district on discipline, whether to extend a referendum and not work with the public as far as a vote, and a number of other areas, members. You're going down the same path that these experiments went down, and Mike, it's going to damage academic performance, not enhance it, because we think we can sit up here and play puppeteer on the administrators and teachers in our district. And I have more respect for them than that, okay? You know, one of the things that irritated me when I was on the school board was the number, and there were quite a few of them, I guess, but was the number of people who disparaged senior teachers, okay? Well, comments like if we got rid of the senior teachers, we'd have more money to hire the new ones. The senior teachers don't want to go along with the new reforms, and on and on and on. And I would stand up for those senior teachers because I knew a lot of them wouldn't go along with all these experiments on the children because they had learned what worked. And they didn't want to do what didn't work anymore. And they had the experience and knowledge to help younger teachers. We've heard on the floor here that we lose, in the first 5 years, one out of 5 teachers or more? I can see why. I just had a niece that graduated with an education degree from Southwest College out in Marshall. She spent some intern time in an elementary school, and she was so discouraged by the lack of ability to discipline the children, she said, I made a 4-year mistake on my major. That's what's happening, members. And this bill, unfortunately, takes us down that same path. Finally, members, we had lots of testimony in education policy on a mental illness crisis in our schools. Think about this, members, and I shared this before. Again, the CDC said there's 110 million Americans estimated to have an STD, many of them uncurable. Back in the 60s, we could count the number of STDs, the early 60s, late 50s, on one hand. Today, we have an explosion of STDs, and many of them are becoming antibiotic resistant. And according to the CDC, 50% of new infections are between 15 and 24. Do you think there might be a connection between the mental illness crisis and the STD crisis in our young people? I think that probably is. And now we want to take that same perverted philosophy of comprehensive sex ed and push it down to our elementary children all the way to the kindergarten level. Think about that, members. That's what you're participating in. I hope you will work to change that and drop that requirement. Now I'll get to my real concerns. No. Members, when I look at this, I see it was written by, Education Minnesota, the environmentalist groups, and Planned Parenthood. And one comment yet, if we look at the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, we see somebody who was a white supremacist, a racist, and a eugenist, members, if you do your research on her. In the city of New York, they abort more black babies than ones that are born. Think about that. They abort more black babies than ones that are born. That is not what we want to support with Planned Parenthood. That is discrimination against our minorities. With that, members, I do think there's a few good things in the bill, but I see this as an assault on local control and infringing on parental rights. Please vote red, members. Thank you.
The member from Douglas and Otter Tail, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members here. So I was doing some numbers on my bill, or on this bill here, and seeing exactly, what is it that Minneapolis and St. Paul is getting compared to my wonderful district that I love. I say I represent the best. I love my constituents. They are amazing. The students are amazing. Well, shockingly, this school district of Alexandria is getting 21% less funding than the city of Minneapolis. 21%. And then Henning, the special group of people there, probably watched the state basketball championship, and Henning did such an awesome job there. And at 20% less than Minneapolis. Then we got my school district of Parker's Prairie, 24% less than Minneapolis. Shocking. And then the school district of New York Mills, 25% less funding than Minneapolis. I know my colleague, Representative Lucero, is going to give his thoughts on why, so I don't want to steal his thunder, but we share in the same thought. Members, the night is young and this bill is full of terrors. And earlier, the majority in this body voted to keep Planned Parenthood's disgusting agenda in the classrooms. Parents from Alexandria and all around my community are very much opposed to Planned Parenthood and their agenda to sexualize our children under the cloak of education. They hide under that word, it's education. I applaud my colleague, Representative Lucero, for saying the words that he did on the House floor, because I am about to say those same words and am mortified. Masturbation, oral sex, teenage drinking, F words, racial words. If I were to say some of those same words that are being exposed to our young, impressionable students in the public school system here on the House floor, I would be asked to resign from representing the people I love so much. But these are just a few of the topics covered in the 8th grade English class, a social issues book club at the Discovery Middle School. Trust me, this is not one of the topics I thought I would be hearing about from my constituents when I was home on break, but alas, that's what happened. And I am here today standing up for those concerned parents and for the children who have been exposed to things that should be left to the discretion of the parents. And I was going to expose some of that same content to you, books, words, very descriptive scenes in these books that they are reading in the 8th grade, but I can't. I wanted to expose the same content to you that are being exposed to the impressionable students. My son, Carl, will be in 8th grade next year. As a mother, and as the state representative for my district that I love so much, I can't even talk about what's in these books. But the parents are so concerned that they came to me and wanted me to do something. Some teachers gave out permission slips. One parent stated her child's teacher did not hand out the permission slips, but by the time the parents are notified by email, students were already halfway through the books. Parents have told me that books are not allowed to go home. What? Not allowed to go home? Right there, my mom instincts go, woo, woo, there's some danger signs going on. Why aren't those books allowed to go home? Several parents expressed concerns to the teachers and the administration, and this book club was halted for one day and then it resumed. Parents, do you have any idea what is happening in your schools? If this type of material, pornographic trash in my opinion, and many of the parents I represent share in that assessment, if this type of material, if this type of agenda is being pushed in Alexandria, Minnesota, then it's being pushed in your schools too. Now, it's one thing for parents to allow their child to read what that parent thinks is appropriate in their home. It is another thing for the government, our tax dollars, deciding for the parent and for that unsuspecting, vulnerable child. Children cannot attend an R-rated movie without the consent of a parent, but those same children can read books in the 8th grade about masturbation. What state standard is being met with this filth? The majority in this chamber believes this type of material is okay. Majority of this chamber is okay with your child reading these books. The majority in this child thinks it's okay for my 13-year-old and my classmates that they should read these books next year when they are in the 8th grade. But what state standard is being met with the types of books that is in here? Public education is under attack, but it's not being attacked by Republicans, okay? It's not the Republicans that are attacking education. It is being attacked by a leftist agenda hell-bent on perverting the minds of our students, hell-bent on perverting the minds of innocent children. Why? It's simple. Representative Gruenhagen said it. It's indoctrination. A teacher shared with me that she will not retire in her field due to what the state of Minnesota is requiring teachers to teach. And she's a great student. Vibrant, or a great teacher. She is vibrant, she is lovely, she is wonderful, and her heart is in the right place. And it pains her to tell me that she will not retire in the profession that she went to school for. As for myself, I've learned to be proactive, and that saddens me. I now, as the mother, as the parent, have to preempt what the leftist agenda is shoving down the throats of my children. And parents back home that are listening, you have to as well. You have to get ahead of the school and have these conversations. And parents, pray. My community is a praying community, and for that I am so very thankful. But we need to lift our teachers up in prayer. We need to pray for the administration, and we need to pray for the school boards. And we need to pray for the people here in St. Paul. But hey, at least this bill has included language under subdivision 2, standards of professional conduct on line 98 to 21, that a teacher must not engage in any sexual conduct or contact with a child or a student. We should all sleep better at night knowing that. Thank you, members.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've created a new acronym. You know how you hear TGIF? This is TGFTS. Thank goodness for the Senate. Thank goodness for the Senate when it comes to the issue of how discipline is addressed in this bill. I hear from teachers in my district calling me, sending me long emails saying in elementary schools how they have kids in the classroom having meltdowns, and 3 parents stay with the child in the classroom while she escorts the other kids out of the classroom. Nobody is learning. She's been this one particular teacher's been a teacher for 30 years, and she says, I don't know if I can make it to the finish line. This is crazy. The kids are controlling the classrooms. And we didn't address it properly in this. TGFTS, thank goodness for the Senate. The spending in this bill, you're widening the gap between what Minneapolis and St. Paul schools get and the suburbs and outstate get. This is never going to fly in the Senate. Thank goodness for the Senate. The sex ed program that we spent a lot of time on today, that was written by Planned Parenthood. Thank goodness for the Senate. Scrapping the bipartisan new teacher licensure, tiered licensure system. Representative Erickson, I'm guessing you probably spent, I know you spent hundreds of hours, and so did everybody else that was on that working group, to come to a global agreement on a new licensure system that would help promote teachers of color. We hear that so much. I heard it last year and the year before in education finance, and I heard it again this year in education policy, how much we need these teachers of color in front of kids, in front of light kids in the classroom. And by eliminating and doing away with this new licensure structure in this bill, you're hurting those kids and you're hurting those teachers. We had a black gay man come and testify this year about how much he was enjoying being able to use this new structure and how effective he was with these kids and reaching these kids that he was teaching. Sorry, You don't have a job. Those kids that got attached to you and were really benefiting from you being in the classroom, too bad. Too bad. We're fencing you out. We're fencing you out. Thank goodness for the Senate. The Senate is not going to agree to a fraction of what's in this bill. And as Representative Garofalo said earlier, I don't know how you get out of here in 28 days. You're so far apart. But people of Minnesota, thank goodness for the Senate. Thank goodness for the sound minds of the GOP in the Senate. Thank goodness for the Senate, and hopefully in 2 years, things will change and we won't be reliant just upon the Senate anymore. Members, this is not a good bill. This is not good for the kids in the classroom. And that's supposed to be our primary focus here. Thank you, members. Please vote no.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of problems with this bill. I spoke about some of them earlier, but I'll speak about the finances this time. The entire time I've had the privilege of serving in this body, representing my community, representing the 4 school districts of my area, I have been fighting the battle to fix the problem of the funding inequities between metro schools and the schools in our area, the rural schools. Equity in education funding. That's what the parents of my area are concerned about. That a child's zip code should not determine their educational opportunities. We have a broken education funding formula in the state of Minnesota. This bill does nothing to fix it. It does just the opposite. It makes it worse. Representative Garofalo highlighted how the gap between the metro school districts, Minneapolis-St. Paul, and our rural school districts widens. Makes it worse. It is not what we should be doing. We heard in this last campaign, one Minnesota. We've heard members of the DFL, the Democrat majority in this body, advocate for one Minnesota. But that is not what is happening with this bill. Why? Because their true values are one expensive Minnesota. To use the tax dollars from hardworking Minnesotans to send them to Minneapolis and St. Paul. One metro-centric Minnesota. That's what this governing majority is promoting. Not a one Minnesota, one expensive Minnesota, one metro-centric Minnesota. Democrats use government schools to replace our family values with your metro-centric values. You're imposing the values of the metro area into the rest of the state of Minnesota. We had that conversation earlier. For our children, Madam Speaker and members, vote no on this terrible bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on House File number 2400? Minority Leader Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I had high hopes when we got to our budget that when we got to this education bill, we'd find a bunch of things that we all agree on. Because I think the one thing that we can say is that we all want to make sure that our schools are funded, and we all want to make sure that our students have every opportunity to be successful. But unfortunately, in this bill, we have a bunch of problems. Number one, this is our first budget bill, and I think people are going to see that this entire budget is built on a house of cards. You are making promises to teachers, to parents, to schools that you have no ability to keep. And I think that's incredibly irresponsible. And what I mean by that is if you're not successful in raising billions of dollars of new taxes, you don't have any way to fund the increases for schools that are in this bill. And specifically, you need to raise a 20-cent gas tax and steal money from roads and bridges to pay for this. And this isn't the last time this week we're going to talk about that. The Senate has been very stern in saying, we've figured out how to fund roads and bridges. We did that successfully when Republicans were in the majority. And we're not going to let you steal money from roads and bridges now to fund other stuff. From the beginning, the Senate has been saying that all along. But here we are, 4 months into a legislative session where Democrats aren't listening. You're not listening to Minnesotans, and you're not listening to people in this building who have the same priorities that you do. The only way this bill is remotely realistic is if your caucus is successful in raising the gas tax. And thankfully, we have a majority in the Senate who knows that we don't need to take billions of dollars in taxes from Minnesotans to fund a basic priority like roads and bridges without a tax increase. Without the gas tax increase, this bill has no chance of happening. The money that you're putting into benefits, the money that you're putting in this bill to benefit metro schools only expands the gap between the metro schools and the schools in the rest of the state. And that's already a huge problem. And Democrats' solution is to make that problem worse. We all support ensuring our schools have funding to provide great education to our students. In fact, statistically, schools in the state of Minnesota get more money when Republicans control the legislature, and that is a fact. But if we learned anything over the past 10 or so years, money alone is not the answer. We need real reforms, we need school choice, and we need to empower our parents, not the government, to be the driving force and decision maker in their children's education. Without these reforms, we're putting money into a system that is failing the kids who need our help the most. Every year that goes by that your party opposes reforms and blindly puts more money into a system that's currently failing many of our students is another year that you're failing thousands and thousands of kids who won't have an opportunity and the tools they need to be successful later in life. You're dooming them to statistical realities that occur when you don't have a high school degree and aren't adequately prepared for higher education. In the Minneapolis School District, if you're a low-income or minority student, you have less than a 50% chance of graduating from high school. And this state still has the highest achievement gap in the country. That's an absolute shame for a state like Minnesota, where we hold ourselves to a higher standard. And this bill does nothing to solve that problem. The reforms that you have in this bill are not about what's best for Minnesota students. The reforms that you have in this bill are the priorities of your biggest campaign contributors. Education Minnesota fiercely opposed the bipartisan reforms that Chair Sandra Erickson passed into law last session. They defended a system that had been literally held in contempt of court for its failures. 1 year later, you've made up your mind. You don't care that those reforms are working. We used to have a system that allowed people with no degree and no minimum requirements to teach in a classroom through a community expert waiver. Now, thanks to our reforms, everyone must be licensed in the classroom. We have opened alternative pathways for teachers to enter the workforce and to help diversify our teaching ranks. And guess what? It's working. Teachers of color are utilizing Tier 1 and Tier 2 licenses at twice the rate of the rest of the teaching population. Twice the rate. And what are you doing to Tier 1 and Tier 2 in this bill? You're undermining it. You're limiting renewals for both tiers and no longer allowing them to use coursework and prior experience to help them move up in the licensing tiers. So you're cracking down on Tiers 1 and 2 and lowering standards for the highest tier in this bill. You're allowing ineffective teachers to move up to Tier 4. How is that going to help our students? We offered an amendment to correct that, and you literally voted to allow ineffective teachers to move up. Your bill includes mandates straight from Planned Parenthood. That's an organization that has no business dictating anything happening in our schools, and parents should be and will be outraged. And finally, you're making our students less safe. You remove the automatic revocation for a 5th-degree assault conviction and rejected our amendments to include stays of adjudication and background studies. Last year, CARE 11 reported that a sex offender was driving a school bus without any knowledge by the parents. Members, this bill is a promise to our schools that you absolutely cannot keep. It makes changes to our licensure system that lowers standards for teachers and cuts off pathways that are helping to diversify our workforce. It puts the needs of adults and your largest campaign contributors ahead of the needs of students. If this bill becomes law, it will be another year that you fail to enact meaningful reforms that we so desperately need to close the achievement gap. It will be another year that we allow our shameful achievement gap to persist, leaving thousands of Minnesota students behind. This is absolutely unacceptable. We can do better than this. Vote no on this bill, and let's put something out that will actually help close the achievement gap and help our students in this state be successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you for the spirited debate. I want to thank my colleague and Representative Davnie across the way for a good committee, lots of good conversations. But there are problems. There are good provisions in this bill. There is the best of intent, and there are things that we heard on the campaign trail. However, I suspect on the campaign trail, and as we talked to our constituents, we did not hear many of the policy provisions, if at all any, at the doors. I think if you look at the vote on the Eklund Amendment, that was probably the truest sense of members voting from their districts and what they heard. If you go and you look at that vote, it will tell you where people are actually listening. Because I don't believe at the doors anybody said when they opened the door, hey, would you give me 22% less than what Minneapolis is getting per pupil? I don't believe that happened. I don't believe anybody asked for the policy provisions. And I won't go through all that. Much of that's been said much more eloquently than I could put today. And so I thank my colleague, Representative Davnie, for the time in the committee. And I'll leave us with this. This bill has some good provisions. There's no doubt about it. And there are areas of the budget that we should and can agree. However, today, as a former English teacher and still literature in my heart, I'm reminded of one of my favorite characters, Alonzo Quixano. For today's discussion has been like the journey of Don Quixote. And here we are back at the beginning, and like Sancho Panza, we are being invited to come along on this fanciful journey. As we ponder this bill, let's begin with the words of Don Quixote himself. The truth may be stretched, but it never breaks, and it always surfaces like oil above the water. The truth that rises on the water, members, is that this education omnibus bill cannot become law without a substantial rise in the regressive gas tax for the people of Minnesota. And we've set up unreal expectations back home by saying that that could happen. And if you listen closely, you'll hear Don Quixote himself saying, do you see over yonder, friend Sancho, 30 or 40 hulking giants? I intend to do battle and to slay them. Those giants are the transportation fund. And to make this bill possible, we must hack away at the windmills of the transportation money and come back with $400 million. The problem, of course, is we were never asked to go after those giants. Nobody at the doors said, please go take $400 million out of the transportation fund. In fact, our governor at the State of the State spoke about Highway 12 and the mortality and the need to fix that. I don't believe anybody said, please take those dear funds and move them over and create a fanciful journey. And so with that, I say, this target is fanciful. which is unfortunate because there are areas that we need to address and areas with a realistic budget we should go after. We need an increase in the basic formula. We need equity in the per pupil. We need to focus on special education cross-subsidy, early childhood, and opportunity scholarships. And with that, members, this is not the bill that will become law. This is not the bill that will come back from conference committee, and I look forward to a more realistic bill with less policy and a better target.
Representative Joachim.
I just want to thank my colleagues for this very spirited and very long discussion today. There are provisions in this bill that will help deliver for our students in the classroom. And that's the ultimate goal, is to make sure that our schools have the tools they need to meet our students' needs. And we all know that those needs are great and have changed over time. Every child is different, and we need to meet them where they're at. We do that in this bill. Our teachers, staff, and administrators need more training, extra sets of hands in the classroom, and increased resources to serve our kids. We do that in this bill. Our students need more support, better pathways to success, increased access to mental health, quality nutrition, as well as qualified teachers in the classroom. We do that in this bill. We put money where our mandates are. We start to catch up our schools to 2003 funding levels. And we put a dent in the special education funding gap. I am a little confused, however, when I hear, thank goodness for the Senate, because the Senate has zero money for the Teachers of Color and Indigenous Act. It has no increased money to address the special education gap and cross-subsidy. And they only put $207 million on the whole entire bill, which is a 0.5 and a 0.5 versus our 3% and 2%. I would challenge any of you to ask your districts to see if they're okay with that. One of the things we should be the most proud of is that we make a down payment to systematic change in our schools so that our child's zip code will not determine their fate in life. We have a great bill here, folks. We have an aspirational bill here. And we have an honest bill here. I ask for a green vote.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, thank you for the discussion today, and a particular thanks to the members of the Early Childhood Financing Policy Division for your work. I'm really excited by this bill. I spent my first 4 years in the minority and saw bills pass off the House floor, education omnibus bills, that didn't even keep up with inflation. Fortunately, there were changes made later, but it's so terrific to see a bill that will make the investments in our school districts and our schools and in our children, our students, that will prevent the kind of cuts and layoffs that would have come through in previous years, and recognize the importance of our students to our state's future. And speaking of which, I am so delighted that we are taking action to close the opportunity gaps that aren't just in education, but in other parts of our society and our economy as well. I really want to make sure folks realize that voting for this bill means saying that we are moving forward for our youngest learners. We're saying that we're going to keep on going forward on preschool for children and the early learning scholarships as well, an even bigger increase than has been proposed by the House in the past. Members, I urge your support for this bill, and I thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for, I think the phrase was spirited debate. I think at points it's gone a little past spirited. It's a little warm in here. I think a lot of that has to do with the overheated rhetoric from the other side. Representative Krisha talked about the truth rising, and I think Minnesotans deserve the truth because they haven't gotten that on closing arguments. If you look at how school districts do across the state under House File 2400, compare it to how they would do 2 years ago when the now minority passed a bill off the floor with a 0.5% and 0.5% increase in the general education formula. On opening day of this legislative session, the former Speaker, Doubt, said that legislating is important. He's absolutely right. I'm just grateful, and parents across Minnesota should be grateful, that he didn't figure that out until this year. Because members, if Representative Doubt had figured out that legislating was important 2 years ago, he'd be sitting in the Speaker's seat right now. Representative Crecia would be holding the gavel in the Education Finance Committee. My colleagues across on the other side of the aisle would all be holding gavels and driving policy and finance. And Minnesota schools would again be looking at a 0.5% increase on the formula and a 0.5% increase. Insufficient funding for the dreams and aspirations of Minnesota students, the hopes of their families, and the needs of our employers. The fact of the matter is, members and Minnesotans, that the school districts that do best under this bill are in greater Minnesota. And you know what, Minnesota? Your members know that, because we passed out that information 9 or 10 hours ago now. Because what we did in my committee this year is put students at the center of our concerns, students at the center of our deliberations, and students at the center of our decision making. Members, this morning I happened to flip open my phone and checked out the Star Tribune app. And you know what the headline is in today's Star Tribune? Minnesota high school graduation rates reach an all-time high, and we move forward on closing the racial achievement gap in Minnesota. Members, that's great news. That's the sort of progress we want. And I want to take a moment now to thank the educators who worked each and every day to help make that happen. And I particularly want to congratulate those high school students who put in the work day in and day out over the 13 years of their school career and walked across a stage last spring and graduated. Nobody ever gets to take that moment and that achievement away from you. We've got in House File 2400 an opportunity to build on that positive momentum, because we have much more work to do. Much more work to do that starving our schools, as the former majority demanded, doesn't get us there. Members, I've had a lot of time to think about schools and education as a parent, as a teacher, and as a policymaker. And House File 2400 provides 3 R's for the 3 R's. We all know and talk about reading, writing, and arithmetic, but today, let's talk about relationships, relevance, and resources. House File 2400 stabilizes school funding across the state to assure students and families that school staff are retained this spring, and when their kid goes back to school next fall, those same staff will be there to greet them warmly, welcome them back to school to another year of exploration and discovery. When we fund student support grants to make sure that there's more school counselors and social workers and chemical dependency counselors and school psychologists and nurses, we're supporting those kids and making sure that there are more adults in those buildings to build relationships with those kids. Because as a student, I knew it was the relationship with my teachers that mattered. As a teacher, I knew it was the relationships I had with my students that mattered. And as a parent, I count on our teachers and other school staff to build relationships that work with my children. School safety funding, trauma-informed schools, and other provisions in the bill assure a variety of staff in the building to meet those children each and every day. Because I believe that Minnesota gets up in the morning and wraps its arms around its kids and around its schools. And House File 2400 helps with that hug. Our investments in programs to attract, train, and retain teachers of color and American Indian teachers, put more staff in schools to teach culturally relevant courses, and build more culturally relevant school climates for our increasingly diverse population. Our support for things like career and technical education and dual enrollment courses allow students and families to chart their own course to post-secondary opportunities, making school more relevant in that student's hopes and dreams. And our emphasis on increasing the general education formula, freezing the special education underfunding and English language learning underfunding are key investments providing teachers and administrators the resources that they need to greet students each morning with the knowledge that they have what they need to meet that student's needs that day. Investments in things like full-service community schools allows the school community to develop the community supports that families need to thrive. Because you can't isolate the student out of the family or the families out of the communities. We embrace the students and their families, help them meet their hopes and needs. In committee, Representative Krisha described this bill as aspirational. You're darn right it is, because my hopes for the future are based in the classrooms of Minnesota with those kids and those teachers and those families. But he was describing aspirational as a negative. Members, I'm going to ask you to join me in sharing the aspirations of our students and our families for opportunity for their kids, for relevant education, for relationships that make it happen, and the resources needed to gently hold those students, support them, assist them, guide them, teach them, and launch them into the Minnesota that we all want tomorrow. Members, let's build on Minnesota's strengths and use them to better engage Minnesota's challenges for all of our students. Because members, all students, all children in Minnesota deserve a world-class education. I ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader, Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker and members, in too many communities in Minnesota, in too many ways, the gifts of our children wither from want of education opportunity, want of early intervention, and want of needed student support. While we rightly demand that our schools nurture our children's talents, we lawmakers have denied them the tools they need to do the job. This year, the DFL intends to meet the real needs of our students, and that is why we are bringing this bill forward tonight. Minnesota today is at full employment, but our economy is slowing in its growth because we lack workers. We can't continue to add productivity through workers without immigration and without making the workers that we have more productive through education and training. We have deep racial, social, and geographic divides. Greater child poverty puts ever higher demands in our schools to deliver services for students we have today. Our students need more support. Mental health, social workers, nurses, psychologists, counselors, and trauma specialists. Unfortunately, real per pupil school aid to our districts has gone down since 2003, counting inflation, which we have to count, and is projected to go even lower. This has forced our schools to go on bended knee to property taxpayers and ask for levy increases just to make basic needs. Schools have laid off teachers and staff, class sizes are bigger, Pre-K is at risk, and teachers are paying for classroom supplies out of their own pockets. The operating referenda that have failed have done so primarily in Greater Minnesota, where the burden to adequately fund education falls very heavily on the shoulders of lower incomes and smaller businesses. In too many cases today, our children have fewer opportunities than their parents or grandparents. In too many cases, our children experience schools that do not reflect their cultural norms. And in too many cases, we are letting the talents and abilities of our students go to waste. We cannot allow this drift to continue. Our Minnesota values budget for education is ambitious because ambition in education is what Minnesota needs. Our education bill will lead Minnesota to a better future. We're investing directly in every one of our students in every public school with a 3% increase in the first year and a 2% increase in the following year. Our budget addresses the growth in special education costs, freezing and reducing the cross-subsidy and eliminating the growth cap. We propose continuing funding for voluntary pre-K and are adding slots to the early childhood scholarships. This education bill serves students in every corner of the state and from every walk of life. And this budget stands in stark contrast to destructive Republican budgets. At every step in the last several years, Republicans have had to be dragged by Democrats into funding our schools. Even then, Republicans refused to fund emergency school aid last year. In 2017, Republicans weakened standards for our teachers and tried to take money from public schools and hand it to private schools. In 2015, the Republican budget had $15 in tax cuts for every $1 in education spending. This year, the Senate GOP education proposal is so weak that Chair Carla Nelson said her bill was a difficult decision with a low target and that she hopes negotiations with Democrats will result in more investment. When Senate Republican committee chairs are hoping the House DFL will save them, they are admitting they are failing Minnesota students. Senate Republicans have proposed a miserly 0.5% increase in each of the next 2 years. That won't even keep up with inflation, much less meeting the needs of our students. This is a cut for our schools, whether Senate leaders want to admit it or not. The Senate GOP has no funding to address special education. The Senate GOP has less money for school safety. They have nothing for full-service community schools. And if we go back a little bit farther in the past, Minnesotans should not forget that the Republicans were the ones who first invented and then exploded the practice of borrowing money from our kids in their schools. Destructive Republican budgets ignore the reality of our students and schools today. We have to support our students and address the needs that they actually have. One in seven Minnesota students lives in poverty. Nearly 9,000 Minnesota students are homeless. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Our kids need our support. So let's stop fooling ourselves and let's stop misleading Minnesotans. We have not provided our schools the tools that they need to do the job that we have given them. And we need new state revenue to replace a patchwork of local property tax levies. We've been sliding off the path to prosperity, and it's time that we take steps to get back on that direction. It is not too late, but the time to act is this year. This is the centerpiece of an honest, values-based budget. If we want a world-class education system that provides opportunity for everyone, we have to pay for it. Minnesotans understand that we only get what we pay for, and they are not afraid of an honest accounting of our students' needs. The House DFL is not afraid to be honest with Minnesotans about the cost of quality. Minnesotans want a state where everyone has opportunity, where everyone can thrive. And that is the kind of Minnesota that we are helping to create with this education bill. Members, please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70, Representative Scott votes no. There being 78 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.